그렇진 않았지만 그녀를 보면 나는 떨려 아주 작은 미소에도 내 가슴은 쿵닥거려 오늘은 말해야지 그래 아무 말이라도 하지만 그녀를 보면 다시 굳어지는 내 모습 무슨 일일까 이거 정말 큰일 났네 무슨 일일까 나도 정말 모르겠네 꼭 그렇진 않았지만 꽃보다 더 아름다워
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Big Deal 4 in Grapevine, Texas. I'm Jelly Slosh.
And I'm Haro, I'm back with y'all.
Today we're going to be getting started with the women's non-binary pump division, which starts in about 5 minutes. That should take about 2 hours, and then following that we'll be doing the rest of the main tournament. We'll be playing that up till top 8. Top 8 will resume tomorrow.
We're still waiting for everything to be set up. Girls probably will need a small warm-up before they start. It's pretty simple format actually for the women's and non-binary tournament. Sorry, girls and non-binary people. We will have 2 songs randomized. Everyone will play them. It's like single 13, 15, nothing hard. Then top 4 will proceed to the next round. Play 2 more songs, single 16, single 18, and the best 2 from this round will proceed to grand finals, and they will have, I believe, best out of 3. And levels here will be much harder. It will be single 19 to 21 and doubles 18 to 19. As we all know, doubles are very important in Pump It Up gameplay.
Yep, and this has spanned back since 2005, I'd say, during the first World Pump Fest, where doubles always featured in every pump tournament. So you're always playing singles, and then it eventually moved into doubles.
Yeah, they have a pretty interesting tendency, like they start on singles and only do doubles in the finals. I myself think doubles should start like right away, and in the tournaments I used to run, we started doubles early on, but sadly, if you make a big event, you're very limited on time, especially if you happen to run it on one machine, so you have to sacrifice something.
Yep. We just need more machines.
More machines is always good.
Alright, we're getting the players prepped up here. Getting the machines on the correct settings to run the tournament.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing event mode for this category because we have doubles and things can happen if somebody is not accustomed to pressing 3 or 4 panel hold brackets. And sadly, if you drop those brackets and get a 51 miss combo, you will not get your score saved in any form.
Yep.
For this event we need scores at all points.
And real quick, as you see on the screen now, we have one of our sponsors, Red Note Gaming. If you're a rhythm gamer looking for that fix or just want to hang out a great place, check out Red Note Rhythm Games in Las Vegas. About 10 minutes from Las Vegas Strips. They have a huge selection of rhythm games at their location. Really great venue. Definitely go check it out. I was there myself last October for a tournament that I was running myself, and it's just a paradise if you like any rhythm games at all.
Yeah, they seem to be very attentive to rhythm gamers. Run lots of events, help running other events in different places.
And then looks like our other sponsor, Mosaic Paw Print by our very own Harukaze. Use Big Deal 4 for 10% off your purchase at mosaicpawprint.com. Offers only valid during the event weekend.
And don't forget to check out the special limited event merch. Got some really nice towels. I'm personally using one myself right now to wipe down my sweaty face.
Yep, I picked up the beach towel size, which is fantastic. I'm used to like the little hand towel ones. It's not big enough for me to like, I run out of room to clean myself up after a session.
I prefer small size towels, but it's a matter of taste. I know some people like putting towels on the bars for grip. I'm not sure if we've seen anyone doing that in the tournament yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen it here, but I run Step Maniacs tournaments on the side as well too, and I usually see a lot of people using shelf liners and towels in order to keep the towels in place.
This is interesting.
And then I've seen people bring up like removable grip tape and they just take it off whenever they're done playing.
Anything is better than the default bar covers,
Yep.
that's for sure.
Yep, I use fingerless gloves myself. I've spent many years not using one, but has changed a lot since I've started using that, especially when you're playing after other people. Or if you have a tendency to clean up the bars before you play, they might be a little slippery from the cleaning solution or the wipes.
My hands are too sticky by themselves. No need for anything special. What about y'all people in chat? What do you prefer on your bars? Or maybe you play no bar? Let us know. We here respect all legit ways of playing. As long as it doesn't damage anyone and doesn't damage the game or the company making the game. It's your choice.
Alright, I see that the women's non-variant TO is gathering all the players together. Looks like they're going over the rule set and everything with everybody.
Yeah, looks like we're about ready to get started soonish. And we would like to give special shoutouts to Endemir, not only for making this wonderful game that we all love, but also for providing us official merchandise for prizes. We've got some good things. Special design aim passes and big mouse pads. So I hope the girls do their best. The girls and non-binary people.
I see some players head bopping over there to the music, to the
They seem to be
to
jamming to the opening.
the attract music.
That's the spirit. I think we're still missing a couple of people here, waiting for them. And today, since the feedback yesterday was 2 machines a pair, we're gonna try to stream both machines at the same time, but the sound will only go from one, and we'll probably pay more attention to the machine with the sound
It looks
during
like
the
we
commentary.
have the first 4 players walking up to the machine now.
I believe they're gonna warm up first.
TO is instructing players not to step on the center after the song finishes. That way we can get a picture of the results.
Yeah, that's a very important thing to get accustomed to. I know some people get used to skip their scores, especially when they're not happy, but during tournament you should not be doing this. We need to register your score.
And make sure it's captured too. I had an instance yesterday where I took a picture of the score on my phone. It showed up on my phone and then it wasn't in my camera roll. So luckily Phoenix added the feature to show the summary of the scores at the end of the results screen.
But right now we're not in event mode. I'm not sure if it's gonna show anything at the end screen.
So it's very important that the players wait for our instructions before they proceed with their next actions.
Yes.
So
Some tournaments even disqualify if you skip the result screen because no way telling who's gonna win.
and looks like we have the machine too. We have Nairoom and TP getting warmed up right now with Nude by G-Idol. And then on the machine one, we have Shinobi and Katie Waver warming up together as well. So let's go ahead and introduce our players on machine 2, the one with the active audio. So start with Nairoom. Alright, she's been playing Puppet for about 4 years on and off. She's from the Maryland area. And she has no other game rhythm experience. So Puppet Up is her only game. Her favorite chart is snapping. All of the charts 19 and under agree with her. The snapping chart is really great. Very nice bursty chart there. And her greatest achievement is passing her first level 20, which is really impressive. That's a pretty tough achievement to get. And her goal this year is to get intermediate 10 and passing Neo Catharsis S20.
And on the other side, we have Tihe. We've heard yesterday that one of her stronger sides is playing doubles. So she will definitely get some opportunity to shine in finals if she gets there. She mentioned that her greatest achievement is a stage pass on D21. That's not a joke.
That's pretty high up there for the doubles category.
Yeah, excited to see. There are gonna be some intense battles in this category. All the players are really giving the vibes.
And then on Machine 1, we have Shinobi and Katie Waver. Shinobi's from the Virginia area as well. She's played Pump for about 5 years, and she also plays Step Maniacs as well. Her and her partner, Paranoia Boy, have won a team tournament that we ran at Eclipse recently.
Yeah, she's not the main in singles, but recently she was looking at other lady players and started getting into doubles. Her scores are really good, what I've seen posted.
Yeah, her greatest achievement she lists here is her first S21 full combo, and she really likes to cheat turn. She doesn't like to turn at all.
Yeah, she has like minimal footwork style of play.
I approve of that very much. And her weakest skill is turns that she literally has to do, the ones you can't avoid. And look at that, perfect game on the warm-up side for Shinobi. Both of them very strong accuracy. You have only a 2 great difference there for their warm-up. And then Katie Waver's a Texas local as well too, in the San Antonio area. Also plays Step Maniacs as well. Also is a big T-mode enthusiast. She's played DDR for about a year. First doubles, and her first rhythm games were Love Live School Idol Festival and the Project Diva games. Those are games I'm not too familiar with myself.
Yeah, our players here are no joke.
Type in there for Dummy to give us the songs so we know what we're playing. Given that the Machine One just played Whisper, it makes me wonder if this is one of the songs of the tournament. We're about to get confirmation from the TO now what songs are being played.
They're probably still warming up because I think we're still waiting for at least one more player.
Looks like it's Whisper,
Oh,
S13, and crossover S15.
okay. So those are our songs.
Both players choosing to do crossovers in this section of the song instead of double stepping.
I see some support for KD Waver in the chat.
Unbelievable! You are the best! Wow!
This is really clean
Really
play
solid
from
timing.
Neuron. Only 11 grades and nothing else.
And T almost with a full comp with only 2 misses.
Pretty solid. Let's see how they will deal with the other song. Because that's a completely different skill. It's pretty fast, it has some small bursts here and there. Unlike Whisper that is really slow and twisty. I like it when we get songs that are highlighting different skills in the step chart. Gives better showcase of what players are capable for.
Yep, versus being able to just lock into or be what they call like a one-trick pony, where they just focus only on one skill set.
Yeah. That's why tournaments are so different. You have to play literally anything that will be random for you, even if you're not good with this kind of step chart.
Yeah, you're very much rewarded for being a well-rounded player overall. Like a lot of chart knowledge and just a lot of diverse skill sets.
Meanwhile, on the other machine, Shinobi and KD were finishing crossover S15. And so far...
Looks like they both full comboed it.
They both full combos. Wow.
Very impressive timing by Shinobi.
Both got 99. KD waiver accuracy is also really good.
Only a single good in that entire song. All right, and now on machine 2, we have Nairoom and Teehee making their attempt at the second song of the first round, the women's non-barrier set.
너의 마음이 나를 잊고 있었던 나의 감정이 요동치네 묻혀져 있던 희망이 나를 불러 이빨에 손끝을 비게 하네
No problem so far for either girl.
속에 묻혔던 이 맘들이 여전 떨어진 감정
Tricky back crossover coming out of the freeze. But still maintaining a full comp for both players.
Well, it's not a combo game anymore, so sometimes the initial two don't matter that much if your accuracy is on point. In the meantime, we see two more players on Girls Machine coming up. I believe it's Talong and Citizo.
Both players are really good with these little bursts in the song. And very constant, no breaks in this burst section at the end.
Keeping up just fine. Great job on both players' side.
Yes! Your skills are really amazing!
Nice job to both players there.
New record!
No misses for Neurom and only one more miss for Teehee. That's very strong start.
Yep. And looking at the results, we can see there for Nairoom, that's a personal record.
Yeah, that's pretty good improvement, I would say.
And for Teehee, this might be their first time playing this chart, unless it might be the first time playing on Phoenix.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell if the person played the chart or not before because scores get removed between games and it takes time to fill out every score again. Like, I'm still, what, 30% in with Phoenix scores. It's almost 3,000 charts you can play.
Yep, and it's not a one-to-one. Some charts get subtle changes to them too. Plus, with the scoring system change, it's hard to just convert all the scores one-to-one like that.
In Phoenix, they changed so many step charts. And not just minor changes. For some step charts, lots of steps were changed.
Alright, looks like we're moving Starlong and C-Tizzle to the other machine, while the other machine is going through the whole song for event mode.
We see our last participant has arrived, so everything's good.
We are back on track.
They will probably start on the other machine once the song is over.
My suggestion for the players controlling the machine is to use pass. Is it pass G or pass M that when the life bar runs out that the game breaks? Does that work on event mode?
I think it does, but are we sure that players will be ready to stage pass everything we throw at them? I would rather be on the safe side, to be honest.
Oh, and I was just informed that the issue with the machine was they didn't sign in.
New tuning, difficulty zone single. User new tunes.
Players taking one warm-up song before they start on the actual tournament round.
Alright, Starlong and C Tizzle opting to warm up with good tech. So let's go ahead and introduce the players while we are having them warm up. We saw Starlong play yesterday, prefers play no bar. He's been playing Pump for less than a year, but has experience in DDR, Arcia, and 2DX.
We were really impressed by Starlong's skill yesterday.
Yeah. I think she won one of her divisions, I believe. And looks like her favorite song is Good Tech, which you see being warmed up here.
So I guess it was her who picked this song for warm-up.
Yep, and fun fact, Good Tech is what inspired her to give Pump It Up a try. So the music makes a difference. It draws people in.
Came for the song, stayed for the game.
And then let's introduce C Tizzle before the song ends too. So they've been playing for about 8 years, DDR and Guitar Hero, which I count as a rhythm game too. It's a different type of rhythm game, but Guitar Hero was very popular back in the mid-2000s, like 2008-ish, I'd say. It was very peak. And they're from the Minneapolis, Minnesota area.
Yeah, we have people from all over the country, and even a Mexican player in this category. Canova is a long-time player from Mexico.
Yep. I believe from Mexico City is what I was told.
I know, I've seen them play in Mexican tournaments for quite some time.
Yeah.
And I believe they even got up to finals, so...
And we saw them play yesterday at the end of the gold division, and they were in that three-way tiebreaker. That was... The difference was determined by about 2,300 points. It was so close between them. And then their match against their final pool was very close. Them and Pac Rob traded on one song.
They shown us such a tight technique, like footwork on double step in the patterns. In the meantime, Starlong and C Tizzle will proceed to the tournament round. If you have just arrived, let's remind the songs that we played in the first round.
Yep. So we're going to be playing for round one, Whisper S13 and Crossover S15 as the second song.
And players will be awarded points according to how well they did.
Yeah, how they score relative to the other players, they're rewarded different amount of points. First place getting 5 points, and then it goes in descending. And then the top 4 move on to the second round, where they'll play 3 songs into a grand finals.
And the difficulty will go up with each round.
Yeah, this current round is S13 to S15, with the next round being 16 to 18.
Are they taking another warm-up?
Right, they're going to the song now. I think. Whisper. And we saw Whisper in the main tournament yesterday too, the S19. So Whisper making another appearance at the big deal.
It's such a slow song, yet they managed to make some pretty complex charts on the high end. In the meantime, Kanova is playing their warm-up song.
Alright, just confirming we have the correct difficulties there.
This BPM is very pleasant to play no bar.
Starlong choosing to hit the middle with both feet as jumps instead of a single foot.
Happens sometimes. Sometimes in the heat of the gameplay you can forget how many feet you have.
And maybe for no bar play, that helps maintain reset your balance again.
That's fair. Sometimes when you play no bar, you have to step on metal when you move really fast to just not lose your balance.
Both players choosing to do the crossovers here again. As we see during these freeze breaks, Starlong kind of jamming out the song a little bit.
Starlong is raving with the song. Sometimes can be dangerous because you get too caught in the song and forget to step on steps. Kanova also started on their tournament round.
Excellent! You did a really great job!
Despite the scattered judgments on Starlong's side, they had very solid accuracy while Tizzle maintained a solid full combo there. But
Only one miss on Starlong's side. Really impressive for no bar play. Both players showing really good scores.
And I have to agree with Starlong. Me being a big K-pop fan myself, I always have a hard time focusing on the actual song. I'm trying to watch the music feed in the background or, you know, moving along to the song or not sing along to it too. Something I've observed about Kanopa's play is that she plays on a really high scroll speed compared to almost everybody else.
I was about to take a note on the speed mode as well. Maybe just Mexican playstyle, put it on a higher speed and shuffle your feet around.
And it makes sense since the perfect window favors the late side of it too, so you can afford that extra time, the visual timing.
Yeah,
with it being faster.
There are different kind of players. Some people just react, some people need time to think and process during steps. That's why there is no universal speed mode. You just need to try different things and find out what's better for you.
Yeah, and what's great about what's been added since Prime 2 with the AV mods, you can fine-tune your reading speed compared to having to choose between like a 3.5 or 4 type of situation.
I can't wait to see what speed mode Kanova is playing on.
And then in the meantime, Starlong and Tizzle have started the song. Like I said, this one goes up in quite a bit of difficulty compared to Whisper. Wow, perfect game by
Perfect game by Kanova, and it was 700 plus. Starlon causing slightly more troubles to our players in this round.
This looks like it might be at the edge of the comfort range, given that C-Tizzle's greatest achievement is S on a Super Fantasy S16, and Starlong's goal is for an S17, so it's pretty much like at the range of their difficulty level.
Yeah, but there's such a huge variety of charts and BPMs like in every difficulty, so even if you're just getting into 15, 16, 17, some things you may be good at, some not.
Yep, very skill set dependent at every fold or difficulty.
But regardless of if they're good or not, our players are pushing here.
Yep.
Still can be anyone's game. Can't really tell who's ahead right now.
All right, let's see how the players handle the end of the song with the burst coming up.
Looks like Starlon found the group. Had to double step couple things, but kept going. Nice push. Whew.
And good effort there by C-Tizzle to play it to the end.
I took the score.
Alright, and switching over to Machine 1, we have Kanopa on cross time. Oh, sorry, crossover.
No, that is not cross time. Fast speed mode works better on this type of songs because
There's not too many turns in it in the bursty sections, and then a lot of the eighth notes are double steppable if you wanted to.
you also want to have more distance between arrows on higher BPMs. Because usually there's just more arrows in general.
Nicely done, full calming the ending of that song.
Very, very clean run.
Nice triple S there.
Interesting. Didn't notice there were some bets at the beginning, but still 0 misses play and a 99. It looks like Kanopa's strength may lie in slightly slower BPM songs. We've seen them doing about 160-ish BPM, and yesterday they were very confident in that range.
And looks like that concludes everyone playing for the first round. We are getting the scores in right now, and we will report the results shortly.
No?
We see the spreadsheet updating as it's coming up.
Yeah, it seems like we're having scores entered right now.
And again, shout out to our sponsor, Red Note Gaming.
And
Follow them on Twitter, Red Note Gaming. They're
And
great looking.
special shout outs to Round 1 for letting us have this event and setting everything up. They've been really helpful. We have our separated area for this event. All the dance machines are moved here.
And just having tech available basically on call for us whenever we need them as soon as possible. They've been very good with their response time, despite managing 3 different tournaments here and 2 side tournaments as well. As we're seeing the scores being keen, it looks like Shinobi probably has the highest score in crossover S15.
Yeah, looks like that. Well, that's right up to Ali. Fast songs with some possibility for minimal footwork.
Yep. And nice part about this little intermission, it gives that player an opportunity to catch their breaths, go to restroom really quick, come back, get something to drink.
I think the hardest part in the tournament is when you have to play several rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Right.
There's one of the pros and cons of Waterfall is you can have very granular scheduling with it, but you play everything in a block versus like your other formats where you play and then come back later.
Yeah, and you stay relatively warm between your rounds because in double elimination at some points person gets really cold and they have to play very hard difficulty in finals without any
just
warm-up pretty much.
Right on command. And that's why for the main Pump It Up tournament, they've made the double elimination only top 12 to avoid that large wait time between the matches compared to like a traditional like full open bracket.
But it's also part of tournament practice to be ready to play hard things being cold.
Yes. And then we've fortunately planned the scheduling and the entry caps around being able to give players a 1-song warm-up in their rounds, which, you know, some events you can't afford that with the amount of resources available for your event.
Yeah, thankfully we have 3 days so we can comfortably stretch the schedule and let players warm up whenever needed. And our points are in. Shinobi's taken first place, tied with Kanofa on Whisper and Berescore on Crossover. So she gets 10 points. Kanofa gets 8, because apparently Kitty Waver beat them on Crossover as well.
But because they tied with a perfect game on Whisper, it gave them the edge in the overall rank points.
So our top 4 coming out of this round are Shinobi, Kanofa, Katie Waver, and Neurom.
Congratulations to the advancers, and also congratulations to all the participants as well. They all played very hard.
Yeah, they all pushed really hard, even if the song was not comfortable for them. So, shout outs to everyone.
Oh. I think we actually have a tiebreaker with 4th and 5th place with 3 points. We need to let the TOs, if they're not
Yeah, that's
clear.
right. Good thinking.
We might have a tie for 4th. So let's double check. Let's confirm this.
And let's not forget to give shout outs to Domi Game, our wonderful TO for this category. I seen your room being picked up, so yeah, I guess they are doing the tiebreaker.
They're doing a tiebreaker, and they just played together too. But yeah, as you can see, every single point counts. So because they both respectively beat each other on a different song, it granted the opportunity to play the tiebreaker.
In tournament, it's never over until the end, at least not in Pump. Even if you get some hiccups early on, you never know if your opponent will do perfectly until the end.
I believe there was a mistype in the scores. They might have put Nairoom's score in Tihi's spot for Whisper. I recall Nairoom winning both songs.
Yeah, looks like they're changing the scores right now. It was a mistype, so our announcement was correct. Fourth place is Neurom.
TO is gathering the top four together to do their card draw.
Good morning to everyone who just joined our stream. As a reminder, we're here at the Big Deal 4 at round 1 Grapevine in Dallas, Texas. We're in the middle of women and non-binary people category right now.
Getting ready to start round 2 as soon as the songs are drawn up.
And the 4 people who moved from the first round are Shinobi, Kanofa, KD Waver and Neurom. They now will be playing 3 songs in the range of S16 to S18. We're only playing arcade plans in this category, and there is no limitation on which folder the song may come from.
You gotta be ready for anything.
They got lucky to get newer charts in the first round, but who knows?
And the thing with the newer chart is we don't know who has Phoenix access or not as well.
Yeah, Phoenix improved some of the older charts by removing double steps or fixing some weird twisting. So a lot of older things are way more palatable now.
We're looking out to see if the songs get posted for us to update. And once again, for those joining in, as you can see, Mosaic Paw Print, use code BIGDEAL4 for 10% off your purchase for this weekend. Lots of cool rhythm game merch, custom made, or custom drawn, right? Custom design.
Yes.
I myself have many things from Mosaic Paw Print. I'll probably wear my arcade carpet shorts I special order tomorrow.
I think we're about ready to start the next round.
See players walking up to the machine. See players rolling their feet around to keep themselves warm.
As people start waking up, we're getting more and more crowded here.
Yep, especially as the main tournaments are getting ready to get started themselves too.
I can't imagine how tight it's gonna be tomorrow when both Bump It Up and DDR finals will be happening.
And like we talked about earlier, the pros and cons of everything. The nice part about being in this space is it's easy to get the DDR players who are in both games. The downside is it's just very crowded here.
It's still better than previous The Big Deal events when we were all stuck in a relatively small area, and here we only have 5 dance machines and a much bigger area.
Yes, because we were also competing with the Crane games and the other people using the Crane games actively.
Yeah, here we are kind of separated. A bit of a slower running today just because our main organizers and volunteers are not here yet.
Yeah, a lot of them are coming to be here for the main tournament, which is going to be a large part of the day. Pretty much from 1 p.m. to the rest of the day.
It's not easy to be here and do something for a whole day for the whole event, so people need some rest. Especially since they doing this out of goodwill for us, just for the community.
And that doesn't even account for the amount of time spent planning and leading up to the event itself, too. A lot of thought goes into every decision made in the event.
Always remember, being an organizer is a really tough work, so always appreciate your tournament organizers.
But what's nice about doing it these days is because a lot of us have done it in the past without a roadmap, we're able to share our findings with up-and-coming organizers so they can decide what they want to do. Like, here's what we ran into.
Yeah,
here's how I handle it. You handle it however you want to handle it. But this is some suggestions or ways we've done it.
We have built a lot of practices of tournament running just from our own mistakes.
Yep. And we've always iterated to make it better each time. What helps too is a lot of the members of the community are working in certain professions that have skill sets that are usable in the tournament play. Like for the players who don't know, we have a spreadsheet in a form where you can fill in either the Phoenix score or their judgments for the double X scores, and it'll convert it to Phoenix scoring right in the spreadsheet and automatically pick your best score to use for the qualifier.
Yeah, some regular life skills come to use when you make a tournament. I think we're about to start.
Alright, and we've got our songs. First song of this round is going to be Rock the House as 16. This was previously a 17 and it got re-rated to a 16.
Yeah. Second song is RIP S16. Very new song, just came out in Phoenix. And the last one is Interference S18. This one is pretty old, but also relatively straight, so all 3 songs are somewhat similar in skill, I would say.
And it's nice that the order the songs came up so that the hardest song comes up as the final song.
I guess it depends on the skill because Rock the House is very heavy on drills, and I know lots of people have struggles with their drills.
Yeah, a lot of them have noted that drills are one of their weak points. Yeah, we're going to be trying to coordinate to start everything at the exact same time since we're at the same point where everyone's playing in unison. See on camera there, Godish on machine 2, helping facilitate some player traffic. Godish won the
I believe Godish is just helping and motivating their partner.
Yeah. Godish was also a TO at Byte and Eclipse.
And he will be playing later today.
In the promotion division of the event.
So we
Let's
have
do the countdown.
Nice, perfect timing.
Nice homage to the old World Pump It Up Festival tournaments where we would do the countdown before our song.
It's always exciting to have the song played at the same time. It's interesting because Shinobi is actually doing the turns on holds.
Oh.
Oh no. Looked away for a second and slipped off the hold.
Fortunately, with the changes to the system, that one miss is not going to be your make or break in the song.
Yeah, and it looks like Neurom's weak skill is drills, so maybe it's a bit harder for her than for other players.
Coming out of the break, Kanopa is the only player still maintaining a full combo in the song. But Nairu not too far behind.
Kanopa is still keeping the combo so far.
I think the big make or break point is going to be Shinobi's accuracy that she displayed in the previous round.
Nice.
Wow! You're awesome!
Impressive.
Just amazing.
Wow!
398 and a 96. And very close scores, I must say. And even though Shinobi got some misses in Kanopa full combo, Shinobi gets higher score for better accuracy.
Alright, next song coming up is going to be RIP S16. This is one of the newer songs introduced in Phoenix. And we see some love for Shinobi in the chat from MCAT, who's at Zenith right now.
I see Shinobi's partner is also rooting for her behind the pad.
Paranoid Boy, who is seeded into the Pro Division. You can see him later tonight.
Wrap it up! New tunes.
And then the owner of Red Note has told me that they have the big deal stream in their break room, or both streams in the break rooms. at Red Note.
Wow, this is really cool.
So you have a watch party while you're playing all the other games.
Yeah, sadly our round 1 can't put them on the big TVs because we are a very old round 1 and don't have the
Level
opportunity for that.
16, difficulty zone single.
Both machines getting set up.
Players are tight in their form, putting their hair back so they don't get in the way, which is very much approved of.
Players getting their mods ready. Make sure they're on the correct difficulties.
I believe KD Waver needs a sip of water. And that's important. Always hydrate when
Team
you
play
play.
right there. That's good cooperation. Changes the difficulty. Ready, set. We need KD to
Wait.
step up. Oh,
Not
mod
ready
check.
yet.
Mod check. Yep. Always check your mods. Especially when you're using like, an event card like real players. Perfect sync on that. All the players come to the top note section pretty well.
Everyone is keeping up pretty close so far. Some tricky twist for a 16. Nice push at the end.
Nicely executed by Shinobi and Knofa, both getting the full combo on the chart.
Absolutely perfect!
And Shinobi wins the game by slightly better accuracy. But both Kyori and Knofa got ultimate game.
And Katie Waver's miss was just enough to be slightly under Knofa's score, despite having only 5 grades on that chart.
But it's super close. All these matches are very,
So
very
close.
close. No one wants to let it go easily. They're all set for win.
And now we're going to go into interference S18, ramping up the difficulty a bit here. And this is where we're going to see if stamina starts to become a factor for some of the players.
I hope they all played this song before because the steps at the beginning of holds are still there and it will be a pretty costly mistake if you don't know. You have to step those holds.
All right, we're getting ready to do another countdown. All right, time for the countdown.
Slight delay, but it doesn't really matter. We're only getting sound from one machine anyway.
It's close enough.
I just noticed that both Shinobi and 3D Wave are playing on the same skin.
Yep.
And so does Kanopa. Interesting.
The NXA Skin Master Race.
And Yorum is the only one standing out with both Phoenix skin and using Freedom. Yeah, looks like Yorum doesn't know there are fall steps at the beginning of falls. But figured it out quickly. Good job.
Adjusted very quickly to that. Much more extended streams of this chart compared to everything we've seen in the tournament so far.
Kanopa is still keeping up. Good push up from Euro. Yes, yes.
Nicely executed by Kanopa with those turns.
And finish strong. Don't stop yet, there's still more notes. Yeah, looks like this chart was slightly more problems than I anticipated for the players.
Wow! You're awesome!
And again, Shinobi's accuracy just helps
New record!
edge it out against Kanopa.
Another very tight match.
If you're looking at the sheet right now, there's some placeholder data in there while we were testing the sheet that needs to be updated to the actual scores. So give us one moment while we get everything updated.
And our players are taking their well-deserved break until jumping into the finals, where they will have to play doubles.
Potentially, if they let it through. And for those tuning in for the grand finals, the format's going to be a card draw. 7 cards are going to be drawn. Each player will protect and veto one song, and the remaining 5 songs will be the final round. So it looks like it's a 3 out of 5 format.
Best out of 5, that's a lot of songs to play. Glad that we still got a whole hour and 2 machines, so it shouldn't take us too much time to go through.
One nice part about having 2 machines simultaneously, you can play both doubles rounds at the same time versus having to one after the other.
Yeah, there are advantages and disadvantages to playing doubles at the same time. Advantages are both players have to deal with the same stamina drain, but nano players get advantage to look at the chart beforehand if they haven't seen it.
Or to just give themselves some reminders about the chart,
Yeah.
some gotchas.
But on the other hand, you don't get the pressure of the score from the person who played before you.
Which we saw at the earlier big deals where a player got 2 grades on Love is a Danger Zone D. I want to say it was it's a 21 or D20
20.
back then, and then the other player had to get 2 or less grades, and they ended up getting exactly 1 grade. But the amount of pressure that must put on you as a player, knowing that like I can't get any grades for this, that margin of error is so low, it's really stressful sometimes.
What a tight match.
That was Matt Miller versus John Tran, for anyone that knows those players. And it's such a memorable match that I still remember it to this day. That was back in 2017, I want to say, when that occurred.
But we are not in the main tournament just yet, so we're still waiting for the scores to be entered for the current players. I'm really happy to see a very strong competition level in the women and non-binary category this time.
Yep. And we just got the scores of Rock the House tallied up. So for Rock the House, in order from highest to lowest, we have Shinobi, Kanofa, Katie Waver, and Narum.
And they all in 98 territory.
Alright, and we got the results in for RIP. And same order again, Shinobi and Kanofa just showing just enough to stay in the top 2 like they were the previous round. Katie Waver's not too far behind them.
Also old scores, very close at 99.
All 99 pluses, all stage clears. And then I know for Narum, I think this is their first time getting top 4 in any tournament they've ever entered in, so that's a very huge achievement to have too. Given I'm very close to the Maryland community, so I've seen her growth over the period of time I've known her.
And we have scores for interference as well. Same order, Shinobi, Kanofa, and KD Weaver. Slightly more difference between first 2 and the third place here. So it looks like Shinobi and Kanofa will be 2 players proceeding to the final round.
I see Shinobi talking to Paranoid Boy at the moment. If there's anyone you want coaching from, it's Paranoid Boy, the multi-rhythm game specialist.
Getting all the needed advice and support. Considering how long Paranoid Boy has been playing, it's a very appreciated advice.
And just being at a high level in every single game that he participates in. We have a running joke with the organizers about the how do we plan around the Paranoid Boy factor where he's in top 8 of every single game.
Let's pray he does not start playing Dance Rush.
Oh, he played in Dance Rush at Eclipse. He played Dance Rush, ITG, DDR, Pump, and Step Maniacs at Eclipse. But we did a staggered scheduling there, so we ended up making a workout where when ITG ended, he was needed SMX. And when SMX ended completely, he was needed to pump it up. It worked out really well for us with that scheduling versus...
I like how many players nowadays major not even in 1 game, but in 2 or more.
And for some players, that cross-training is very helpful to like play across other games, especially like, as you can see, Shinobi's accuracy is very strong and pump it up. She also plays Step Maniacs with Paranoid Boy regularly, so that might help train actually having a tighter timing window.
Yeah, being exposed to different games and different kind of gameplay needed helps to make you more well-rounded in your skill.
And then for Kanofa, as y'all can see, her demonstration of expertise on interference S18 is very strong at executing the hard charts with a full combo.
Well, they seem to be very long-time players, so they have lots of experience, especially with older songs which Interference was. They probably have played it lots of times for previous events before.
Especially in a country like Mexico where it's just a very competitive environment. Even the players you don't see posting scores, there's a lot of players who are just really great at the game that don't want to post their scores anywhere.
No, they just have their own network and their own site
Yeah.
that we just never heard about. So sometimes it comes to surprise how strong players from Mexico, South Korea are, because we just never see what they do.
Yes, and that's a good way to highlight too. They have their own network of sharing scores that we don't have visibility into.
So for people who never followed Mexican community, Canopa is probably a wild horse here, but I myself follow different communities to an extent, so it was very interesting to see what they can show at our event, and they don't disappoint so far. Giving a good competition to our local players.
I see the TOs huddled together to get things probably configured for the card draw. That's my speculation.
Hope they can figure it out soon.
Meanwhile, behind Pump It Up, we have the DDR players cheering for something that just happened over there. Every single game that's playing, the matches are close.
Something is definitely happening on DDR side, but we can see from here there's lots of people in front of us.
I was catching up with the DDR matches yesterday. I saw one match that happened where they had EX score and money score tie, and the exact same breakdown of judgments too.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
it's pretty hard to do that in DDR.
That was a highlight for sure. But we ourselves had some very
We had
close
so
scores.
many highlights, so many close ones. We had one that was determined by about 250 points yesterday in the gold division.
Yeah, I think that was the closest score we've seen yesterday.
Oh, I see what's happening. I was just informed that they're trying to figure out how to do a range for singles and a range for doubles.
Yeah, that may be a bit complicated when you have to do singles and doubles at different
Yeah.
ranges in randomizer.
Yeah, if it's not natively supported in it.
But it's pretty common that players have higher skill in singles than in doubles.
So for the range of the grand finals, we have S19 to 21 for the singles, and the doubles are D18 to 19.
Yeah,
which, exactly like you said, that some players are more proficient in singles. So.
The ranges were adjusted after the registration was over for the category, because we've looked roughly at what our competitors were able to do, and while we want them to push themselves, we don't want to see fails on both sides if we make them play something they're not ready for. That's why we had to lower the level for doubles a bit to make it more competitive. So the players are at the organizer's table doing their protects and vetoes, and we'll know the songs very soon. It's interesting, I see the full selection of randoms for the previous round, and they had some very twisty things. I guess they just wanted straight charts.
It looks like the charts that were vetoed from the previous round were Rolling Christmas S17, Chinese Restaurant S18, Jammo Beat S16, and Helix S18, which if I was in that round, Helix would get vetoed so fast. That's a very anti-me chart, personally, for someone that likes to double step a lot of patterns.
I would personally veto Rock the House and keep Jammo Beat. Jammo Beat is my jam.
Yeah. Rock the House would be one I would think about just because it's one of the more straightforward charts. Would not the turns are very telegraphed in comparison to some of the more complex charts, so it's one that I feel like a lot of people get pretty solid timing on.
I
which
feel
we
the
saw
main
lot.
problem with Rock the House is drills.
Yes.
It's a very drill heavy chart. And if you can't time drills, you can just get off slightly and chain on grades or even goods. I wonder if we'll see the full random selection of songs for the finals, or we're just gonna see the final result. One good thing about this organizing team, they were prepared for a pretty huge amount of Spanish-speaking players we have at the event. So we have some people able to communicate the rules with the players. Always good to accommodate for people who may not be as strong in English as some others. English is a hard language.
It's one of the best part about the games too. It brings all different countries and cultures together. You don't have to speak the language to understand Pump It Up. we all know Step on Arrow.
You need to know the language of arrows.
Yeah.
Looks like our players are a bit indecisive on what they don't want to play or do want to protect.
It's always fascinating to watch the body language of the players as they're going through the card draws.
It may be a hard choice when your performance depends on which songs you will have to play.
Especially since your decisions also affect the rest of the songs as well, too, because you want to plan for the long term, especially in the best of 5 format with one protect.
Yeah, it looks like they may not even know each other's strong and weak sides, so it makes the choice even harder.
Yeah, and they have to kind of assess what data they can gather from the previous rounds. Like, I know for Kanopa, it's they probably couldn't get the impression that Shinobi's really good at timing, and then Shinobi can probably figure out that Kanopa's good at comboing, so they probably are going to try to like use that information that they've gathered to make their decisions.
I think it's very important to gauge the skill of your opponent and maybe pick the songs, not the songs you personally are strong at, but pick something that your opponent is bad at and you are decent at, because if you pick something you're good at, your opponent may also be good at this song. Free strategy advice from Haru.
Have you seen that Galaxy Brain meme about like your card draw decision where it's like pick a song you like and then think about this, think about everything you just said, like if I'm good at it, everyone else might be good at it, or think about my opponent's skill sets and all that. And then the last one is pick a song you like.
I don't think I've seen that, but it's funny. Maybe if you can find and link it in the chat would be good.
Yeah.
Since we're still waiting. Looks like they are ready. They're going in our direction.
Alright, Knofo coming up to the one of the machines. Let's see if Shinobi is going to the opposite machine, or they're going to be playing together but singles.
That's entirely possible. If they have a mix of singles and doubles, it's better to just stay on the same machine. And even if not, some people feel more comfortable playing by themselves. Your opponent may be distracted if they step in too loud or step in off beat.
Feel pretty attacked there.
Or in case of no bar, some people like to move their arms like
around,
a windmill.
I'm definitely one of those players that's a steps very loud category and offbeat. At the Big Deal 1, we played the Revolution as one of the qualifying songs, the S19, and I played with Zelo, and Zelo somehow got a double S on it despite me stepping very offbeat.
Well, Zelo is used to playing with me, and I can't time to save my life at all.
First thing he said to me was, that was really hard trying to time that with you stepping so off. It's like, I'm sorry, skill issue.
Oh, we got the randoms.
Let's see what they are.
Wow. So the songs that stayed are Bullfighter song, D21. Interesting. I thought we were not supposed to have doubles that high. I guess they have changed it. Ragnarok S21, Southern Romance D19, X3's S20, and Versailles S20. The songs that were removed are Overblow D19 and Milk S20. Bullfighter song is going to be an experience, to say the least. I hope they can actually switch it to D18 instead. Because D21 is original Nightmare from an X and D18 was added in Fiesta, so it's much more modern feeling chart. Not ideal, but better than D21. If you're not used to playing old school things.
Yep.
Which Canova may actually be used to, since they're a long-time player.
Looking at the draws, I believe the lower seeded person had the second choice, so I'm assuming that Shinobi opted to be the second person to protect. So my prediction is that Bullfighter song D21 is Kanofa's protect, and then Ragnarok being a more singles chart is Shinobi's protect.
I'm surprised.
Given their tendencies.
Well, you said lower seed is second to protect.
The first to protect is
Shinobi
Shinobi opted to choose to protect second instead of pad side. The decisions are pad side or protect order.
So you suggested Canova protected Bullfighter song right
First.
away.
Yes.
That's entirely possible. Especially if they did some scouting and figured out that Shinobi is not very experienced with doubles yet. But their single selection is also quite...
It's pretty diverse single. Ragnarok's really tiny. That one's very streamy.
I kind of can see why they removed Milk, because Milk is very unpleasant. It has very fast, twisty bursts. I can't even imagine Shinobi removing Milk, to be honest, because she most likely would be forced to try and turn this.
Yeah. And then given that there are 3 doubles chart in this draw, I'm predicting that Shinobi chose to remove the one that she might be less familiar with, which might be Overblow over Sudden Romance, if she had to remove a doubles chart.
Which is interesting, because Overblow is way more straight than Sudden Romance.
Yeah, Sudden Romance is a lot of 12-note rhythms with some brackets in it, and the little bursts too are really tricky to hit.
Very interesting. Hard to tell. It's all just our guesses while we're waiting for the players. I think Shinobi needed some time to do something because I don't see her around. I don't know what exactly is happening. Oh, here she is. Here she is. I wonder if this is the order that they will be played at. So we start with Bullfighter.
All right. We are meeting with the TO on the logistics of how we're running this. We're going to have each player on a separate machine.
I believe they're starting right now. So we switched to our machine view again. And they are starting with Bullfighter song. Wow.
It's a pretty tough song to start with. And that's one of the things you have to consider about the Protects too, is like, yes, I want this song, but it's also the hardest song in the draw.
I feel like this may be in Kanofa favor just a bit because this song is more flight and twisting than just straight runs.
Yeah, it's a very tricky chart.
Yeah, straight runs are more of Shinobi's strength.
Do you know offhand if the slowdown is still in this song?
No, it's not. They removed the slowdown, but it doesn't help. The drills are still there.
Yeah, and the triple tap, the triple jump.
Yes.
Is that still in this? Yeah.
Triple jump is the least problem. Those drills are fast.
Yeah. And they go to the little, is it this drum roll or snare in the background? It's really hard to hear whenever you're actually playing.
You see, the thing with Bullfighter song, it was charted for an older version of the audio that was replaced later, so some of the parts may not even be in the song anymore.
Game player's queued up.
Wait. No, you hit on that side. Let's go! The finals of women and non-binary people category is a big deal. That's a very big hold. They changed it. It definitely was not as big before.
A lot of diagonal twisting in this chart, if I remember correctly.
Looks like Kanofa is very confident with this chart. Definitely was there, Protect. Nice pattern manipulation here in some places.
Still holding combo into the middle part of the song. And Shinobi just trying to hang in there.
Yeah, no slowdown here. Oh no.
Oh, but missing the freeze.
Still holding the life bar though. Pass the drills and one last run.
Yeah, one big run coming up. Just
Yeah,
hang in there.
This
anybody's
one's-
game.
This one is pretty hard to hit or manipulate. You have to just commit to it and go. That's typical a good chart for you. I honestly like it, but I know many people would not.
Very easy.
And that was very close. Just only about.
That was closer than we would have anticipated with how strong Canova started, but that ending is very tough. Very close match.
Game over.
So our next song is single, Ragnarok. It seems like this may be slightly better for Shinobi. If she can pattern maneuver and keep up with conserving stamina throughout the song. We may have noticed that Canova runs out of stamina pretty quickly on stamina heavy tracks. So for them it's also very important to conserve on this song,
Level 18.
as it just starts and never stops.
Level 21.
Shinobi already has a passing score on this song. Pretty solid.
Ragnarok.
And we're about ready to start the second song.
That gameplay ready for the countdown. In other games, we call this a cold opening. You just go right into a 16 stream.
Nice pattern manipulation from Shinobi.
And then Canova opting to do the turns legitimately.
No, they also like doing some turns, but also
A little,
teaching some of
a
parts.
little mixture of both, depending on what's more comfortable in that moment. There's a lot of little things in this song.
I wonder if they experienced with this chart in particular. Probably yes. But since they're not using their aim pass here, we can't tell.
And you can see a lot of difference in the stance too. A lot of players, like, they're moving their bodies a little bit lower so they can hit the drills more comfortably.
Looks like Shinobi is more comfortable with keeping up, getting perfect in the drill. Both players are keeping strong.
Both players holding onto the life bar.
Good.
Hold the freeze.
Hold the hold until the end. Great.
Hard to call that one.
Now step off the pad.
You did it!
Ooh,
This is
Shinobi
very-
barely ahead of that one.
Shinobi got improvement on her score.
Yeah, new PB in tournament. You love to see it.
very close and very solid.
I think on Kanopa's side, what really hurt the most was like the goods and the bad count being particularly high in comparison to Shinobi.
Yeah,
The next song.
in you scoring goods and bads fade quite a bit actually.
After this is done, we gotta switch to free playing.
New tunes. Difficulty zone level
BK with the stat that we
17.
need to change the mode type to free play for the main tournament when it comes up. But as of that, we're looking at 1-1 going to Sudden Romance D19. Compared to the other two songs that were just played, this is a little bit of a break, and this is actually the easiest difficulty song within the set. So players get a chance to recharge a little bit before they go into the 20s.
But with having 3 singles and 2 doubles, it may be slightly in favor of Shinobi because she's stronger with singles.
Countdown. Kadopa starting off strong here in the intro of Sudden Romance.
This is definitely their strong chart. Mostly some pretty easy twists with minor bursts here and there.
Little drill coming up here. It's very tricky on those fast bursts to not hit them as jumps as you get to the middle of them. The brackets inside of the strings here, so foot positioning is very important for this part of the song.
And you never really get rest from twisting, so if twist are tiring for you, this is gonna be a pretty hard chart.
Yeah, even though it's a 19, it's still pretty it still demands a lot out of you.
Stage pass on Kanopa's side and very good push on Shinobi's side.
Putting Kanopa up 2-1 in the set.
Game over.
Next song is gonna be X3S20, and if Kanopa takes this one, it's their win.
And if Shinobi takes this one, we're going to see a Song 5 of Versailles S20. see over here that Kanopa's getting some main powder, and the usage of main powder is you do it off the machine and make sure you keep it cleaned off the machine. You don't ever apply it directly to the pads themselves.
Looks like they just wiping their shoes on some dirt or something. I can see beneath the pad.
I see some players pointing one finger up, so I wonder if something was off by one EX, on the DVR cap. I see people taking selfies with the score, so I'm sure we'll see that later.
Difficulties of level 12. Level 20.
Forming the TOs at the next turn, we start getting people queued up.
The players must really push here, as this song may be decided for the whole category. Nice pattern manip on Shinobi's side with a side twist.
That's okay, that one miss will not be the make or break of this match. There's a lot of song to go on here.
Well, you see this song is not over until the run is over.
She needs to play to her train, just maintain strong timing on the rest of the song. And not let those misses affect her mentally.
Both players are still very confident so far.
Both players nailing the stream.
Very clean stream. Kanopa was trying to twist that and Shinobi just did her thing and kept the combo. Really anyone's game at this point. It may come up to accuracy, and this seems to be better for Shinobi.
And then this final run.
At least the last fault is not a
Is that
400
the
killer.
50 billion
Yeah.
freeze anymore.
It was 400 killer hold before.
Your skills are really
Wow.
amazing.
Shinobi takes it.
Shinobi's second half was really strong with that coming out of that middle part with
Look
the
at the
combo.
solid improvement.
Yeah,
31,000.
31k PB.
Very solid.
We are now on the final song of the women's non-binary.
This is absolutely final song for this category.
Pump it up. New tunes. Difficulty zone double. Difficulty zone level 10. Level 20.
Looking at Versailles S20 coming up here. Another Hyun song featured in this game.
One of the newer Phoenix songs.
And we see Shinobi has a clear on it already. And we'll see if Shinobi continues the trend of getting PBs in tournament.
This one is also not a fair 20. It should really be a 21. It's very tiring. Hyping up the crowd here for the very finals of women and non-binary tournament. Domi,
One of the players weren't ready when we were doing that, so we gotta get that set up. Yeah, we're gonna let it die out so they can play in unison with each other. Well, at least it gets a chance for player to preview the chart. Oh, we have a round one tech to reset the machines for us. Nice. Shout out to round one tech. Up here we have Inori just really putting a lot of work to get this event set up for us with helping with the machines getting moved for us and just being available to every game as needed.
yeah, we're gonna switch to free play again after this category is over, so we have a tech right here with us for now.
Pump it up. New tunes. Difficulty zone level 10.
Pump, pump, no, pump, don't do finals, pump. No, just pump, just pump. All right, final song of the women's non-binary tournament. Shinobi versus Kanofa.
Both players are saving their energy, not turning the 8 notes. really sudden slowdown here.
I think Kanopa side just slightly early on the slowdown, but still has the rest of the song to try to make up lost ground there.
Yeah, looks like Kanopa may have not had an opportunity to play much of Phoenix yet. It seems like their knowledge of older charts is better. But still pushing through, doing their best.
And we saw what happened last song. So,
And it's never over until it's over.
Especially as the difficulty starts to ramp up in the song too.
They started pushing the twist quite a bit, so really trying for this win. Meanwhile, Shinobi feels very comfortable with this chart.
Both players trying to pattern manipulate a lot more.
Nice end.
That's the way to go.
And another improvement from Shinobi's side. And the winner of Women and Non-Binary Tournament is Shinobi. Congratulations.
And get up to Kanopa for taking it to a song 5 as well, getting all the way to the very end, fighting to the last step. All right, we are going to do... And just to recap too, Kanopa won both of the double songs, and Shinobi won all 3 single songs. And that, as we predicted, that seems to be the skill set difference there between the both of them. And even then, the scores weren't too far apart. All right, we're gathering all the players together now to give out prizes, take some pictures. We'll need a free play. I'll try this right now. Yeah, we have some special prizes from Andamiro for the top 4 here. I see some mouse pads. Oh, and I see our photographer here. So our photographer is on standby to take the photos of everybody. main TO, one of our TOs from Pump just got here as well, just in time for the main tournament to get started. Yep, after we finish this up, we'll be starting the Platinum division of the Pump tournament. I will call up those players as soon as this is done. We gained the women's non-binary TO, giving thanks to all the players for participating. Just expressing how proud she is of everyone just pushing themselves to the limit here. And just displaying very competitive matches all around. In fourth place, Nairoon from Maryland. And if you can see on the camera screen, she's actually wearing the Phoenix shorts from Mosaic Paw Print. Katie Weber in third place, one of our locals here in Texas. Second place, Canofa with a hard-fought battle in grand finals. In second place from Mexico City. Give it up for Shinobi for first place. I believe this is Shinobi's first time winning first place in a women's non-binary division tournament. Really nice personal achievement. Taking some photos of the players now. And I can see on my right side that the players are getting set up for a Platinum division, so we're trying to have a seamless transition here. Giant mouse pad against the choice of the Phoenix one. And the other one, I can't see what it is. Oh, everyone gets a mouse pad, I think. Oh, we got posters. We got goodies for everybody here. Wait, there's more. And while that's going on, let me go ahead and read off who is in Platinum Division here. So, starting off in W11, Platinum Pool A, we have Air Monkey, May AM, Ralph, and Bobbert, who advanced from Gold Division yesterday. And then in W2, Platinum B, we have Fung Poppy, trying to pull up the other players. Yeah, Fung Poppy, Free Space, also known as Pippo, the Raven Out developer, Shinobi, who we just saw play in the grand finals here, and a pastry chef who advanced from the Gold Division yesterday. So we have some very exciting matches coming up to start off the Platinum Division. And then waiting on the loser side is Suri Kato from Houston and Pac Rob from New York. And Pac Rob at the Big The 3 was the winner of DDR that year, but is strong enough to be competitive in multiple games. All right, as awards official, we'll be getting the stream setup to transition to go into the main Pump It Up tournament. And then I'm going to talk to Jonathan really quick and then come back. All right, y'all. This is Jelly Toss signing out. We'll be handing off to the next set of commentators. We're going to have, I believe, Zelo and Tusa for the next set of commentators.
All right, hello everyone. Zelo here, and I am here with Tusa. We're gonna get started here. Looks like we are already set up for the Platinum Division here. I'm kind of doing double duty with stream production, so hang tight for just a second.
That's okay, I'll take the wheel for a second.
Yes, please.
It's been a busy day so far, and I'm Tusa here. I'm trying to recount where we left off yesterday. We finished up Gold Division. And we're already getting straight into the warm-ups for the Phoenix tourney. So thanks for those of you sticking around from Women's Non-Binary tourney. It was quite a spectacle to watch. There's some crazy differences in techniques and everything going on, but reassessing where we left off yesterday. I know Tan gave a rundown, but for those of you just joining us, hello, welcome. We're doing waterfall format, double elimination. Surikato Pakrov made it out on loser's side. Bobbert and a pastry chef made it out on winner's side. So a pastry chef and Bobbert still have double elimination kind of status, but Surikato and Pakrov kind of hanging in the danger zone. So on the left side, right, we're gonna have Shinobi and Free Space. On the right, we're gonna have Funk Poppy and a Pastry Chef. It's gonna be fun matches. We're gonna try to get the card draws for you soon, so we know what we're playing. But the difficulty should be around 20s on match W11 and match W12.
All right, yeah, our producer's back now, so I can, I'm free now.
Fantastic.
So it looks like we're having warm-ups real quick for both sides. With the right side with Funk Poppy and Pastry Chef choosing to use Euphorionic as the warm-up, while the left side we are using Halloween and Party as a warm-up. I think both of them are actually good choices because there's quite a bit of stream in both to use.
Yeah, they kind
a lot of movement.
Similar idea of like high-level charting. I think I know Funk Poppy likes these kind of like slow, twisty patterns just to kind of stay warm. But I guess now would be a great time to do a very quick player introduction for the players we have warming up. On the left side, right, Shinobi, who we've been seeing a lot today, doing great. Perhaps needs no reintroduction, but is not new to the tourney scene by any means. First experience seeing her on my end was at Byte 5. We had to compete against each other. Free Space as well, getting in there. Has played Pump for 14 years. 14 years of Pump, but does DDR doubles in ITG from Miami, Florida, flying all the way to Texas for this tourney.
Yeah,
Favorite chart, Whisper S14.
Yeah, he was actually one of the step artists for the initial release of Pump It Up Infinity. So I worked with him a bit back then. It's been a long time since then, so it's good to see him here.
Hey, that's awesome. That's awesome. On the right side, we have Funk Poppy and a Pastry Chef. Funk Poppy coming in from New York, helping to man things behind the scenes. You haven't seen much of him on stream or on camera, but he's been putting in a lot of work to get this tourney up and running and just flowing smoothly so he can give you guys this great content. He claims his weakest is foot speed. He's working on improving that, but he's stamina-wise, he feels comfortable. Twist-wise, he feels comfortable at this level. He plays a variety of singles, doubles. He's been improving very, very rapidly. At the same time, I was going against Shinobi at Byte 5. Funk Poppy was just finishing the lower division of Byte 5. So his progression has just been steamrolling over time. Very much got very dedicated into the game, has just been putting in a lot of work into sessions. Certainly a player to look out for. And a Pastry Chef we saw yesterday, had very, very solid form. Some of these twist patterns, crossover patterns, maybe a little bit prone to double stepping, but overall doing a great job. Maintaining stable form, keeping the stamina up. And it looks like we're getting into Final Edition 2-1 to start things off.
Yeah, this looks like this might be the actual match right here, with it being the S21 for Safe 2-1. So this is this used to be the Another Crazy chart back in when it was released in NX. It's undergone a little bit of revision since then, removing a few double steps, but a lot of the twist patterns are still here. And at 170, they're not as brutal as the S22, but they can definitely trip you up, especially the one part that has the jumps mixed in with the bursts. I feel like this song just doesn't really get a lot of love, unfortunately. Like, I think the charts are good for it, but people don't really enjoy playing them because they're hard.
Yeah. I think sometimes when you have like 2-1 and 2-2 and 2X and Final Edition 1, some people kind of have a hard time keeping them straight in their head as well.
Yeah, and Shinobi and Free Space got started on their side as well. All players handling these anchor runs pretty well as a whole. Pastry Funk Poppy kind of stopped stumbling a little bit right here.
Yeah, the red anchors can be really tricky when you have to do the backside crossover movement, and this is essentially your first chart after a warm-up. It's quite a demanding ask.
Yeah, especially since you have like these corner slashes that you need to move through in order to get from place to place for these 3-panel runs. And then we've got a long set of runs coming up right here. Both players struggling a little bit to get through.
You can see Shinobi Free Space opting to do a lot of the pattern manipulations, or just kind of like rolling these patterns instead of going for full twists. Big drill on the right. Tricky.
And it's Free Space and Shinobi getting to the ending right here. They're handling it a little bit better here.
Yeah, Yeah, the life bar is more stable. I think the pattern manipulation will yield for their stamina, but that big drill is going to make a difference, of course.
Yeah, we'll see how both players handle it right here. Oh, free space getting off at the beginning and chaining a bunch of bads. That's going to really cost him. Shinobi having a much cleaner drill.
Yeah, Shinobi very, very stable throughout the entirety of the chart for something that's so incredibly twisty. But
Wow,
there it is.
Those ended up actually very close together in score, despite the very different sets of breakdowns in like the lower half.
You have to ask how much that last drill would really impact.
Yeah,
2,000 points.
Because it definitely hurt free space a lot on that last drill.
Yeah. Murdoch next. No? Chaos again. Punk Poppy already upping the AB by 200.
Oh, Chaos again.
Yep.
So this was one of the new songs added in Phoenix. This is a premium exclusive composed by Naoki, who you know of Konami fame. But he started composing for other games, and he actually has several originals in both Chrono Circle and Pump. So he's been working with Animira for this. But Chaos again, kind of being a successor to his Chaos songs in DDR. This is quite brutal because you can see that BPM range of 150 to 260 beats per minute. It is a big reading test. Even in the lower difficulties like this S20 here, it is a huge reading test. And it's going to really challenge the players to who can time accurately on the parts that are difficult to read.
It has the slowly increasing speed gimmick, right? We can see the players kind of struggling to determine what AB is optimal for this. You have to concede to either slow into very like shooting through the ceiling, or
Reading slow the whole time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can see the AVs are so massively different on the right side as I'm jumping into it. Sticking with pretty stable AVs on the left side.
No, this might actually work out with both of them having such different speed mods. They might try and opt
Look
to
on the
read
other
each other's
side.
side where needed.
Honestly,
This is a strat. This isn't used often in other games because it's difficult to coordinate, but this might work out here depending on how the players feel.
I can tell Fung Poppy is a little bit worried about grade chaining and just wants to have that 2/3 of the chart where it's relatively calm, really, really solidly down.
Yeah, this song starts out pretty slow on each of the difficulties, and then it really ramps up once we start getting into the big speed up.
But you can see the gamble's kind of paying off so far. Fung Poppy having very, very, very solid perfect count. And seeing a lot of kind of greats or goods or misses, bads kind of stacking up by the others. Pastry Chef's keeping very, very close, minus the one combo break.
On the other side, it looks like Shinobi's stumbling just a little bit with reading those bursts, but she's still handling everything else well. Free space doing well as well. And now we start getting into the big speed up right here, the first big speed up, I should say. We're going to speed up for a long time.
It's only going to get harder.
And then we're going to break for a second, start slow, and speed up again. And this is where the real meat of the chart difficulty comes from.
But Fung Poppy, you can see, looking very, very solid. Very low grade count. A Pastry Chef slowly behind, but very, very close.
Both players handling this very well on the right. Keeping very good combos. We do want to see some combo bonus because it may not be much, but it might be the edge for this match.
There's the break by both.
Big burst going in at 260 at the end.
Okay, okay. But it's brief enough that the perfects throughout the remaining of the chart will do Fung Poppy great service.
And we've got these
outro
anchor
is
stabs.
here.
Oh, Pastry Chef moosing that hole. That's
drop.
going to be really costly. And one more last speed up getting into the end with this last burst.
One burst, and we're through it.
Shinobi and Free Space on the left side starting their last speed up attempt here.
Pastry Chef understandably disappointed by the whole drop. We can see the life bar struggle across the board. Let's see the final verdict. 950, 959. That
Yeah,
means
it was
Fung
very,
Poppy
very
took
set of
first for that.
scores.
Yeah, so I think Fung Poppy had the lowest in Final Edition, but then the highest in Chaos again.
Yeah, they actually tied on miscount on the left here.
Wow.
So it's pretty close going into this right here. So our last song in the set's actually going to be Hypnosis Synthwolf S20. If I remember right,
changed the gimmicks a little.
I think they removed most of the gimmicks in this
Yeah.
one, if not all of them. But this chart has, this chart is actually written mostly by our own Kaze for Infinity. And it's an interesting one. It definitely has some things that are a little bit.
It has like gallop twists, if I remember.
Yeah.
Yes?
So there are some 12-note foot switches that are optional. There is a spin at the end that you can elect to do. So it's a very unconventional chart, but I think it was worth including because it was crossed from Infinity into Fiesta 2.
New tunes. Difficulty zone single. Level 21. Level 20.
You know, it's really funny that we have Hypnosis Simple in the game, considering the original Hypnosis was, it's that weird original kind of license, but it was removed in XX because they no longer wanted to relicense it because it's a stock song. But it's funny that the Synthwolf remix we've kept the entire time. Just pump songless things.
I'm glad it's in the game.
I think it's a
I
good
enjoy
one.
it. I
Yeah,
enjoy it.
it's good.
Slight aside as we get into it, seeing Franco played at Byte 5 with jacking the D22 pattern for all the triplets was eye-opening to me.
Oh, I jack all those.
It's fantastic. I love it.
I know some people do actually foot switch in that.
Or
chart.
sorry, foot switch. He foot switched it.
Okay.
He foot switched during it, and that was just his consistency with it was amazing to see in person as an up-and-coming doubles player. So, but we're going to be seeing the S20. And there's kind of a lot on the line for this. I'm waiting for the spreadsheet to be updated, but you know, it looks like there's been a lot of kind of trading back and forth between who got first. Shinobi took it for the first song, Funk Poppy took it for the second, but the score differentials are kind of all over the place.
All right, as
and
we get into it
understandably
right
for
here.
this set. All 4 players starting up.
Yeah, gimmicks were removed in Phoenix right here. It makes it a lot easier to read when you don't have the arrows wavering in and out at the beginning.
The bracket coming up so early in the chart kind of threw a pastry chef for a loop though.
We got these little wub bursts and into the foot switches right here.
Wubs, let's go.
Looks like Pastry Chef actually elected to double step those.
Still is, yeah.
And there's some very interesting turns in the back half of each of these bursts.
The pastry chef has opted to foot switch now.
This part's kind of a break, but you do have to pay attention coming out of the jumps. It's very easy. These patterns are a little awkward, so you do need to pay attention, make sure you're not throwing yourself off in the wrong direction here.
Players are definitely using this as an opportunity to kind of like pattern manipulate when there are twists to just kind of save energy. Okay.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a break here, but there are two 30-second bursts in this chart coming up right after this. We're going to see how they do on those. Like at 175 BPM, these 30-second bursts can be a little tricky to get all perfects on. They need every point they can get to outdo their opponent. Each of them missing just one, which is still fine. They got perfects on all the rest. We'll see how Free Space and Shinobi do.
Yeah, they're still keeping great perfect chain.
And coming out of this outro section, we watch carefully for the burst ending in brackets and then the spin right afterwards. We're going to see who chooses the spins, who knows this chart. Neither player choosing to spin right here. We'll see if either Shinobi or Free Space will spin, but I don't think that either of them will either.
For the style points.
I would do it for the normal
absolutely.
points and the style points.
Hey, there's a lot running on the line for this last song, though.
Very strong
984
score
by
on
Funk
Funk
Poppy.
Yeah,
It's
very strong.
fantastic. 4 miss. He takes the last one as well.
All around is very good. Like
978 by Shinobi, 975 by Shinobi, 978 by Free Space.
Yeah, when your lowest score is still a 971, that's still a very solid round for all our players. Very good.
And I'm very curious how this breakdown will look, given that Funk Poppy took first for 2 of them, but last for 1 of them. So. We're going to be crossing our fingers and just kind of like awaiting patiently to see the verdict.
Yeah, it was a very strong performance by really all our players. Like, we had some...
Yeah, have to give them a round of applause. The really cool thing in this Platinum division is that you can really start to see the form differences between the players. Which players will opt to like really pattern manipulate as much as possible, which will kind of like switch back and forth depending on the intensity of the twists.
It really was good to see them just go. Like, Shinobi just finished the women's non-binary event, so she's warm. But the other players just had their one-song warm-up, and they had to go. And starting immediately with 20s and up immediately, it's not easy in a tournament setting.
On the bright side, I don't recall Minus. Congrats on the title.
You are a marvelous gamer.
Marvelous gamer indeed. I don't recall Minus a few 24 or 30-second bit burstings where they were really tasked with foot speed. It was very much a battle of can you reach for these twists or pattern manipulate through them well? Can you do brackets consistently, comfortably at kind of like slow jump rhythms? So if I was playing this first thing in the day, at least it's not the most stressful, but maybe Final Edition S21 is a bit ambitious as your starting off song.
So we do have our final results of that pool for W12. It looks like Funk Poppy with 11 total match points will be moving on.
Oh, Shinobi's last one needs to be thrown in.
Oh,
hang on.
oh, hang on. I didn't catch that. Good call.
Drum roll, yeah, because Shinobi.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Funk Poppy advances.
Funk Poppy still advances there. So that means this was a winner's match. So that means Free Space, Shinobi, and Pastry Chef will go to the L12 to get a second chance.
Very much highlighting, this highlights a couple things with the format, I think. So one, right, getting first place in your pool of 4 nets you 5 points instead of 4. You get a free point for being a victor. Also, notice that Shinobi scored 3rd on the last 2 charts instead of 2nd. If Free Space took 1st on the first chart instead of Shinobi, he would be tied with Funk Poppy, and then would actually have a higher total score and would be advancing. Likewise for Shinobi, if Shinobi took 2nd instead of 3rd for Chaos Again and Gnosis, Shinobi would be tiebreakered with Funk Poppy and also advance due to higher total score.
Yeah, it's really interesting. But hey, the rank points are the most important right now.
Yeah, rank points. Getting first twice in a row certainly being the most dominating factor.
It looks like our
Congratulations
players,
to Funk Poppy.
Absolutely.
We'll see them again. They're all going to still be in it. Funk Poppy still has double elim status.
It looks like all our other players for the next pool are getting warmed up right now. So we've got Bobbert and Air Monkey on the right, Ralph and Ma'am on the left. So they'll get a warm-up song in. And then we're going to have quite an interesting set as I'm looking right here. The set for them is going to be BS Power Explosion S21, Halcyon S20, and Tantanmen S20.
I'm curious about this looking at Bobbert's form now, if the stamina will hold up for BS Power Explosion S21. Very toe heavy on the center panel. Very eager to dip low for the twist in this Murdoch warm-up. In contrast, Air Monkey is doing very kind of like stable, swiveling, kind of shuffling, rolling foot motions. So very stark differences in form. And given it seems kind of like a stamina-driven set, Halcyon S20, I'm trying to recall, more brackety?
There's a little bit of tech involved. It's not too much for that chart. It's going to be a lot of just kind of running.
You read it more stamina asking as well. Tantanmen.
Tantanmen has a lot of sunny patterns, which are going to involve a lot of weird twisting at a fast BPM.
A lot of holds you can hold for longer than you think you hold them. And to a very kind of like twisty 170, 180 BPM run?
It is 185.
185.
It is quite fast. I know, because when the highest double for Tantanmen came out and it was a 23 pre-revision still, we were just like, how is this a 23? But it's so fast. Like, it is brutally fast.
Thankfully, it was re-rated.
And revised slightly.
And revised.
But the S20, like, I think that's a good chart. It has a few nasty things, but in a good way.
Fun fact, I played that at Arcade UFO with oh my gosh, with Tanya. Way back. 2019, I think.
That's a long time ago. You're
Yeah,
making me feel old.
It was probably the one time. Sorry, we'll get into it. We'll get into it.
So let's get our T-Ducks in chat if y'all have my emote. But this used to be a 22 at release, and then it was quickly re-rated to 21. But it doesn't really let up
a
with
heavy stamina ask.
Yeah.
So it seems like both players are aware that for the red, yellow, red twist, right, you can roll that and be very comfortable saving your stamina. Bobber's going to be stomping and lifting feet very high for these runs to make sure to avoid double triggering sensors. It will take a toll on the stamina though.
Oh, losing that hold right there. Those are sudden holds. It's an instant 4 ticks, so it's very brutal to miss any of those.
Very, very commendable to be able to hit these bracket twists.
They're not easy to get, especially the rolling brackets at the very end of it. Both players thankfully holding down that last triple hold at the end that delays, and then you suddenly get 70.
Into the next run.
It really just suddenly throws another run at you just because the way the song is arranged and cut, it cuts out a little bit of break that you had the first time. Both players handling it, but this last set of runs going into the last 16 measures, it's gonna be brutal here. We're gonna see if Bobbert and Air Monkey can push out this run right here because there's some turning involved.
The anchors, yeah, brief anchors into forward crossovers, backside crossovers.
Bobbert doing some of the turns. Air Monkey choosing to just try and pattern manipulate here.
Yeah, lots of foot rolling by Air Monkey.
And then one last set of bracket drills with these twists involved.
Looks like some of the reds aren't connecting on those brackets for Air Monkey.
Both players finishing out, at least managing to hit that last hole together.
Might be a little bit of stiffness if that's you only had one warm-up going straight into this.
Yeah.
We see a 917 by Bobbert.
Like, Murdoch was a good choice for a little warm-up, considering time constraints and how, heavy it is on stamina.
Anchor kind of pattern.
Getting right into a pretty brutal 21 right off the bat is very tough, as you can tell by the accuracy count. Like, you just try and focus on surviving at that point.
Yeah, congrats to Bobbert on the stage pass.
Yeah, it's definitely commendable. It looks like Ralph and Mayhem are going to get started with BS Power Explosion. We're going to move on to Halcyon with Bobbert and Air Monkey here. So Bobbert does not have a stage pass on this, it looks like, but it was played. So maybe he can clutch it out right here. Now, Halcyon being a pretty old BMS license, this is a very well-known song in the music game community just for how used it is in a lot of other music games. I personally am a little tired of the song, but I think it's a perfectly fine song. But we have this little brief slowdown to start, and then it's just going to move into the main BPM for the rest of it.
Yeah, the slowdown seemed to give Air Monkey a little bit of trouble on the judgments, but otherwise there's still a lot more chart to be had. You can already see the emphasis on brackety kind of bits, but it's going to become more stamina, as Zella mentioned.
Like I said, there will be quite a bit of running in this chart as well, as typical with Nimgo charts in today's day and age. He likes to throw lots of runs at you. Like Bobbert getting a miss in the run, but Air Monkey getting a miss on the hole, so they're kind of trading right there, but they're holding up otherwise fine. Thankfully not having any huge issues getting through these little mini bursts. Air Monkey struggling a little bit with the accuracy though. Yeah, Bobbert really going in on these runs right here, trying to do the turns, getting a little bit tired out. And then we have one last refrain right here. One refrain was actually cut from this version of the song. So we're just going to go straight into these last runs right here.
Ralph is thrilled. Ralph takes first on BS on the left, you can see.
Bobbert finishing up and Air Monkey finishing up on Halcyon right there. Yeah, they definitely looked a bit tired by the end. It's not a super hard 20, but it's also not an easy 20 either. Bobber getting that
Big
stage
score
pass, getting that
differential.
969, very
969 is
respectable.
great. A quick notice on VS Power. Mayhem was opting to twist a lot of the patterns, but I think some of the crossovers just were not quite connecting. And when you're expending more energy to hit the pattern and still not quite reaching those twists, it can really penalize you with the misses over time.
It's not just a score thing either. It can also be mental too, because now it's getting in your head of, I'm like, I need to do something to adjust
You're
my
like,
technique.
I need to adjust, or you can't quite trust the pads, or like your footing. Maybe the slip isn't quite up your alley. But you have to take it as it is for what it is and move on, because there's still more stamina-heavy charts to be had. They're going to get into Halcyon. And the last we're going to see is Tauntaun Man S20.
Yeah, Bobber and Air Monkey gonna mentally prep for that.
I think given the charts and caliber of their play so far, they shouldn't have too much trouble with it.
Yeah, there's no big runs until the very end in Tauntaun Man, but it kind of wears you down, especially since there are some very swingy patterns, and there are some forced double steps in the 16th burst that you need to be aware of. So you need to know where to double step properly, otherwise you'll get yourself twisted up.
Right. Wow, pattern manipulations by Air Monkey. Very cleanly, just kind of like rolling between blue and red with 1 foot.
He really wants that Tauntaun Man. He wants a spicy score. So here we see those double steps right there. Air Monkey handling those. Bobber getting caught by one of them.
I want to see the hold section. That whole tech section going into the end run is going to be where a lot of difference will happen. But you do want to take as many free points as you can get in the intro half. Ooh, going for the blue-red brackets by Air Monkey.
Yeah, but
one of them didn't connect, but the others were perfects.
Yeah, Bobber just playing this safe in the hold sections, making sure he can not miss on those and get those points.
Yeah, noticing a lot more foot lifting to make sure it can really time the rhythms a bit more efficiently at the cost of stamina.
We'll see if he has enough in the tank for the ending here. So we have more double stepping coming up right here. Bobber getting really punished on those. You have to really be careful with your technique if you're moving from a center to a blue, because it's very easy for your heel to kick in the wrong spot and you get a misfire.
Pick some pads up, yeah.
Both players making it past the last hold run and going into this last twisty run right here. Remember, at 185, it's not trivial.
The hold drop.
Yeah, very difficult ending. Like it's a very push and pull song.
But that gives some free points to left side if they can hit that very ending hold.
Yeah, Bobber's accuracy really helping him out here with a 973.
Absolutely.
Like Air Monkey was keeping up pace for the most part and only had some missed drops here and there in like chunks. But the accuracy really is showing right here.
It makes you wonder what Bobber's score would be without that hold drop, though. If it would be double S territory. Likewise for Air Monkey as well. I think it would clearly be in AAA, because they both took quite a big hit of misses right at the end from the last. We see Halcyon finished on the left, 945 by Ralph.
And 889 for Mayhem.
Yeah, taking a little bit of struggle on the foot speed ones.
Yeah, they probably need a rest. We'll get our sound switched over right here. So they'll take a quick break for a second, then we'll have Tauntaun Man S20 from Ralph and Mayhem.
Yeah, both players look winded, but cannot be overlooked. After BS Power Explosion, Ralph was thrilled with the score.
He did manage to pass it. So.
Yeah, it was a pass, and
Game over.
he felt really good about it. We had to be like, hey, don't make sure you don't hit the center in excitement. Don't jump it up and down too much. But we got the scores. Everything is all in good hands. And we're just waiting to see one last Tauntaun Man S20 on this cap here.
I wish I could rig the pads to like be able to turn their input on and off.
Oh yeah,
like
just have a little
be like
switch.
just a switch to just turn the pads off. Be like, no power. no play. But
Hey, I mean, at least while it's not in event mode, we have the benefit of telling them they need to go check on the website
Yeah.
for recent plays. Which has, I think, saved a couple of times here today. Or yesterday, rather. But
New team.
we're getting through it all just fine and well.
Level 9. Level 20. Level 20.
we're off of Mayhem's stats real quick while we can. So Mayhem actually started somewhat almost a decade ago, but been playing regularly for 5 years. Has a lot of BMS experience. So favorite stuff, they say their favorite song is I Light Sky, which is I think is a great pick.
Excellent
And Headless
pick.
Chicken D21 being their favorite chart, which I'm not as fond of.
I like the singles versions.
They're fun.
They are.
So their achievement, Mayhem's achievement is going to be trying to pass the fulls for Gargoyle.
Gargoyle full. Very big stem. Yeah, yeah. I can see, like, this is a very stamina-heavy set, and you can see Mayhem really having to work hard to go for the passes here.
Yeah. Did we go over Ralph yet? I don't
I
think
have
we
not.
did. Yeah, so Ralph's been around a long time in the community. I know, like, I've seen posts from him from Pump Haven back in the day, if y'all remember that. So he's been playing over 2 decades, 22 years it says on the card. But he's been around a long time. He actually made top 8 in Nationals 2006 at USPF, which is incredibly impressive considering back then it was all no bar
No
play.
bar, yeah. Yeah.
So to make top 8 back then, especially in, I think 2006, they were using 0. And stuff like Leod's 2 just came out. Witch Doctor, Phantom, Moonlight. We had a whole bunch of really tough originals that just came loose in that one. So Ralph definitely a distinguished achiever. So his goal this year is to pass more D21 to D22s.
Nice.
Being a family man, I can understand that.
Weak skill is anything fast, supposedly. But, I mean, putting down some very solid scores on these, 170 to 190 territory set of charts.
All right, players getting set up for 10 then right here while the time runs down.
Looking very quickly at the point distribution, both players are, at least the breakdown seems to be kind of a close running between Ralph and Bobbert.
It's really funny that both of them list their weak skills as anything fast or fast runs for this song. So we'll see how they pull it off. We'll see if 185 is still a sweet spot for them or if they're going to struggle a bit on the bursting.
If we're considering the score difference between Ralph and Bobbert, it really will come down to can Ralph get higher than a 973 on this.
Ralph having a very solid start, still keeping combo. And accuracy hasn't been bad either. He's very aware of these double steps. He's making sure not to over trigger. Mayhem struggling a little bit more, but still keeping pace.
Just need to save enough stamina in the tank to get the pass at the end. It's going to be a big ask though.
All right, coming into these last bursts right here. Ralph struggling a little bit more with these bursts. Getting a few more misses. Mayhem actually may keep the combo a bit, but struggling a little bit with the accuracy, which is, they're kind of trading here. These holds are deceptively tricky because they are 30-second based holds with the tick, so they're a little bit longer than typical hold and it's easy to drop the tails. Good finish on both ends though.
Yeah, agreed. Sportsmanship on the player camera. We love to see that. The 21 greats with a 973.
Yeah, very solid.
Against 970. So the score to beat was 973-292. And so he takes it by 200 points or so.
Yeah, it's a very close difference.
Ralph will be taking the winner's side, it seems.
We'll double check just to be sure.
Yeah, we'll wait for the final results to be in, but just looking at the current status of the sheet, it looks like Ralph will be moving on winner's side. And of course, we'll lovingly see our other players again. and cheer for them.
The pool is not done for the pool sheet. That's why I bring that. Well, because it's not finished. This needs to finish for the LT to be populated correctly.
Yeah, so very kind of like different sets that we saw. I would say the most recent W11 set we saw was more stamina oriented, whereas W12 was more straight twisting. Lots of twisting and turning.
Yeah, very, very stark difference here. While we have some time waiting for scores to be calculated, I want to plug our sponsors that we have on screen right here. Like we have both Mosaic Copprint and Red Note Gaming sponsoring for us. Both fantastic members of the community and have done a lot for the pump scene and really the whole rhythm game scene in the U.S. And sometimes, in some cases, even outside of that. Like here's Mosaic Copprint. So if you want some really great merchandise, this is some great custom merch that you can order from. And we do have a code at the bottom, Big Deal 4. You can get 10% off. This only applies until April 9th. So make sure you check out the store, get that code in if you want to get some of that merch. Because I can tell you, I've seen those acrylic standees in person. In fact, I've seen all of them in person.
I'm looking at the acrylic standees.
But they're amazing. And then we have Red Note Gaming. If you're in Vegas, you should definitely go check out their gaming. They got you covered for games. And they might be opening up in New York at some time soon. Yeah.
I'm all for more arcade locations in New York. Don't get me wrong, CTF Long Island locations are fantastic and they have great communities, but it's such a densely populated area. There's a lot of hidden, untapped potential. I know there are people in New York who just can't make that commute. So, huge props to Red Note Gaming for always giving to the community.
Yeah, definitely after visiting New York last year, having more options anywhere is good. Like, I didn't have time to check out Chinatown Fair myself, but I did go to the round one in Hicksville, and it was a fun experience. But since New York is so big, another location would be great.
It's maybe a good thing you weren't able to get to CTF because, you know, some days the queue is like 9 people long.
I've heard so.
Yes. It's really rolling the dice of, are you going to run into all the regulars? Is everybody going to be like, oh, nobody will possibly be here at opening on Sunday, and then suddenly...
Well, it's a good problem to have in the
Yes.
music game community.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like, if you're having a lot of players come in and play, that's a good problem to have because that's what keeps these games alive and why we're here.
Hey,
Because we all love these games, we want to have fun.
It gives you the opportunity to socialize, which is maybe a scary concept for some of us out there, but...
But an event like this just doesn't happen if there's nobody around, and we've been keeping this stuff up and alive for years and years, and we're happy to keep it alive for as long as I go. Like me personally, I've been in the pump community since 2008.
Thanks for all your contributions.
Thank you. So
you're killing the game so much.
So 16 years of pump experience, and we'll just see how long I go. I want to make it to at least 2 decades, minimum.
It's honestly an honor to be sitting next to you right now. I feel like a pump it up baby with my 5.5-ish years of experience.
I think everybody else is a baby compared to me at this point.
No, I
mean, we actually have quite a few OGs here with like Ralph playing. We have J-Boy here, Kaze here. We have many OG US players that are still very strong.
Okay, just get them on. Just get them on so we can do the swap. Get them on. Okay, just get them on.
Yeah, it seems like there was a little bit of hold up just making sure that everybody was getting shuffled around correctly, but everything is spick and span on the sheet, and it looks like we'll be moving on shortly to match L11 and match L12. So card draws seem to be going underway. There's a lot of crowding around the TO booth as players shuffle their way over and make it in. But right, I said we would see a lot of our lovely faces we've seen in the last 2 sets again. Bobbert, Shinobi, Mayhem, and Surikato, joining from last night, will be hopping on for the first time today. That'll be a fascinating set. Because Bobbert, right, was very, 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 very close to making it through on winner's side, and Shinobi having the very stellar performance in the morning and looking quite strong still today. It really might come down to the card draw. Mayhem as well, we want to see outside of these sort of like heavy stamina-esque charts, how other techniques might fare for them. Their goal is getting into 23s, so seems that 21s, 22s is very kind of a dice roll of if it's comfort territory or not for Mayhem. And Surikato, right, very dominant singles player, also has some 22s, 23s under their belts, but I think recently had a foot injury, but has been recovering. Hence the kind of like lower standing than perhaps what may be expected.
There's unfortunately been a lot of like foot injuries lately, so it's just a reminder to make sure you take care of yourself.
Yeah, yeah. Please be careful while you're playing. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. Just to echo a quick note in the chat, 23s are great. Can confirm. They're painful, but rewarding in their own way. Stretch before and after you play, J-Kim? Absolutely agree, absolutely. Absolutely. I think one problem I tend to have is reaching for reds on pads that are a little bit less flush can really take a toll on the shins. It feels a lot of like kind of like shin splint or like kind of stiffness. Of course, you feel it in your calves. If you're doing really jump heavy charts, your thighs will take it. Really stretchy charts and doubles as well. Your whole legs, even your upper body. If you're trying to be very stable, supporting your weight, you should be, just take care of yourself. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, especially as you get older. Like I've noticed that as I get older, I'm not as flexible as I used to be, and stretching definitely works.
I'll be honest, like when I do brackets, I can feel it in my knees. That's not a good sign.
Well, with how bracket heavy everything is these days, you want to be sure you take care of your feet a lot.
Yeah.
Like we've had some like bracket focused charts in the past, like especially during the NX era when they were experimenting. But nowadays it's kind of the norm for a lot of charts. So you really want to be sure you're careful with your foot placement and make sure you take care of your feet, especially if you're like clenching your toes to arch them.
Ah, yes. If you're young, now is the time to start. If you're just starting, I'm curious why you're watching a Pump It Up tournament stream, but I'm very happy that you're here. Please play Pump. And thank you for joining us.
Well, I just want to say while we get set up for these next pools, we got a lot of people over on DDR across from us right now, and it's hyped to see the like huge community pulling through. I'm sure Dance Rush is also packed on that side as they run the Dance Rush event.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate the space is, I mean, it's so bustling and lively here and the energy is electric, but it does also split from DRS being away just due to space constraints.
Yeah, it's just logistics. Like we are at a pretty big round one, but you can only do so much with the spaces.
I mean, you gotta have room for claw machines.
This is true. People love the claw machines.
It's like a warehouse.
I've actually seen several entrants go and get those big bags and win a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh yeah. The garbage bag, or not garbage bags, the big plastic trash size bags.
Now, if you get me on one of those machines, I'm going to call it a garbage bag because I am garbage at playing those.
It's a time and money sink. There's a startup investment cost, and even then, if you see something you really want, you might be a little too ambitious in your attempts to go for it.
Right. But
That's
again,
the hardest part.
Big shout outs to Round 1 for accommodating all of us for all the events, everything that they do.
Yeah.
Especially since it's been so long since last big deal.
Yeah, I'm really excited that we're back. The big deal 4 was supposed to be my first tournament ever in my Pump career, minus like a local tournament in Austin, right? And then suddenly COVID happened. And after COVID, I think there have been maybe 5 to 10 tournaments I've attended now. And it just goes to show how much time has passed. And the fact that we're finally able to make this happening is just such a heartwarming thing for me.
All right, it looks like we're getting set up right here with this set. So I need to double up on stream duty for just a second, so I will be right back.
Yeah. Just a quick recap again. I think I went over who's going to be happening on L11 side. Bobbert, Shinobi, Mayhem, and Surikato. I'm curious if they will be hopping on first or who exactly will be. It looks like I can see a pastry chef, an air monkey hopping on the left side. So looks like we may be starting with L12. It looks like the card draws are in for them as well. Sorceress Elise, S21. as their first of the set. Top City S20, and then Beat of the War 2 S21. A very, very dicey set in L12. And keep in mind, this is your elimination round. Only one person of the 4 is going to be making it out, and you have such very dice rolly type of charts.
Okay, so it does look like Kanofa actually is. So Pakrov probably had to drop out. So it looks like Kanofa is taking Pakrov's place in playing.
Oh, I see, because Pakrov was the victor from last night's L10 match. Kanofa was second, but seems to have dropped. Fun fact, I mean, competition-wise, in that L10 match, there were 1 point of difference between each other. Pakrov just won the second and third match of their set. But Kanofa took Like Me S19, very, very twist-heavy chart. So.
And took second in the other 2 songs to keep it close.
Yeah, so certainly in the running for a great performance in this L12 set. Don't count it out. It's great that we still have them in. So I'm very curious to see how this goes. I think it's a very stark contrast to the... We were talking about how different W11 and W12 rounds were, right? One was really stamina focused, one was really twist focused, and now we have something that's very foot speed bursty, drill heavy.
This is going to be really brutal getting Sorceress immediately after warm-up, because those are 24 drills at 158 BPM, and these are actually notorious for between different players. Like, some people find these really easy to do, but a lot of other people really struggle. Even when I'm warm, sometimes I do not have a good day with those drills. And doing it in an event setting is going to be extremely difficult.
You're on unfamiliar paths, but it really just comes down to how warm you are. I know some people who take Sorceress Elise S21, and that's their first S21. And I know other people, such as myself, who wait until they finish most of the other S21. They're like, well, I only have a couple more.
It's very much you either can do it or can't. There's no in between.
Yeah, absolutely. And then there's the crowd that will very lovingly say, oh, the S23 is easier because you can pattern manipulate it. You just hop around and then you're done.
But the other 2 songs, Top City and Beat of the War 2, those were new charts also added in XX. Top City being very, very technical, and Beat of the War 2 having some brutal running and foot pushing. So it's going to be a very varied set.
Next stage.
Yeah, I agree with Dr. Oren in the chat. They're like, you know, pads condition does play a role in the sense that you have to be very comfortable with the amount of sensitivity required to kind of trigger that. And you're very kind of like rubber banding, not rubber banding, but really kind of like bouncing on those drills.
Now, thankfully, both machines are running with the newer MKs for this event, so the input is greatly improved, and you won't get like a sudden stuck input on drills as you would on like old input.
Yikes.
So it looks like Air Monkey and Pastry Chef getting ready for Sorcerer, so good luck to them. And Kanofa and Free Space are going to be finishing up their warm-up on Altail here.
Not that it will matter for this chart, but I'm curious, do you know if the pads are still old IO or?
No, when you swap the MK out, that has the IO board attached.
Right. Okay.
You don't need to do anything inside the actual pads. It's all in the MK itself. So that actually makes it very easy for older machines to upgrade to the new IO because you just have the MK altogether.
Understood. Today I learned. They're getting into Sorcerer's Elise, Air Monkey, and Pastry Chef. I'm curious about Air Monkey because noticing the last set, very prone to pattern manipulating and kind of like rolling the feet, but that won't help you for the drill patterns.
It'll help for the rest of the chart at least, so you can save on stamina. You can just burn in all of the drills, and the rest of the chart is not as hard in comparison. It's really just going to come down to these 24s. The rest of it is pretty easy in comparison because you have to do like mini drills and little mini bursts, and none of them are hard patterns, especially for players at this level. You do need to watch these holds though, because these are longer holds, so you want to be sure you're not picking your feet up too early.
First drill.
Very clean.
Both players. Air Monkey taking a slight miss at the very tail end.
And now we have
but this is the big one.
8 brutal measures of drills at 158 BPM here. Pastry Chef keeping a little bit more pace. Air Monkey struggling a bit right here, but Pastry Chef really drilling it down, getting cleaner transitions and not spamming as many bads. The Pastry Chef still on pace for a stage pass right here. Air Monkey had to struggle a little bit, but that really is the hardest part of the chart right here.
I think a Pastry Chef, I couldn't quite see Air Monkey's form from here, but Pastry Chef did a great job really keeping the feet flat, low to the ground, and having the heels connect on the center panel to really kind of like slam and dig into it for those.
Yeah, drilling on, especially on reds, is really weird. Me personally, drilling on reds, I will use my heels for anything really fast just so I can get that bounce. I don't like using my toes.
On reds?
On
too?
reds.
Wow.
Only if it's like really fast. So easy burst right here for 16th, and then we've got these remaining 24s.
Yep.
Mostly clean right there. And one last run to cap it off. Very nice last run.
Excellent, nice job on the last burst.
So Pastry Chef, I think, kept the stage pass on that, and
congratulations. Playing it in a tourney setting, getting the stage pass.
Yeah, there it is right there.
On command.
Only 10 misses and still getting a 9.5 right there. Air Monkey not too far behind with a 9.26, and it's a tough chart to be consistent on. So I don't blame their like performances. Like it's really hard, especially when you don't have a lot of warm up. On the other side, it looks like Canopa and Free Space actually elected to play Top City first. They probably wanted to have a little bit more warm up, and I don't blame them that way.
I'm curious because I thought the order was kind of fixed.
I don't know. Like, I guess the organizers can decide on that.
Maybe there's a little bit of miscommunication on the ordering.
But don't forget, Free Space only getting one miss right there. That's pretty solid on that chart.
Very, very impressive.
Would have almost been a
similar
UG.
great counts across the board, but the miscount is the difference maker there.
This song is just such an oddity with like how it's kind of gone in and out with the series. And then in Prime 2, when it was revived again, the D12 was just randomly removed. So there's no like lower level double for this anymore for no real reason. It's a strange situation for this song. It looks like Air Monkey Pastry Chef went red for Top City. So this is going to be very, very bracket and twist focused. It's only 110 BPM, but I like to think of this chart as what do you really want crazy but actually fun, if you've ever played that old chart. This has a lot of jump shuffling and a lot of bracketing.
I'm curious if that'll work in Air Monkey's favor. Just seeing their form and how much they're prone to kind of like hitting brackets pretty comfortably but kind of rolling through them. Sometimes opting to go for red-blue brackets.
The chart is just so fun now. Yeah, you got all these little 30-second bursts. You got some very O-Sing twists here. O-Sing loves putting in twists in his slower charts. And then we have this really hard jump shuffle era. You have to really work for it.
The combo. Both players opting to not do the O-Sing twist and kind of just facing forward and double stepping a bit.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with the chart, I wouldn't blame you for taking that strat. This is a very tough chart to sight read. Yeah, there's just a lot going on, especially since there's a lot of wider jumps that are on both corners. So you have to really interrupt your flow to hit them. Air Monkey really getting through that clean. Yeah, having a very solid second half.
Incredible form.
9.76 and 9.66. So Air Monkey making up a bit of that ground there. That could put it in his favor later. Canopa and Free Space going to get started on Sorceress on their side.
Free Space had the 985 and takes first on that, but Air Monkey takes a very solid second on there. We're going to be waiting patiently to see the part of Sorceress S21 on the right. And last would be Beat of the War S21 on both sides after this concludes.
Beat of the War 2 S21.
Beat of the War 2.
It's funny because we have both of them.
Yeah, an S21 territory.
You know, it's funny because like Beat of the War 1, it got its new charts at the end of Prime 2, and then immediately at the beginning of that next Beat of the War 2 got a chart. So it's easy to forget about that. So, like I said, this is a new chart in XX. This is actually made by Korean player Manual. This is, I believe, his only chart in the game. It's because it was originally a UCS, user custom set. It definitely has some really cool ideas, but it's very tough to do well on.
Very quick shout out to Kanofa for kind of like maintaining through the entire drill section without really kind of like freezing up. Very flat footwork as well. Very minimal lifting from the pads, but maintaining the consistency. Still really locking in to where that sweet spot is of where you're triggering the sensor but not lifting too high off the pads.
All right, so some things to watch out for in this song in general. So it goes between several different BPMs, 190 being the main one, but it does shift to 150 at other points. So we've got a lot of twisting in 190. There's some very tough 16 twisting that you can cheese. Like you can cheese it by holding 3 at a time, but you have to immediately go into these little mini runs. And then the twisting starts with the 16th burst right here, and then some of them are mean. They expect you to do corner twisting.
Yeah, you can see some misses kind of being penalized from opting to kind of try to pattern manipulate, but it doesn't quite work out when the reaches are so deep.
Yeah, this chart pretty much covers a little bit of every skill set. You've got brackets, you've got turns, you've got rolling brackets, and you even have foot switches later. And that's going to be a big key coming up right here, as this little center chain is going to kind of be our foreshadowing.
Are they ready for it?
I love this part of the song so much. So this is a little bit of breaks with these little mini bursts, but now we're going to get into the center burst that you are intended to foot switch. Some of them you can jack, but I believe the BPM here shifts to 150, and it's going to be tough to stay on top of these right here. And you also have some holds that you need to be sure you don't get off too early. So a lot to worry about right here. Air Monkey doing a little bit better job than Pastry Chef hitting these center chains. And then you go straight into a run right after.
Straight into a run. You can see the life bars are hanging on for dear life. Excellent combo building up by Air Monkey.
Yeah,
very tricky section into a mess of bracket jumps and holds.
And hold.
A lot of ground.
Oh, Pastry Chef not ready for that last hold right there.
Center dropped very slightly.
Yeah, definitely one of the more brutal 21s.
Very volatile. Look at the grades, though.
Those scores are so close. It's like completely different counts.
Alarm bells were ringing when I saw the 64 grades versus the 29. But the 20 miss is also an alarming factor that kind of equilibrates their scores.
Yeah, it pulls them in just barely. So Air Monkey going to have just a little bit better ranking over Pastry Chef on Beat of the War 2.
But there's a lot of ground then for Kanofa and Free Space to really kind of take some freebies, but it's a very volatile chart. If it wasn't obvious from watching.
New tunes. Difficulty zone single. Level 11. Level 21. Level 21.
We're going to turn this down a bit. This is too loud.
Apologies.
Yeah, give us just a second. Something's not switching right on our stuff. Sorry, we're having a little bit of technical issues here. Not sure why the string deck's not wanting to change properly. Oh. These two. Yeah, sorry, I had to help the stream producer out. The layout's it's a little different between each setup, and we're just getting all that straightened out. So I'm going to turn this on.
Looks like the names are correct now. And we saw that there's a lot of kind of ground to make up by the other players.
Yeah, so the scores to beat right here are 933, 991 for Air Monkey score, 933, 718 for Pastry Chef. So both Free Space and Kanofa can make up some points here. So they're going to get into the slowdown as well.
From the first two charts, it looks like Free Space and a Pastry Chef are neck and neck at 7 points. Kanofa, Air Monkey have 4 points each. So we're going to kind of like wait and see how it gets shuffled around. But contenders so far for making it out of L12 would be Pastry Chef and Free Space. And right, the score to beat, as we said, 9-3-3.
So the tricky thing about these center chains is that you also need to make sure your toes don't end up hitting the other arrows when you're doing them, and we're actually seeing a lot of struggling from Free Space on that.
Yeah, I see a lot of accidental red triggers from quite monstrous foot size, just kind of staring from commentator cap.
Yeah, like big foot size can help in some cases, but this might be one of the times where it really is a detriment. So holding it down, oh.
Get the center, get the center. Ah, the corner of the top right, not quite connecting. Those hold drops will make a number.
901 and 903.
Super unfortunate. I have to be curious about that hold drop, how much of a difference maker it is. But with 89 greats and 108, it does lean itself towards slightly reduced accuracy. The foot switch section looked a bit more volatile. Admittedly, right, like all life bars during that foot switch section were quite dicey, going straight into the end run, but it does appear that
looks like we're going to get set up for the next pool. So we'll get the results of L12 in just a bit. We're going to move back over to the next pool. It looks like we've got Shinobi and Mayhem set up on the left side. We'll get that switch over in just a second.
Yeah, it looks, wow, after the final tally is in, all things considered, it looks like a Pastry Chef advances from L12 by 1 point. Because Air Monkey was able to take it just barely by 200 points in the last set. The final standings were 9 points for Free Space, 9 points for Air Monkey, 10 points for a Pastry Chef. Kanofa with 5 points, coming in from L10, I believe, replacing Pack Rob. Yeah, excellent run today.
Yeah, it was a great showing by all the players there. Pastry Chef's going to move on to L14.
By a smidge, clawing from the depths of L12 onto L14.
Yeah, that's what we want to see in this waterfall format. We see these close matches. It's a lot more exciting than the traditional double elimination.
Yes. Although I have to imagine how fun it would be as a 2019 player having to face players of your caliber back in the day.
Yep.
I still get kind of that same dynamic in Pro Division, at least. Pro Division for Pump still tends to typically follow more traditional double elim style. It's just that it's kind of clipped from waterfall format.
Yeah. So anyways, this set right here for the pool, starting off with Fires of Destiny S20. This has a long run in the middle, and it's BME generally would make more straightforward charts. But his twist patterns, when he chooses to make twists, he makes them pretty difficult to do.
I'm a really big fan of this chart because this is another one of those ones that has like a little bit of everything. You have the drills here. You have the kind of like twisty corkscrew twist here. You have the kind of like long duration stamina ask of it. You have the bracket jumps. It has everything. It's such a fun chart.
I am a little sad they removed the gimmicks out of this though, because that really tested whether you actually did some studying.
Yeah.
So there's no longer any gimmicks.
On the drum, I remember.
Yeah, on the kicks here. But
it went so well with it too.
But there's still enough tech involved with the triples. Like, it's definitely not a trivial 20 with how much you need to do. Especially being kind of it feels like a long song.
See Mayhem with a stronger life bar going into these twists, able to hang on and find them.
We'll see if Shinobi manages to pattern manipulate this run coming up. Doing a little bit, managing to get that. But like these turns are brutal.
You can see Mayhem working really, really hard for this pass here. Ends on a great note. Ends fantastic. A perfect note, rather. Overall, excellent showing. I mean, it's such a diverse chart that has so many different techs, and we see a 947 by Mayhem.
Yeah, Mayhem getting the pass right there with a capping off a 947.
Mayhem was kind of having a hard time in the last set we saw with BS Power, Halcyon, like very kind of like stamina-driven twisty bits, but here on Fires of Destiny, very comfortable, and it's a new pass.
Next stage.
So the other two songs in this set are Heart Rabbit Coaster S21 and Ari End of Dream S21. These are actually more straightforward FFM charts with more of an emphasis, more of an emphasis on brackets and jumping, and a lot less on turning. But
It's
they're really
still
good for what they
fast
are.
BPMs regardless.
Very fast
Yeah.
BPM. Like this being 200 BPM, and End of a Dream being, I believe, 212. If I remember right. So Surikato and Bobber taking their warm-up right here with Vector. Very hype song, very fun to see. And then they'll start on their proper set. So I have a very soft spot for Heart Rabbit Coaster because I like the song itself. The background was actually made by the character designer, Fish, who was a contest winner from Japan when they had the art contest. So not only did Fish design the character, he also did the BGA.
Wow.
And it's chock filled with all these references to Pump It
It's a
in
beautiful
general and
BGA.
other Nato songs.
It's a beautiful BGA.
And I also think these charts are really cool as well. They're very challenging for their difficulties. Mostly, you kind of hop around like a bunny in most of them.
By nature, you have to. It's in the name.
The things start rather innocently enough, but once we start getting into the middle run, it really doesn't let up from there in this chart, because after the middle part, that's when we start getting into really long sets of hop chains.
Yeah, we can see Shinobi's very much realizing this is kind of like the easy gimme portion of the chart, where it's a very straightforward, not really any twists so far, so it's a great time to really just stay stable, rack in the perfects. You can see the combo building up as well. But the judgment's also a crucial factor.
Yeah, mostly just very straightforward runs, not really any turning in the runs in this chart, but
But it's still 200. 200 BPM, 16 notes. Ah, a little bit of triple stepping there, instead of going for the slow hold note twists.
and here we get into those jumps right here. Like, thankfully they're only in bursts of 2 in this chart, but they don't really let up still. You still have
And
to do
there's
some
more.
work. And then one last run to cap it off right here.
After it kills your life bar.
Yeah, and these actually do have some turns, so they
Wow.
actually do hurt you.
Yeah.
It's a tough one.
It's a mad dash for the end, and both players did their best to make it through with as many notes as possible.
You did it!
We can see the payoff by Shinobi in the first half. Really not taking any greats, maintaining a combo for 480 of the intro.
Yeah, and then just using whatever energy you save to try and at least push through the
Hop
ending.
is everything as much as you can. Yeah, man as well. I think the life bar dropped a little sooner going into the hops, which can kind of do a little bit to your mental perhaps. You're seeing your life bar, you're like, this is not going well, but I mean, it's still a very commendable showing regardless. It's very easy to kind of mental boom and not feel like you want to try on the rest of the chart, but I can tell Man was really pushing to just make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. Surikato and Bobbert finishing up on Fires of Destiny right here, getting out of the middle guitar. So we'll let them have at it while we get into Ari End of a Dream. Very, very popular BMS license. It's also kind of notorious for being very long, because it's not cut for this game, so it is a long 2.5 minutes. So not only is physical stamina a thing with these charts, mental as well. So because you can get very mentally tired out with how long it is, never feeling like it's going to end, just by being End of a Dream.
It's a dream when it ends. I think if you're good at foot speed, you're looking at this and you're like, this is going to be fun.
It is a fun chart. It is very good,
Absolutely.
but it is also very technical for its BPM with the brackets involved.
I have to be a little bit worried about Bobbert. Seeing, first of all, his shoelaces are untied right now as he's going into these twisty runs, and with the amount in which I see the lifting of the feet.
Yeah,
I'm curious to, I'm going to be watching and tracking that.
it looks like he's tying him up right now, so he's all good.
Wow.
Yeah, 933, 939 on Myers. Quite impressive.
Mayhem still taking first place on that with a 947, by the way. But it was close across the board. We saw a 935 by Shinobi on Fires. So all players, all contestants kind of slotting in very close between each other.
The one really tricky thing about this chart is watching your rhythm, because you can see those gallops on the brackets, and if you're not ready for those, you're going to be leading greats and goods and killing your score down.
Just, I guess, anecdotal observation, seeing the players from the view I have. It seems like Shinobi has a little bit more comfortability on sort of these bracket jumps patterns, regardless if they're crossed over or not. I think Mayhem depends. I think for the diagonal or like kind of like red, yellow, blue jumps is able to find them, but sometimes for the crossover ones or red, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, a little bit of difficulty at times.
We're going to get a little mini break at these jumps right here. The players are not going to have a whole lot of time to rest. You've got this little anchor chain right here. And then after that, we're going to have more runs coming up. And at 212 BPM in a tournament setting, it's not easy to keep going. Like, Festivus' patterns are generous in this chart, but you have to put the work in for the speed. And players trying to catch their breath as they go into this last section with the last refrain.
Those
Also,
jumps are so brutal.
They are deceptively brutal.
They take so much wind out of you when you're already so tired.
Yeah, for like being a very straight chart, this chart is incredibly tiring. And then we have these really neat 12th note turns with holds attached, so you can easily get caught off guard. And I think both players really struggled with that.
You don't want to be doing backside crossovers when there are hold notes and you have to twist it after you're so exhausted. It's such a big ask after such a lengthy duration of chart with these very short breaths of air. But we see a 931 by Shinobi and an 892 by Mayhem. Excellent performance by both for such a difficult S21. I'm gonna hop on over to Rabbit Coaster.
Yep. They get to the ending right here. We'll see if they can jump it. The tricky part about these jumps is they come two at a time. You need to make sure you're actually getting off the pad for the second one each time, since your feet themselves aren't moving to different panels. So you can end up stuck if you're not careful. Bobber doing a very good job keeping life through the ending. I think both of them actually managed to get through the ending okay.
Yep. I could tell both players kind of just realized the chart was almost over and they just need to hit as much as possible, regardless of the pattern. We see the 64 greats, the double X moment happening for Surikato.
New record!
Yeah, 946 and 950 right there.
946, 950.
Very solid overall. So that leaves Ari End of a Dream for them to close out this set.
It looks like they both took second and first place respectively on Hard Rabbit versus Shinobi and Mayhem. So I'm kind of curious to see how they'll be shuffled around. Just waiting on some of their scores to be input. But it seems like a pretty level playing field if it's not very much like a decisive victory to one player or the other. It's being shuffled around quite a bit. I really want to see Bobbert do these 212 runs.
New teams.
If he doesn't, I will. I don't care that I'm not in the tournament. I will do them for you.
Just push him off the pad. It's my turn. What was that? All right. Wow, Wow, they're just hopping right into it. No rest.
I think that's good for them because you want to be as warm as possible for these bursts. You don't want to cool down too much. You want to get a little bit of air in your system, so make sure you breathe, but you don't want your muscles to cool down.
I think seeing both players, they'll also try to go for a lot of these freebie points in the intro half, assuming that they can find the timing on these bursty bits.
Surikato having a very clean opener right here.
Yeah, his form just looks in general very stable, very close to the pads, very flat.
And very clean bracket gallops as well. Not easy to do sometimes, especially with the way they're positioned. Yeah, these brackets right here are coming with the 8th note taps into brackets. They are a little awkwardly placed, so it's very easy to miss on your bracket foot. Both players definitely keeping themselves tight. They probably want to keep a little bit of gas in the tank because we still got half the song to go right here. I don't remember their scores on Fire Destiny, but remember both of them did get first and second on Heart Rabbit Coaster. So they probably want to stay ahead on End of a Dream to see if they can extend their lead. Only one of them is going to be able to move on, and all the others are going to be eliminated. So they really want to push this last song here.
They're looking relatively safe going into the ending. There was a lot of ground to make up, or sorry, a lot of points to be had still in the ending if they can nab it. Points left on the table by Shinobi and Mayhem.
And we're getting into these last runs right here. And we got these pulp notes. Are they going to turn them? Bobber doing a great job with those. Managed to get most of those. Surikato struggling a little bit more with the 12.
You can see some of the 4 missed combos during those holds. Some of the crossovers just not quite connecting.
Overall, still very solid on both players' parts.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Surikato really getting caught off guard by the 12. That cost him a lot of misses.
You can see the 43 miss really playing a factor. And in terms of scoring, it seems like Shinobi took End of a Dream second place. Surikato got third on End of a Dream. And we're just kind of waiting around to see what the final results are for the pool.
Level 21. Difficult series zone. Shortcut.
It seems like in the first 2 sets, Bobbert had a sizable lead, or in terms of points, right? Bobbert had, after the first 2 songs, Bobbert had 8 points. Shinobi had 4, Mayhem had 6, Surikato had 4. So given Bobbert's performance on Re-End, I think I would call it in Bobbert's favor. One moment. We are cruising right along. Right along. They're getting their warm-up in now for match W14. See Syke and Ziggy 99.
Yeah, so they're getting their warm-ups in real quick. It looks like tallies for the last losers bracket will be up in just a bit. We're just waiting on the scores to get put in for Bobbert and Surikato. And we'll figure out who makes it out of that pool.
It certainly goes to Bobbert, given the first place showing. And it was, I recall AAA.
We'll see in a bit.
Yeah, but don't quote me yet.
I'm going to put this on Reddit and I'm going to quote you
No, it's over, my Reddit career. I worked so hard to build my brand as the paragraph guy.
Well, you may not have a good career anymore, but we have a good tech on screen.
We do have a good tech on stream.
great song. Definitely a very strong license by composer Ebi Mayo. This song was actually composed like 10 years ago, I think. It was one of the most popular BMS songs at the time. It's a good pick in every game that it's in.
Can I very quickly commend that anchor section that they just did? It's so easy to accidentally mistap the yellow.
Yeah, they didn't have any problems with that for
anchoring on blue and then shuffling between yellow red. So easy to accidentally misfire, but both players, strong accuracy. No goods by Diggy, but that's a very solid warm-up if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, Good Tech's definitely a very straight chart, but it's a little burst heavy at the end, so it's good for getting the legs up quick.
Did we talk about the charts that they're going to be playing for match W14?
No, let's cover that real quick. So they drew Vacuum S21,
oh, man.
Napalm S21, and Bedlam S22. This is an absolutely brutal set, considering the skill sets are all different for everything.
Phoenix. Series Zone.
Well, gotta move fast. Bedlam S22 is such a funny pick. It's kind of, it seems like kind of the outlier of the set, being so bracket oriented. Vacuum Napalm is being more associated with, I guess, like foot speed, drill kind of bits. Foot speed bursts, right? And then suddenly you have Bedlam where you're kind of bracket rolling, teching all over the pads.
So this chart's a little bit infamous for those who are around during Fiesta 1, because when this song was originally released in Fiesta 1, it was the boss song. It only had an S21 and D25, which is a little unusual. And that's kind of been like a recurring trend where like these boss songs end up only getting like a couple charts at first and then more stuff is added down the road. So let's go over the players real quick. We got Psych on the left right here. Psych's been around a long time, played on and off for the last 20 years. Some of his favorite stuff is the old gimmick stuff like the Dance With Me D18, which was originally an NXA World Max mission. So his goal this year is to rebuild his stamina back up and get the expert titles, which will be 23s and up, so that's a good goal to have. And then I'm not sure if we have a card for Diggy.
If we have one for Diggy. Yeah.
So Diggy's also playing very well. Interesting, like, he actually has a little bit of a lower speed mod than I'd expect. But he's handling it really well. Like, both players handling the intro to Vacuum very well.
Yeah, these are your free points, and they're kind of cruising along through it.
I wouldn't even say they're free, because you actually have quite a bit of movement in some of those bursts. Both players pushing a little bit. So now we have a little bit of break here. I think the next notable point is really going to be the 16th into 24th drill that happens on up, so it's quite awkward to hit.
Just from their warm-up, it seems like they're not afraid to do kind of like these straightforward foot speed bursts, or foot speed patterns though.
Watch that drill right here. A little bit of missing at the end, but nothing big. So
understandable.
Still a lot. So we've got this little staircase run coming up right here. See how the players handle it?
Twist by both.
Yeah, both of them having a little trouble hitting. It's hard to do turns, those twist staircase at 200. And then we've got this little anchor run, and then it's 8 measures of bracket run coming right here.
And it starts on blue-yellow, which is...
It's pretty brutal. It's like really struggling here. Diggy keeping it a little bit better, and then one little bit burst to cap it off.
Solid ending by Diggy. That's a very, very deceptively hard pattern.
Yeah, I knew you could do it.
Having to start a 200 BPM drill with your left foot twisted at such a strong angle is quite a big ask.
Next stage.
A very comfortable lifeguard bar clear by Diggy.
Now, if we didn't have fast enough drills coming up, Napalm is notorious for having, at 185 BPM, we've got the two 16th drills into 24th into 30 seconds.
Yeah, good luck. All I have to say is good luck.
Yeah, this is actually one of the, I think this chart has not been perfect gamed at all since its release. I did see, we did have a 1 great score on this recently, but I'm not sure this chart has ever actually been perfect gamed.
For those of you watching at home, looking for your moment in the spotlight. And as a friendly reminder, Phoenix leaderboards do exist.
Yes, somebody please PG this, and I will personally order you a pizza. How's that?
I'll order you another pizza as well. You'll have 2 pizzas. You heard it here first. Yeah, quick shout out, by the way, to Mint Foam and Fung Poppy doing their run of Vacuum S21. Mint Foam not afraid to do a singles main at heart, not afraid to do this caliber of like S21 foot speed. I think it's really just a question for him of how ready are you in the day and how is your Phoenix scoring versus double X combo based scoring.
Right.
I'm not sure how much Phoenix play they've been getting, but their scores seem pretty good.
Right, getting into napalm here. So this song's a little bit interesting because this was actually added in an update for Fiesta 1, and that was actually the first time a brand new song was added via update. So it's kind of notable for that. And its charts are very technical in very different ways because of the person who wrote them. So we're gonna get into this first drill right here. Both players doing pretty fine with that. It's not easy to go from 16th to 24th to 30 seconds at 185 BPM. But then we have these notorious jack jumps right here. Both players handling them very well as a whole. In fact, getting just a little torn up in the middle. You do have to watch the sync on this song because the sync is a little bit late, so you need to be careful not to get rid of these holds too quickly when you're on these brackets. So now we get a little bit of break here. Just tap and dance along. Do the head bob.
Do you jack or foot switch here?
I absolutely jack. I do not like foot switching.
All right, next time we play in tournament, I'll be sure to pick Loki or something. Just throw you for a
I
loop.
can still play that fine. So here's a mean one.
Unlucky.
This
There
drill
we go.
goes straight into the jack jumps again, which is a really mean one. And then we even have a 24th drill right here.
Anchoring on red like this is very, very taxing and tiring.
Now, are either player going to do either of the spins? Oh, no spins.
No, but we see a no bar.
Yeah, Diggy going no bar right here. It looked like he actually was almost going to spin that backwards one.
He was thinking about it. He was thinking about it.
I would have given him style points if he did.
Hey, I got to give him style points for the no bar.
Yeah, both players had a very solid start, but the last like 20 seconds are just very brutal, being stacked back and forth with each other. Both
Amir,
of them
hopefully we
passing.
answered your question in chat, but yeah. Bone Poppy getting a feel for the spin on the right. Nice sportsmanship we can see in the player camera too. They know what they're in for. And I know Fung Poppy is a little bit worried going into these foot speed heavy charts, but had a great run in his last set. So rooting for all the players.
It's just really funny that this chart just starts with a run when no other chart for this does that.
Yeah.
BPM was not kind in that regard.
Minfoam having a little moment to just dance it off. Shake off any nerves. Just having a good time.
I just need to reiterate how fast those drills are. Like, you know those drills in Rock the House that we all do the bracket foot switch technique on?
The D22, yeah.
These drills are faster than those. Just to put that into context of how fast they really are and why this chart has not been perfect gamed yet.
I know those of you at home want your pizza. Perfect game this.
New tunes.
All right, second Diggy.
Look at
gonna go ahead
Minfoam.
and-
Single
Yeah.
level 11.
Having a good time staring at the crowd.
And Fung Poppy staring back at Minfoam.
22.
It's a staring battle. Anyways, while they have their little staring battle, we're going to get set up with Bedlam over here for Syke and Diggy. So this is a crossover song in the crossfolder for Prime 2 coming from Easy to AC. This ended up being one of the more popular songs that came from those crossovers, and it's very notorious for having very different charts. They're really cool, but they require a lot of work to get good at.
Both players go for the spin on Napalm, by the way.
Okay, Fung Poppy gets style points for doing both of them.
Style points for sure. Minfoam maintained the life bar after the first spin, which is very commendable as well. And both players did the backside twist at the end.
Yeah, this whole entire set has been a very much a test of can you do high BPM stuff. Because this is the slowest song at 183 in this, and it's not slow. It's very technical, and the song, like, if you don't know what Bedlam means, it's a state of confusion. And this is very much appropriate for how the song is composed and how these charts are arranged.
It's such an odd chart.
It's a really good one. It's so cool.
Quick update of W14, how it's progressing. Diggy has taken first on the first two, it seems. So Diggy's looking very strong to progress. We'll wait for the final tally, of course. And of course, being winners, we will see all our contestants again, regardless of the standing. You can see the scores on the right for Bedlam. 896 and 872, kind of showing like the tricky nature of the chart and how kind of easy it is to pick up greats in such random spots because
it's not just unusual rhythms, it's the patterning as well. There's a lot of 16 jacks in this chart. And we're actually going to see a really brutal section coming up right here. You're going to have this really long jack chain with all these 16ths and brackets mixed in together. So watch for that. We'll see how the players handle it right here. Absolutely brutal.
Hey, they made it through okay. It's the important thing, and there's still much more chart to have.
Yep, and then we get this swing pulse note section with the jumps mixed in. I feel like Nimgo took a cue from Windforce right there when he was charting it. So there's one little really nasty thing coming up. We've got a center hold coming up with 16th attached to it. You're going to have to bracket on those 60s to make sure you're not dropping anything.
Both players drop a little bit, and then we got the funny-looking brackets. There we go.
Yeah, once you hit the last 40%, it really does not let up at all.
If you can lock into the timing of the bracket drill, it's very, very stable, but if you're off, suddenly you see a lot of bad stack up.
And we got Minfoam and Funk Poppy doing Bedlam on their side right now. We'll see if they can beat either of the scores we see between Psych and Diggy with a 9-2-0 and 9-2-4.
Commendable performance, beating out Psych on all three, but by close margins, to be fair. Very, very close margins.
And this one looking a little bit more comfortable, but also trying to get some spare goods in the process. We'll see how they handle the bracket rush and the jacks.
They're alive.
Shout out to the BGA, by the way. If you actually watch it, it's hilarious. Yeah, 12's really tearing Funk Poppy up right there. He's definitely keeping pace on the 16, but a lot of the weird techniques he's really having to fight for.
Yeah,
So
I think it's hard after playing such foot speed heavy charts. If foot speed is not your strong suit, you might feel a little bit stiff or tense. Both players doing a very, very impressive job on that bracket.
Yeah, the rolling brackets were very
Rolling
good
brackets
for
were
both
impressive.
of them.
More solid than we saw in left cap.
9-1 and 8-9.
9-1.
So this is actually pretty close all around for Bedlam.
New record!
Congratulations to all players. It looks like on all four charts, the placement was identical for all four charts, with Diggy coming in first, Psych coming in second by a close margin to Diggy, and then Minchfoam in third and Funk Poppy in fourth.
We'll let them tally the final scores real quick and figure that out. We do have an update on the last pool. It looks like Bobbert advanced out of the losers. So Bobbert will be playing in the next losers pool.
Thanks for tracking that. It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep everything on stage, but it looks like, yeah, Bobbert, congratulations. Have to give a shout out to Surikato. Had a great run yesterday. Making it through to today is a huge mile. Huge push. A lot of tournament play. Shinobi, of course, a lot of screen time as well. Making a great showing today.
Yeah, we've actually seen a lot of personal bests on players' cards as we do these matches. It's been very interesting to see these players really push.
It's so rewarding to see people hit their milestones. I'm super, super happy to see it every time. Curious, we're going to be hopping over to W13 next. Match W13. And it looks like the card draw is complete for it. right? Dream to Nightmare S21, FFF S22, and Broken Karma S21. I would say that set is a little bit.
It's a big mix of skills because Dream to Nightmare is going to focus more on your bracket tech at 178. FFF is going to be runs at 200 involving twists. And then Broken Karma is a more twist run at 170 with a different style.
Yeah.
So it's a very different set of skills for everything.
I like the quick crossover and come back, quick crossover and come back. Yeah, I think if you
also Broken Karma is very even in difficulty there around, whereas
Right.
FFF is more backloaded.
Yeah. I was kind of thinking, right, if you're good at like facing straight ahead, good stable form, then maybe this set is good for you. But then FFF being thrown into the mix, it has that really anchor-heavy kind of twistings at the end.
Yeah, in that chart and
What
in
a
the
diverse
D23,
set.
very, very brutal.
Yeah, agreed. Wait, D23.
Oh, for Broken Karma.
Oh, Broken Karma, I see.
But yeah, FFF as well.
Excited to see Houston players representing. Blast first time on the pads. Not new to tourneys by any means.
Galaxy level 11. Difficulty zone
Let's go over some of our players real quick and get those cards ready. Alright, so let's go over, looks like we got Blast. I'm going to go over Blast real quick. He's been playing for about 4 years. He's closing in on Expert 1. His goal is to get Expert 2. But he has strong streams, but his brackets and gimmicks are, he says, are his weakness. So we'll see how he holds up during
He's
this
a very diverse player. My knowledge is, right, we go back and forth in tournament settings. He'll take some S22s, I'll take some S22s.
Yeah. It looks like Dream to Nightmare will be the struggle for him, though, based
Yeah.
on this card.
He sometimes he gets like sort of like the tournament jitters, but overall very, very strong player. Not afraid of doubles, not afraid of singles, very balanced in both regards. Well-rounded player in all sense of the word.
See if we can cover Cesar as well. Been playing for 12 years. He's actually from Ecuador, so he's going to be doing that work. We love to see our international players coming in. Managed to win a tournament back in 2014.
Yeah, he's in Houston now. The fun fact, I met him briefly in Chinatown Fair in New York, and we kind of like bonded over it. And I was just talking with him, and we're having a great time. And then he was like, "Hey, I moved to Houston." And I was like, "Wait, I know people. I'll hook you up." And I brought him in, and then he's integrated so well with them. And
See, that's what's so great about community is like you get to cross with other people. You just tell them where you're at.
it's like one of those things. It's like, yeah, we're playing the same game, and when there are only so many locations you can go to, you're bound to run into people and make these ties and connections and friend groups. But Houston community is great. It's so glad that they were able to come up for a big deal. Dallas Evolved. For those of you on the East Coast, Texas is very big, so that's like a 4 to 5 hour drive.
Yeah, you can drive for almost an entire day and still be in Texas.
Yes.
And then we have Narwhal as well. Narwhal's played for about 7 years ago, like properly getting into it. And he's been a long time DDR player, so he's already got experience. He's got experience in several music games, actually. He really enjoys Kokugan Cairo Labyrinth, Silver Beat, and Broken Karma. So I think he's going to be happy to play Broken Karma during this set. So he did get top 4 at the Fanime 2023 PIU tournament that they had last year. So that's pretty solid. So he's going to try and grind the advanced titles, and we'll see how he plays. But good to see him here.
Excellent goals.
So it looks like we're ready to get started with Dream to Nightmare here on the left side with Cesar and Narwhal. Yeah, I think they can
Yeah, we'll swap the names real quick.
Yep.
But Ralph, we already introduced, coming up from.
Come from the winners.
Yeah.
Yeah, he managed to win that pool, so he's kicking it.
Has the benefit of being warm, I suppose. Yeah, but
Yeah.
his set was. Some of them, I remember the pool was a little bit dicey.
Narwhal repping that NorCal World Order shirt right there. We give a big shout out to them. Great little community. Especially like they like to push freestyle a lot too, which is not something you see a lot in modern pub, and it's great to still see some representation there.
I'm excited for these. We're getting to like very stable foot speed and twist heavy 200-ish BPM patterns.
And then you have Drain and Niner.
Yeah.
So this being a Fiesta 2 song, when HP was still very active in turning, it has a very signature turning style. There's going to be a lot of brackets. And there's two notorious bracket sections at the very end that are pretty ahead of their time. We'll cover those when we get there. I believe the slowdown stuff was removed in this chart, though. I don't remember if there's still a slowdown in this chart. Yeah, it looks like it's removed based on the target.
Yeah.
So at least this will be a little bit easier to see because this used to be slow. Narwhal handling this very well. Cesar not too far behind. Oh, very good on the stairs there.
Excellent.
Then we've got this little triple burst coming in with these ace notes. This can be a little bit tricky depending on which foot you're using to try and bracket with.
It's a little bit easier if you bracket with left.
Yeah, because then your right foot only has to alternate. It doesn't have to go back to bracketing.
You don't have to like swivel between the bracket position and the tap.
So at the end of the section, we have these alternating left-right brackets right here. Very tricky considering they're syncopated. And then we have this very tough bracket section coming up where you're going to have to swing your foot around.
If you're going for a full combo, that's where you're going to be breaking.
Yeah, that's definitely the most difficult part to combo. Both players getting through just fine. A very strong performance from both of them.
Good.
Yeah, this chart's not too difficult to pass, but to do well on.
Yeah.
It can be a little tricky because of the ending section. Both players having a good performance overall. Narwhal, especially with that 975, looking very solid.
It was looking a little bit more shaky towards the end, but I think the accuracy carried a long way, and I guess a lot of the padding in the first part.
Blast and Ralph getting into the hard section right now on their side. We'll see how they handle these brackets coming in.
The one thing I'm a little bit concerned about for the players coming from Houston, Caesar and Blast, is that they have access to double X. So if they're used to the mentality of double X scoring still, might see a little bit of grade stacking up.
Ralph had a really good bracket section right there, but ended up trying to bracket the drill and got punished hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really got to make sure you stick
be
to your
sideways,
plans.
yeah. Or have really big feet.
I don't have that luxury.
Yeah, you can see the 125 grades by Blast. Even with the lower miscounts and looking relatively stable on the clear.
Yeah, both players not having a problem clearing. It's really just all down to the accuracy to get these score differences right now. Like all players have been pretty solid with their miscounts.
Yeah, but that means Narwhal will take the first one. Takes first place on that first one. Congratulations. We're going into FFF S22. It's one of those ones that I suppose you could say it has a lot of build-up and then suddenly goes into very heavy anchor twist patterns. The rhythm, from what I recall, it's not consistent 16ths at the very start of the end run, but then towards the end, it's very, very anchor heavy.
Yeah, Ralph getting a quick drink right here. So I actually do have some trivia for this chart in particular. Windforce made some tweets a long time ago about like charts he'd done in the past and just commenting on them. This chart originally was much harder when it was drafted. Like, if any of y'all remember the D26 mission in Prime 1, the singles was basically that. It was just 24 measures of run at the end. And eventually it got toned down into this chart. And this chart's still pretty hard.
Excellent. We're going to
Oh,
see a simultaneous.
Yeah, we're going to do a simultaneous. That's more fun that way.
Excellent.
So this chart starts out really simple for the most part, and then after we get out of the second break, after the hold part, that's when all hell's going to break loose.
But I wouldn't say the first half is free, but you want to be so locked in on it because there are a lot of points to take before it really picks up.
Yeah, especially on the turn holds. You have to be careful you're not going to miss on those because they are a little twisty. It's such a great song. Goen's style has changed for his composing, but you can definitely hear his style. Even if it's been more polished over the years, you can definitely tell it's a Doen song. And people love Doen songs, especially for the game. They lend themselves to good charts. They're good to listen to. Both Normal and Cesar are still keeping full combo going into this.
Here's the hard part.
Yeah, this part's actually deceptively difficult. It's very easy to drop, and players on the left struggling a bit.
I think it's the ambiguity of like deciding in the moment which foot you want to tackle the middle milk with.
You just use your third foot.
Yeah.
So now we get to the turn running right here. Very wind force patterning. He makes you twist and turn, and this part just builds and builds because more and more movement gets mixed in.
High part drops by Cesar. It's really going to be crucial going into this ending pattern. Ralph as well.
Yeah, Narwhal really was killing that middle half right there, but dropping holds. Cesar also dropping a hold. We got this last anchor run right here.
Last coming in with the strongest life bar, but I'm still looking at the greats with a raised eyebrow. I have to be a little bit concerned about it.
Yeah, all players just definitely showing they were getting tired by the end, and I don't blame them. It's brutal by the time you get to those last 8 measures of run.
Big applause for them for making it through.
Oh wow, we've got some very varied results.
Breakdown. What a breakdown.
Narwhal with the 9-5. That's
9-5-2.
very impressive.
Break on or off does not matter. We're just looking purely at the score, and we see a 37 great, 9-5-2. 69 greats by
Nice.
Cesar. Nice. And last, I believe I saw higher great counts, but a much better score because the anchor section looked really, really solid. Familiar with the chart, definitely. Familiar with those patterns in singles, absolutely. Shout out to Blast in the chat. And yeah, Narwhal, excellent score despite the break. For a tournament perspective, that's what you want to see. You just want to see the big score number. And that means Narwhal has taken 2 of these.
Yeah, Narwhal is having a really good position. He's definitely looking a little tired here. So we'll see if he can hold it together. But Narwhal really pushing. He wants to move on.
Yeah, Broken Karma S21 is going to be a little bit of a test on the stamina. It's thankfully more straightforward than FFF, but I think it forces you to be moving longer throughout the chart.
I think he's really trying to channel that adrenaline right now.
Yeah, definitely going to need a second to take some water. Please stay hydrated, everybody.
Yes, please stay hydrated. Make sure you eat, drink water specifically.
Drink water.
And eat.
I'm actually going to do that right now.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go do that in a bit. So going into Broken Karma, this is one of Curie's licenses. Curie being a Korean composer. He's composed some originals in the past, but this one ended up being licensed. I'm not sure how it was changed for this PIU edit, but people seem to generally enjoy his songs. I do want to give a shout out to the BGA in this one because the character is actually drawn by Dasu.
Oh.
Yeah, you can see that in the title card. The character was designed by Dasu, who you know as the composer of stuff like Nakaka in '86. So they're gonna coordinate it.
They got it.
Yeah,
That's beautiful.
We're doing this.
This makes it easier for us too.
Yeah, just have everything together. Really good. So like we said, we're going to see a lot of twist run in this one, but very different from the twist runs that we saw in FFF. Oh, Cesar dropping a hold right off the bat, and Ralph struggling a little bit too.
I'm noticing the difference in playstyle between Blast and Ralph right now. Ralph opting to do a little bit more double stepping, taking a little bit of penalty, while Blast is just full sending, trying to twist as much. Let's see how it pans out during the run.
Yeah, so this is just a taste of things to come.
Just gotta slow it down a little bit by Blast.
Narwhal still keeping combo right here.
Narwhal doing very, very, very solid.
Yeah, he's trying to breathe right now. He definitely needs to get that air.
Perfect count as well.
We still have 2 more big runs to do, so definitely get your air. And the rest of the turn still has things to do. Narwhal's still kicking it right here. All players locked in going into this run.
Yeah, these brief crossovers can really give you a run for your money because they come in such quick succession at regular intervals.
Narwhal just broke now. Held that combo for a very long time. That might be a difference in the case of a tiebreaker. And we have a little bit more tech right here, and then we're going to have 8 more measures of run. Got to really watch your rhythms right here and your foot placement. Coming in right here, Narwhal still pushing. Cesar struggling a little bit. Looks like the other 2 are still getting through.
Yeah, I was looking at Blast as the runner-up after seeing Narwhal's massive combo and perfect streak going in through that first run. But you can see the 151 grades will make such an impact.
Narwhal having a very solid 96.
Ralph was opting to avoid doing a lot of the twists, and I think this chart really just gives you that constant penalty every time a forward, backside crossover, whatever have you. It just, you see bad or miss stack up.
The way the twists are lined up, it's really tough to not get penalized if you choose to try and heel toe them.
Yeah. It goes from a chart that's very flowy to something that feels very much like you have to suddenly, constantly reassess where you are if you're trying to go for pattern manips. But great showing by all players. The hold drops was breaking my heart by Cesar. I think it's one of those things when it happens so early in the chart, it can really affect your mental or like just kind of put you a little bit on edge.
So an update on the pool. So out of the last pool, it looks like Diggy's going to be moving on into the next winner's pool. The others are going to get another chance in losers. And in this pool, Narwhal took first on all 3 songs.
Yeah,
Very
Diggy and Narwhal both very commanding first place finishes. But as a reminder, Diggy Psych was very close in all 3, even though Psych took second in all of those.
Yeah.
So at least for the pool of charts that were drawn, which is quite diverse, I would say, Diggy had a dominating performance. Psych is certainly one to look out for in L14, which will be coming up soon.
Yeah,
but congratulations to Narwhal and you know, all players in general, because being winner's side still, we will see Blast, Cesar, and Ralph again.
Yeah, everybody's been really playing well today. Like
Yeah.
I think people have had a little bit more time to adjust to the pads and just like kind of the environment. And
Yeah.
that's always hard to do in any kind of live setting.
Yeah, we finished what at like 10,
Yeah,
10:30ish
about
yesterday.
10 o'clock last night.
And of course, round 1 being open late, there was a lot of pad play that was happening for sure.
Y'all got to do that. I went to go home and sleep because I had to be here at 10.
Yeah, I tried one set just to get a feel for the pads, see if there are any sensors that were giving trouble, and otherwise I was just catching up with some friends and family.
So, but yeah, everybody having a good time. And like I just see just lots of smiles, lots of community hanging out, and that's it's what we're here for.
Yeah. Still very bustling. You can kind of see a little bit of vacancies on the player camera 1 side, but player camera 2, you know, players shuffling around. Card draws are happening as well. So we're going to be waiting on the card draws for L13 and L14.
Yep. In the meantime, let's plug our sponsors real quick while we wait on those. Like we talked a little bit about our rhythm game merchandise from Mosaic Copper, and we'll get back to that in just a second. But for Red Note Gaming, if you're in Vegas and upcoming soon, hopefully in New York, if you need a place to play, you should definitely check out Red Note. And it looks like Tusa's time is up for now. Your number is up, sir.
It's my lunch break. Yeah, shout out to our sponsors, Mosaic Paw Print and Red Note Arcade, thanks for, helping to sponsor this. And of course, I'm happy to be here. I had a great time commentating, and I will be back in due time. But I'm having a great time here. I can't wait to commentate again soon.
I'm glad you were here. Are you commentating again later?
I believe so. I got a little bit of energy left in me.
Yeah. Look. Yeah, you'll be commentating just a bit. So.
Yeah, I'll be back. Hope you guys don't miss me too much.
We'll see you in just a bit.
Yeah. Look forward to some very exciting matches coming up soon. I'm signing off. I'll see you guys again soon.
Yep. And while we get Domi set up right here, just want to give big appreciation to everybody who's watching. I know the tech issues with the hotspot, it's never easy to work with, but we do appreciate everybody being here, being able to watch that. We are recording everything locally, and I will upload this on YouTube later in nice, good, non-skippy quality, hopefully. As we'll go ahead and turn the mics off just for now. We can do a sound check while we get our guys set up, so stick around. We'll be right back. All right, everyone, we are back. I got Domi right here with me for commentary now. How you doing, ma'am?
Hello, I'm doing wonderful today. I'm super excited to commentate.
So we got a little bit going on right here. We've got looks like Funk Poppy and Cesar on the left right here. I'm not sure who they're setting up on the right yet. Looks like Syke and Pastry Chef will get set up in just a bit. So it looks like they're taking their warm-up here with Festival of Ghosts. That's an interesting choice of warm-up. Like it's kind of a scary song, but it's not like super intense. So maybe they want to get an easy warm-up in.
Yeah, I feel like this chart has a little bit of everything.
It's very gimmicky. It's a very fun gimmicky chart.
Yeah, it definitely has some tech, it has some burst, it has some, keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, it looks like we got Pastry Chef and Syke getting set up on the right over here.
Okay, here we go.
So to give you a quick roadmap of what's coming up for songs, the set we're going to see is Adrenaline Blaster S21, Dream to Nightmare S21, and Witch Doctor S21. It's funny, we already saw Dream to Nightmare in the last pool, but the other two are going to focus on different techniques here. Adrenaline Blaster going to be very, very turn-based at a slower BPM, whereas Witch Doctor is actually an older chart with a little bit of an older style patterning at 195 BPM. How do you feel about those charts?
I'll be honest, out of all three of them, the one that I feel like I play the most is definitely Dream to Nightmare. It's definitely a more popular song. I feel like even people that don't play Pump It Up know the song just from the older ITG style charts, so it is probably the one that I'm more comfortable playing. That's probably why we're seeing it more than once. It's probably a song that a lot of people have played. I feel like it's also been recommended as like a good early pass when you're getting into the 2021s.
Yeah, because it covers mostly just the bracket tech, but it's pretty generous outside of the two ending sections. So a lot of people manage to get this one pretty early.
Yeah, but it'll be interesting to see if we see someone actually hit all of those brackets, because usually every time I see someone play it, unless they're trying to, get a super good score on it, it's just like, just mesh around for 10 seconds and hope for the best.
Level 20. Level 21.
There seems to be a lot of pump songs in general. You have like this easy minute and a half, and then it's like, here, I need to actually beat the difficulty for 30 seconds.
Yeah, and usually right at the end when you think you've made it.
So we actually went from one Curie song to another, from Broken Karma to Adrenaline Lessons. So Curatism is actually the combination of Curie and Wyvern P, both who have had previous songs in the series and new songs in the series since then. So this, I love this song. I think this one's great. It has a lot of energy, especially in the BGA. The BGA being made by Kuro Rack, a very talented composer. This song is fire. It definitely deserves to be in the game. So like I said, this is going to focus more on slow BPM twisting, but it has a very nasty twisting, and it even has a few rolling brackets early on that we'll see right here. Funk Pop is struggling a little bit right here at the very beginning.
We have Caesar, who has been holding on to the combo through that.
Yeah, Cesar looking very comfortable so far. Funk Poppy's struggling a little bit with these bracket placements. This is Fefeb's chart, so the patterning is a little tricky. Cesar keeping the combo through there and still maintaining some pretty good accuracy overall. Psych and Pace keeping pace over on the other side. But big turn run right here. And even some jacks for good measure.
Here to get to rest up a bit.
Well, Funk Poppy managed to get through that little run section right there.
Oh, wow.
Very impressive. And there's not really break. Like the easier parts of this are still very brutal. Like coming up right here, we're gonna have two sideways facing runs. We're gonna see who actually decides to do the sideways runs and who decides to check cheat them. Looks like Cesar and Funk Poppy. Funk Poppy's actually gonna do the sideways runs, but getting a little confused at first. Cesar doing the cheat strats, and the Psych and Pace Step also doing the cheat strats, so they have to not turn. Coming off in the end right here, we have some corner turns to finish it out. And all players finishing very nicely there, but very tired. You can definitely tell, like this is a song that pretty much takes adrenaline to get through. Funk Poppy actually getting saved by very good accuracy right there with only 17 grades. Psych having just a slightly better score right there, but both of them very solid overall. Patient not too far behind with the 949. So it was pretty evenly matched. Cesar not having trouble comboing, but the accuracy really kicking in for him.
Yeah, he held on to a combo, I felt, for a good chunk of the chart, especially towards the beginning.
The hard part, though, is that since the combo bonus in the final calculation is only 5,000 points maximum, the combo count it's not nearly as important as keeping the accuracy at this point. And that's kind of a weird mental shift compared to previous events.
Yeah, I personally know that Funk Poppy did spend a good amount of time trying to play all of the lower level songs. And also a few players started playing on, HJ. especially now with the new version focusing more on accuracy, so I guess it's paying off.
He spends a lot of time doing that. I should spend more time playing Chrono Circle. Now he's been doing good, and considering like he's been organizing this event and running it, he's been doing a great job. Like this is not an easy set to get through.
This is pretty tiring. Oh,
So into Dream to Nightmare we go. Seeing it one more time. Did we have it in the last set? Yeah, so Cesar's actually playing this again because Cesar played it in the last pool as well. So we'll see if Cesar can get a little bit of revenge here.
picked up a few grades so far.
Second pastry chef still keeping full combo. Looks like Fun Poppy as well. Oh, but dropping that hold on Fun Poppy's side, that could be very costly.
We still have Psych and Pastry Chef going strong.
Yeah, they're getting very solid hits, making sure they do not miss this part. Pastry Chef managed to do that stare very cleanly.
Very nice, very smooth. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the chart on XX, the slowdown was a bit more close, right?
Yeah, the slowdowns were removed in this chart,
It was
Phoenix.
modified, yeah.
Pastry Chef been really keeping up, just not missing at all. That's really helping Andre while keeping that accuracy. We're going to see what happens going into the bracket section.
Stay strong.
Cesar and Fun Poppy still handling this section well, Cesar especially. We're going to see how they handle these anchor swings on those last triples, though. Look on Psych and Pastry Chef's side.
Yeah, but we have Caesar who kept the combo through all the bracket jumps.
Nice. And then right here, Cesar almost managing to get through the anchor jumps as well.
It's still really good. We have Psych and Pastry Chef ended with same, I think, 79 combo.
Yeah, they kept really good accuracy on that side. Psych really pulling through with the accuracy there. It looked like Pastry Chef kept that combo for a long time, but it looks like ended up stacking misses at the end. Psych managing to really pull ahead in that one. And it looks like on the other side, Cesar did fine, but Fun Poppy looked like a little tired at the end and just couldn't keep it up just by having a good start.
Just the sideways brackets in the middle of the jumps, they always throw me off too.
So that's going to leave Witch Doctor S21 as our last song in this set. So this is a bit of a history lesson with this chart, because this chart is actually almost 20 years old now, being another crazy chart in Zero when the song was first introduced. And for a chart almost 20 years old, it's actually held up quite well, but it does have a few awkward patterns and some things that modern charts don't really do. So you're going to see a long run, you're going to see some difficult bracketing in the middle of these, and at the very end, you're going to see a lot of 16 jacks at 195 that you need to double step out of, which is not a common skill.
I would also say the song holds up pretty well. This is probably my favorite Vanya song.
It's a good
that's
one.
currently still in here.
Yeah, like really, the Vanya songs in Zero don't miss. They're all very good. Like Zero was definitely a mix where they really felt like they were developing the game, both in charts, in style. Like Zero was the first game to have a BGA preview. Others were like fleshed out more. It was big all around.
There's like a lot of sort of like quality of life.
Yes, absolutely. Now the interface, I think, could have used a few more tweaks.
Okay, we have both cabs. They're trying to time it.
Yeah, they're gonna
be
time
exactly.
I think somebody dropped the timing on that one, so we're gonna be a little bit delayed again, but that's okay. It's at least funny. So this is a very chaotic chart compared to the lower ones. Like you're gonna see a lot of very early bursting and very, very chaotic turning as well as we get into this.
Yeah, these feel very aggressive. Especially right at the start of the song.
Yeah, the set maker who made that, we talked to him. He's like, when I'm happy, I make easy stuff like Valenti. When I'm mad, I make this. So you see these very brutal 60 bursts into jumps and brackets, which was not common for its time, and players on the right really struggling here. Cesar getting through that with no problem. Got to hold this triple hold. Then we have an 8-measure run coming up straight, but with a little bit of awkward patterning, so it's a little hard to run. And this song is also a little bit synced late, so keeping accuracy can be a struggle here. And then coming into the ending here, we have these hold turns. Pastry Chef and Psych going turn right there. Cesar and Funk Puppy also going to do that. And now we finally have these jacks coming out. Now you have to really watch what foot is coming out of these jacks. Otherwise you can end up getting turned away and end up missing a hold, which you do not want to do with how big these picks are. Psych having a very clean ending right there, getting through the entire ending.
Okay, we have everyone finishing strong.
Yeah, all players definitely putting in their work right there. Oh, wow, we have some very good scores all around. 981, 973 for Psych and Pastry Chef, and still a 958, 956 for Cesar and Funk Poppy. Very good overall. Funk Poppy getting quite an up score right there.
They definitely finished strong, especially after how tiring the first 2 charts can be.
Yeah,
This is a very strong ending from everyone.
Yeah, it was a very solid set all around for all our players. Definitely getting to showcase their different skill sets.
You can get some clap emojis in the chat for this pool. Some round of applause.
So we will see who makes it out of that pool in just a bit, and we will get set up with the next losers pool.
Oh, that's a good warm-up. Good warm-up song.
Wait, that didn't have a title card for a second on the left. It was just a black screen on our end. I don't know if that looked like that on the cab, but on the stream. That was funny. Yeah, thankfully PIU Phoenix is a lot more stable than XX was, but we do have some weird bugs occasionally. So it looks like we're gonna get set up. We got Blast, Midfoam, Ralph, and Bobbert coming up into this pool. It looks like we're having freaking drop frames. I'm gonna reboot the hotspot. I'll be right back.
So we're seeing some familiar faces here. Definitely might have seen them a bit earlier if you have been watching since the start. Or if you haven't been watching, you can just see how tired some of the players might be already. It's definitely time that they're pushing themselves. Definitely getting them pumping them up.
New teams, difficulty zone level 11, level 10, level 9, level 10, level 19.
Okay, so hopefully that'll fix itself in a bit while the hotspot reboots, but we can still commentate while we go.
Okay.
So yeah, we got Midfoam and Ralph on the left here, Blast and Bobbert on the right. So Seth's going to be UNI, S21, Keep On F1, and Cygnus S21. So this is all a pretty new set, like mainly newer tunes. But it looks like they're going to take their warm-up real quick with Little Munchkin and Wedding Crashers, so we'll chill for that.
These are some comfy choices to warm up on. I think chart-wise, Little Munchkin has been my favorite so far from the newest update.
It is so cute.
Yeah, and
It is
I feel like
adorable.
it's really smooth. Like if the chirp flows, like it has its twists and its brackets, which can throw people off. But it flows very nicely.
Okay, it looks like things are coming back up.
Let's see. Minfilm stated that his strongest skill is foot speed, so he definitely gets to use that for the first song. Not very, I wouldn't say it's a tech song, it's definitely more of a stamina song. Around above 180 BPM, I consider that foot speed.
Hey, that's fair.
Let's see, and then we have Bobbert as well stated foot speed as his strongest skill. Oh, Blast as well. He stated streams are his strongest skill. Let's see if Ralph is the only one that stated that anything fat, that foot speed is their weakest skill, so.
Come on, stream work. Other stuff's going, right? I think it's just internet in general.
Level 19. Level 21.
Oh, that's going.
No, they have to reset the hotspot. We lost signal. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Alright, I think I'm gonna have to reset OBS. I'm gonna have to cut this recording for just a second.
Okay.
Well, it looks like it's just an internet thing. I don't know. Okay, now we're going back up. It's not great, but it's at least kind of going.
Okay. Are we currently live?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
We're just gonna have to live with this for a second. Yeah, sorry, hotspot. Now it's disconnecting again. That's okay. We've done what we can. We can't do anything else, so we will focus on this commentary. So Minfoam and Ralph on the left, Blast and Bobbert on the right.
Let's see, are both cabs going to try and time it?
There we go. Now we're synced.
Oh, perfect. So we're entering the first song, UNI S21. For this specific song, it seems that Ralph might be at a little bit of a disadvantage. Everyone else that's up stated that foot speed and streaming are their strongest skill, while Ralph put it at his weakest skill.
Yeah, Dreamcatcher songs are, like, almost all of them are around 200 BPM, so they're all fast. They're all going to be, here, can you do your 200 BPM runs? But this chart has a couple other nasty spots, especially a little hold tap section in the middle between those two run sections.
But here we are entering our first run.
Yeah, sorry about the stream drop, everyone. The hotspot just does not want to cooperate, and It happens. I know things are kind of chugging along, but don't worry, we are local recording. So all players not seeming to struggle too much with the runs, but this little bracket section capped off with these little hold jumps. It's rough. And you get a little bit of a break here. Now, I am thankfully glad that this note coming up is not worth like 50 anymore. I know some people who would be just a little bit late on that, and then you just instantly melt your life bar. So now we got one last run. All players pushing good.
Let's see if everyone can finish strong.
All players looking pretty even on that overall. Probably maybe struggling a little bit at the end. A couple last brackets on the side. These are tricky to hit.
There we go.
Oh, we've got some great stuff from Minfoam and Blast here, both getting S's. 9-7 and 9-7-7. All players did manage to pass, so they are definitely nice and warm and ready to go.
They're now ready to jump in to keep on S21.
Next stage.
Keep on is, I feel like it's a bit more relaxed compared to you and I.
Yeah, you do get a bit of downtime, and it's kind of a build kind of song where you just start slow and then it builds towards the end.
It does have its twist moments, but not too many.
This song being one of the special crossover songs during Prime 2. This is another easy to AC song like Bedlam was earlier. This one's definitely a little bit more straightforward of a song, but it's a good listen. I really like the rave aesthetic in the BGA. It's a good fit for the game.
Guess I've been fun wishing everyone luck.
We got some friendly trash talk going on. They're gonna take each other down.
Oh, beautiful timing.
And then that would be really sad if one started losing connection at the moment they hit center and they would get desynced because of that. It's like desync and loading screen would be funny. So this chart starts off pretty simple. It's really once we get out of the break that things are going to really pick up. Oh, Ralph's getting a little bit confused right there on those brackets and chaining a bunch of pads.
This part up here with these down arrow holds feels so uncomfortable to hit, but
Yeah, some of them actually, I saw Bobbert was actually electing to just anchor stab the last one since he didn't want to have to bracket on down and center. Which is a very fair thing to do with this BPM. See how they handle the rolling bracket right here. All of them getting it pretty clean. It's a little deceptive the way it wants you to do it, but if you keep your left foot on up, left and center and just keep rolling that way, you get it pretty consistently. So now we just kind of build from here. We just have these little mini bursts. And they OSING starts adding more turns into the chart.
some bursts, some twists. We still have Blast holding on to a strong combo.
Yeah, still
Made it
comboing
through
right
the
here.
staircase.
Oh, but breaking with a stray bat, unfortunately. And now it comes down to this last run right here. Like, this is a brutal run to get through at 185 BPM. Minfoam really going in on that side. Very clean.
Oh, Ralph almost made it.
Very solid all around. It was pretty close like the entire time.
We still got some good scores all
Yeah,
around.
Minfoam and Blast carrying the two again. But remember, only one will make it through here. Only one player gets to move on, and the rest are unfortunately eliminated from the tournament. So if Blast wants to make it to the next round, he's not only going to have to beat Minfoam, he's going to have to beat Minfoam and hope that Minfoam actually loses by a significant margin to the other players.
Let's see. Well, this final song.
Well, we got Cygnus. Cygnus is another kind of fast one. It's not too difficult compared to a lot of other stuff that released in this BPM range at this time, but it has its challenges.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely gonna come down towards the end of the song. Just that second half. Oh, we have a competitor that escaped.
Uh-oh.
They've escaped the pads.
But Escape's not being played this round.
No. Okay. They're back.
Yeah, I think they had to remember what song they were playing next. Yeah, this song was added at the very end of XX in the 2.08 patch. Interestingly enough, it does have like a unique title card, but the BGA has not been added yet. So I'm wondering if it's been just kind of put on hold or if they forgot about it or something. Because it looks like it would be a really cool BGA, being the Cygnus constellation in the background.
I'm sort of leaning towards they probably forgot about it.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Because I feel like there's been a few updates before Phoenix came out between when this song was released.
No, this was the last one.
This was the last one?
This was the last one in XX. This was 2.08. That was the final content patch.
Oh, but they added the background for some of the other songs that came out during XX,
Yeah, so
right?
the Euphorionic, well not Euphorionic, Tropicanic did get one at the beginning of Phoenix.
And then
And Night Duty got a title card.
And then Ultimatum was added, right?
Yes, Ultimatum as well. So,
Okay. So maybe they just forgot this one.
yeah, or they ran out of time. Like game develop, I can tell you just even from developing Infinity, game development is hard. It really is. So Cygnus being composed by Nato, no stranger to Pump at this point, composing for almost 10 years for Pump's originals. Most of Nato songs being pretty quick, and this one no exception, 188. This one's going to focus mostly on bursting until the very end when we have a long set of runs.
Okay, Minfoam and Ralph doing cheek kiss for good luck.
Yep. This one's another kind of push and pull chart because there are places to rest, but the parts where it does make you do 16s, it can be very demanding. So Ralph and Blast having a very good start here.
So we have Bobber and Minfoam not too far behind.
They actually did keep a few of the gimmicks. I think the big gimmick in the middle was changed. But yeah, the patterning here, you really want to turn these, even at the cost of some energy, because it's very difficult to get out of it by double stepping.
Yeah, I personally feel like it's almost impossible to try and double step.
And we have a nice little anchor tab section just to kind of get your energy back. So small slowdown right here. So this is more mental at this point, but this is a good place to get your energy back.
Get the life bar back up.
I think this is my favorite part of the song. Sounds cool. Blast and Bob are dropping a little bit. Ralph as well. Minfoam keeping it through the slowdown.
But we have Minfoam still holding on strong.
And now we go right into the ending right here. Yeah, that gimmick's no longer there. So now we have a little bit more bursting, and then right after this, we're going to have some very tough twist run at 188 BPM. And then it's going to lead right into a bunch of brackets that you're going to need to hold.
Good push on everyone's part.
Yeah, Minfoam especially really pushing through that ending well. and having a very, very commanding lead with a 9-5-3.
But we have Bobber and Blast. They have almost the same money score.
Yeah, it's only
Very
like
close.
only 200 points apart. It was very close on their end. And Ralph still managed to make that push through. It looks like they had a good match together. I'd love to see the sportsmanship.
Yeah, they had a good time. This was a good pool.
So with that, Minfoam's going to be able to move on in the pool to the next loser's pool.
So we see him in a bit. But with that, we will have some new gamers joining us.
Yes. Well, we get set up for the next pool right here. So our 2 pools incoming for the winners, I think. Are we in the next division right now? So yeah, that actually finishes our platinum right there. So that means we are moving into diamond next. So next division coming in.
And we will be having some familiar names and faces. If you play any other non-5-panel game, you might recognize some of the people that are coming up soon. If you can just bear with us one moment. But just while we're waiting for everyone to get ready, if you are joining us recently or just stumbled upon the stream, you are currently watching the Pump It Up division at the Big Deal 4, hosted at Round 1 in Grapevine, Texas.
Grapevine being just right outside of Dallas. This being a very convenient location, thankfully, being right up the road from the DFW airport. So very easy to get to. And our competitors definitely appreciated having something very close by when they touch down.
Oh yeah, definitely. We have a bunch of people that flew in from other states and even from outside of the United States. We have a few international players that came.
We appreciate everyone joining us today, not just viewers, competitors, just really everyone. We do apologize for the tech issues. Just hotspots are hard to work with, and this one is not wanting to chug anymore. But don't worry, the whole event is being live recorded, local recorded.
Sort of a round 1 curse. I feel like I've been to different round 1s all across the U.S. and every single one has just the worst signal. It's just a void.
Oh, sorry, that void was just my stomach because I'm hungry. Anyways, coming into the diamond, our first set, we're going to have combo scoring, Jelly Slosh, Diggy 99, and Lightweight all playing together.
Wait, that shirt doesn't have a Pump It Up logo on it. What is that? Why is the pump pad on his chest shifted around 90 degrees?
Yeah, 45.
45.
If you want to shift 90 degrees, you can, but you won't see anything. But yeah, we got all games covered here. It's kind of unfortunate that we don't have that game at this round 1, but maybe someday.
I mean, you guys might be getting it soon. Some round
Not
1s
ours.
on the East Coast. Oh,
Not
it's already confirmed? Aww.
Anyways, so we got Lightweight and Diggy on the right here, combo scoring and Jelly Slosh on the left. So Diggy's a little bit warm already from playing in the last pool. The others are probably going to need a warm-up real quick. And we do not have the songs for their pool yet, but we will evaluate those when we get there. But we can talk a little bit about people. So Lightweight right here, he's played Pump for 4 years, it says. Has 2 years of experience in DDR, already PFCing 16s and 17s, which is very impressive for that amount of time. And it can also play 17s in Voltex.
That is extremely impressive.
Really good. So his greatest achievement was getting all of Expert 1 in 1 day, it says. That's a lot of charts to play in 1 day. Especially since once you get into 23s, which Expert 1 requires, you are pretty locked in on painful things. So he's very strong at committing to patterns, but he's not as good at brackets and such, especially bracket holds. So he's just here to have some fun, and I'm sure he's going to put on a great showing. So if we can find our others. So we got good old Jelly Slush right here. You heard him on comms. You've heard him in the background of the stream commentary and being a producer. But he has been playing Pump since 2006. He's definitely one of the OGs at this point. Living right here, repping Texas. Back in 2010, he actually did win a tournament, have at it the second. And he's gotten multiple top 8s at various events, including Eclipse last year. He's very good at keeping accuracy and double stepping, but stamina and turning are definitely his weak points, he says. So I can bully him later for that. And we have a card for combo scoring. I don't think we do. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the only person that didn't fill out the survey was Digi.
Yeah, I don't think I have one pretty good. But combo scoring, he's also been playing for too long, as it says on the card. Coming in from Florida right here. His greatest achievement was actually buying a cabinet. And to be honest, with today's market, buying a cabinet is an achievement. Because they're not cheap and nor easy to find at times. So his goal this year is to get Expert 4, which requires a lot of good scores on 24. So that's a good goal to work towards. So he's good at reading slow, but he says he has trouble adapting to like public and arcade pads, which that is the downside to owning a cab. You spend less time on a different set.
Yeah, it's definitely a skill in itself. I feel like definitely when you're in a competition, your ability to adapt to just like any machine is definitely very strong. I'm on the opposite end where I'm very sensitive to any changes to the pad. I'm very finicky with how pads are, so if I have to adjust to a new pad on the spot, it'll definitely throw me off. I would definitely expect to, get scores that are usually like maybe 10, 20K less than usual, just because I can't adapt to the pads. For combo scoring, he said, for his fun fact, watch how he holds the bars. Let's see when he plays. Let's see what he does. Oh, this is a fun part pick. I'm just gonna describe it as fun.
Very fun.
Probably, well, for me, more fun to watch than to play.
Yep. I mean, I enjoy playing this chart a lot. I think this is one of the greatest OG charts, but it's also very difficult.
Yeah, it'll definitely be fun to watch someone that understands the chart playing.
So this being like one of like the premier turn charts at 158 BPM or 162 BPM, this was a lot of experimenting, and it has a lot of those diagonal cross turns that you're going to see in the middle, making it very challenging to actually do. But the way the patterns are laid out, it's also very difficult to double step out of them efficiently.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with these charts or the game engine. I feel like it's like as if there's a camera watching you and it knows where you're trying to cheat. It's like, no, don't do that. You need to turn.
So we actually have a little bit of interesting history with this chart. I'll get to that in a bit. Well, sorry, players doing really well at this opening section right here, choosing to actually turn most of it. Some of them go ahead and double step out of them. Lightweight having a little trouble trying to double step out of it. But combo scoring and Jelly Slosh not having trouble doing the actual turns. And they're very unusual turns.
Yeah, and combo scoring's actually fully turning, letting go of the bar to turn. He is going all in on these.
And now we get into the guitar solo, and this is where all hell breaks loose. You are going to be doing very tough diagonal turns if you choose to turn. Jelly Slosh having some very good double stepping right here, still keeping combo, and still having reasonable accuracy. The other player's struggling a bit more. Very clean stairs on all players.
Oh, that was beautiful.
So this chart actually was revised in Phoenix coming up. There's no longer going to be a break between the two runs. It's going to be one straight run coming up right here. But we'll see if they can handle the stamina aspect of it. This was a change made to Phoenix that mirrors what the original Zero chart looked like.
Everyone's going strong.
Oh, make sure you hold that hold down. Oh, Jelly Slosh losing a bit. Very close all around. Wow. A 957, 956, and a 960 for our top three. And Lightweight not too far behind with a 934. Very close all around.
That hold at the end.
Yeah, it really cost Jelly Slosh the points there. Like, you got to make sure if you are on a triple or quad hold, you are 100% down. And especially if you're at the end, you just put all your energy into make sure you are anchored.
Yeah, just sumo squat into it.
Yeah, we'll see if that ends up becoming a factor for Jelly Slosh in with the rest of this pool right here. We don't have the names for the songs just yet on our end, but we will see what we're doing here.
That was just unfortunate, especially seeing how he handled the rest of the chart. He kept the combo through.
Yeah, the guitar solo.
The hard part.
The guitar solo was very clean. So it looks like the next song is going to be .02. So this was actually a fun ad in XX last game because they delayed it deliberately to add it in the 2.02 patch. And this being a very popular song by Synthwolf, despite being a license instead of an original. I know Fefems especially also enjoyed playing with this song because when Fefems was charting, he said, I like the song so much, I did my best with it. And it really comes across. Our helper getting our players synced up and ready to go.
Let's see. If these players have not been warmed up yet, this song will definitely warm them up.
Yeah, there's a lot of run, especially in the back half of this. There's a little bit more other stuff too. We will see some mini 24th drills. This is a good spot to just kind of conserve. Looking like Lightweight's going to actually elect to do most of the turns. The others are going to double step them to save their energy. So combo scoring and Diggy starting off very strong, keeping a full combo here. So you got a little bit of a break. And then we're going to have just a little bit of bracket work right here, just some triples. Now we have seen a lot of players struggle with hitting triples accurately, especially on the corners, but all players doing really well getting all through that. So now we've got the 24th drills coming up. Got to be very clean getting through these.
Everyone's doing well so far.
And right after this, we're going to have a rush of brackets and jumps, and this is going to be the most difficult section to do outside of the run. This build-up is always so good. Combo scoring really keeping it down. Other players not too far behind. And now we've got the 16 measures of run.
Combo scoring is truly living up to his name.
Players all keeping good accuracy all around. This last run, combo scoring really going in. I'm getting a little tripped up there.
You have all players that survive the run.
Piggy actually electing to do this last part, no bar. It's a little risky here in a tournament setting, but getting through it mostly fine. Oh, but picking up a bunch of bads.
Well, he did not fill out the survey to state what his strongest skill is. I would vote that no bar is his strongest
So many
skill.
of them did the spin at the end. I'm proud of them.
The crowd is loving it.
Yep. Oh, wow. Yeah, combo scoring really getting in with that 9-8. Very solid. And still a 9-7-3 to 9-6-9. Still a 9-6-2 on Jelly Slosh's side right there. It was very, very solid set. So this actually shakes things up quite a bit because combo scoring was third on Love is a Danger Zone too, but ended up winning that one. And Diggy was right below him, so it's going to be a little bit of a mix-up right here in terms of points. The points are going to be very close going into this last song.
And that last song being.
That last song is actually Chimera D22 apparently. I actually didn't know we were getting into doubles already. So we'll probably have one person on each and we'll alternate.
Doubles hours have started, everyone.
About time.
And we're starting off strong, just a D22.
This is a very recent D22 as well, and it's kind of weird considering Chimera has kind of had its like reputation of its like chart style, and then we get something that's like generic modern style. it's a little strange. Which is funny because you could probably say the same thing about the charts that were added in Fiesta at the time.
Yeah, looking at the old charts, I don't know how else to describe it other than, I don't know, a meme.
Well, they were made at the time that they were still pushing difficulty, didn't know, like, the step artist for Chimera's D26 said himself, I worked on this for 5 months because I had no idea what I was doing. Like, Yop and JKD just kept telling him to make it harder, make it harder, make it harder. And what we see today is what we're... And there's still some good things about that chart. It's very difficult and unpleasant to play, but I don't think it's a bad chart. I think it's just very unpleasant, if that makes sense.
It's definitely a piece of art.
It really is. Some people really do enjoy that chart, though. Like, I know Kaze will defend Chimera to the death, and I don't blame him for it. It is an OG chart, like one of the most important boss songs in this game's entire almost 25-year history.
I wonder why they didn't try to keep the same style with this chart, with the D22.
It's just differences, just modern styles, and I mean there's a little bit in the run patterns for the D22 coming up. I can definitely see kind of an attempt to keep things a little harder, but it's definitely very modernized.
Yeah, it's sort of like you want to, keep the spirit alive.
Very much so.
I personally, I'm not a big gimmick or slowdown person. I don't enjoy them, mainly because I'm bad at them, so, skill issue. But I was a bit disappointed when they removed some of them. I feel like some of the charts, they already have, like, their own background, their own lore.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Spirit.
It's really sad to see, like, a lot of older things go that had a lot of work put into them. And then they just due to licensing, we can't use them again. Like sometimes they come back, like in the case of Dignity, but you don't see revivals that often anymore.
I didn't even know Dignity left the game for a while.
It was only for one game.
Okay. Yeah, because that's definitely like one of the songs that when I think about Pump It Up, it's just like one of the first songs that I think of.
So what's really funny is that the only games Dignity left were Prime 2 and Pro 2, the PR2.
Hopefully there isn't a third one. Third time it leaves.
So we're getting the event mode set up right here. This will be standard for, I think, the rest of the event.
While we're setting up, we are currently in the Diamond Division for the Pump It Up tournament at the Big Deal 4. And so we can use this time to talk a bit more about the players.
Yeah, let's look at Lightweight stuff real quick. His favorite stuff, like a few of his charts that he listed were Brave Till the Earth's End, S19, I Want You, S20, Cuba in general, Vector, S24, and S22 and D24, and Yosei Fairy, S20. And that's a very varied list of charts, like very modernized, but all pretty different takes on skill sets in this difficulty range. And that's what you need in order to be good at Pump in general. Like, you need to balance your skill sets. Like, you need to balance the foot speed, you need to balance your foot technique. balance flying if you're playing doubles, because you have to know how to move your body, like really move.
Yeah, it's sort of impossible to try and progress in the game without expanding your skill sets, going back to charts. But we have Jelly going up first.
Yep, Jelly Slash is going to be our first player. No, we're all victims here whenever Chimera is played, just because of the brutal difficulty of all of its charts. And Jelly Slash is trying to get somebody else to play with him. So that way he's not alone.
Yeah, sometimes it's not as fun to just play by yourself. You need a buddy. Very far away co-op.
Okay, looks like we're going to have Diggy on the other side for Chimera here.
Will he play at no bar at some point?
So Jelly Slash will go on one side, Diggy's going to go on the other.
Oh.
Nah, it looks like we're just going to go ahead and start. This is fun.
I didn't see. Okay, yeah. I was going to say I didn't see. Did you really mess with the settings?
I have a question in chat real quick. Is Diamond in the highest division? So this is the highest in the pool set. After this, there's going to be a promotion stage that the winners of the Diamond Pool will move into. And all the players in the promos will compete for one spot in order to get into the pros that will be showcased at the end of the night and the beginning of tomorrow.
So definitely make sure you come back later and tomorrow to watch all the gaming.
Well, you at least get a little preview of what you're about to see right here. Like this chart being a bunch of runs at 210 BPM and not exactly easy on the movement either. They're all pretty brutal.
Oh, these bracket holes are going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, the player skill on demand today, like on display, has been absolutely incredible. That last run is deceptively hard.
I would say it kept a little bit of the OG spirit.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit in there. I do have to appreciate the source material because it is from Mozart. It's definitely one of the more well-known class chord mixes. And I think honestly one of the better ones.
Are you telling me Vanya did not create this from scratch? Oh, not even Vanya.
Alright, players getting set back up here.
Okay, we will now truly starting the doubles gaming hours. I am personally looking forward to see if they do a small part no bar. They seem to genuinely enjoy it just from seeing them play.
Diggy actually doing a pretty slow speed mod, only 2.5. That's actually surprisingly slow considering how dense it is. He's actually gonna, looks like he's gonna actually try and play this whole thing no bar.
They're doing it.
He's committing to the no bar right here.
And no background. No background
No
dark.
BGA dark, yeah.
They are truly living to the spirit of Chimera.
Yellowslaw having a very good start right here, keeping good accuracy and combo. Gotta get those points. But this chart is doesn't have much break. It's pretty push and pull the entire way through. And the 16 patterns are pretty brutal, involving a lot of movement. Like this little mini section right here is probably gonna be our only real break. We got long run coming up right here with the piano and harp. And Diggy making those jumps around. Yellowslaw's managed to at least get out of that run. Like I said, very push and pull right here. Like even with these patterns being in the middle six, they're very movement heavy. It's very easy to just misstep just by just a smidge and hit the metal instead of the actual panel. Because you're just kind of whipped around.
Both players still holding on.
Yeah, Diggy electing to go back to bar. Yellowslaw's definitely looking a little bit tired coming in this outro. We have that one last run, and they're going to have to really move. This spans the entire pad right here. Definitely hold those holds down. Tough on that end. So 9-3-2 and 8-7-5. I actually wonder why Diggy tried to do that one no bar at first.
It's the purest way to play Chimera.
It's not even a classic chart to do it on. I could understand if you did it on Nightmare. Like D26, I would absolutely understand that. So that means it is now lightweight and combo scoring turn for Chimera. So we'll see if they can pick up a little bit on the mistakes that the others left on the table there.
Lightweight stated that his strongest skill is committing to patterns. Let's see if he will commit to doing the bursts. But they did state that their weakest skill is brackets. So we do have a few brackets throughout the chart. Hopefully they're able to keep those holds.
3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go.
There we go. Both players having a very good start right here. Kind of warming up into those 210 runs. Yeah, very clean so far. Minor drops here, but they're still very much on good pace. Now these little stair bursts in the middle six, they're a little deceptive as well because it's very easy to slam your foot into another panel when you start on the center. And you can end up getting a bad judgment on your third note and get a bad or a good. So you have to be very careful with your foot placement on those.
No issues for both players doing the holds.
Yeah, lightweight really putting in work right here. So first big run coming up right here.
Yeah, both players survived that part. Easy peasy.
Little bit of break right here, and now back to bursting. See how they handle the middle six bursting. Yeah, the fatigue definitely setting in by this point.
Lightweight holding combo.
Yeah, Lightweight really going in on these runs. Like, he looks very prepared, and so it comes down to this last run right here. Combo scoring losing a little bit of that hold right there. Still managed to hold that life bar up, but Lightweight looking pretty solid on that.
He truly did commit to those patterns.
Yeah, he very much committed.
And it paid off.
Yeah, 9.64. That's very good for that. Very solid. And combo scoring getting it still a pass and an up score at the same time with the 9.42.
There's some beautiful plays all around. GG's for everyone. And with that ends this pool.
Yeah, we'll see what the final results are, but getting that 5 points right there might actually be enough to put Lightweight up. We'll see in a bit.
Let's see.
But as for me, it's about time for me to sign off of commentary because I need to go take a break, so I will go fetch Tusa. But I will be back in just a bit, in a few hours, with more commentary, so y'all stick around. Domi, thanks for being here. I will be back, and see y'all in a minute.
Yes. So as we enter this pool, if you play any other non-5 panel games, those being maybe DDR or ITG, you might recognize some of the players that are coming up in this pool. In this pool, we have Ranker, Awaken, DDR Chad, and Narwhal Prime. I personally was very much looking forward to this pool. I just watching what I would consider a 4-panel main. When they just come to pump it up, it's always a toss-up of how it goes. There's been some past events where I've seen other players that are mainly known for 4 panels when they just sign up for pump and they just rip through pools. Especially with the Phoenix now leaning more towards accuracy.
Hello and welcome. Tusa signing on. I'm back.
And I'm still here.
Thank you for still being here. I was watching, you probably saw me in the camera, I was watching live and I was just shocked at the level of play. These are not easy charts, and all players are just showing their strengths across the board.
Well, let's see. Yeah, the players just getting ready, doing their stretches, picking their warm-up song.
It's going to be Ranker, Awoken, DDR Chad, and Narwhal Prime. Narwhal Prime has been cruising along pretty solid, but these difficulties are ramping up. Meanwhile, can give a brief introduction of DDR Chad. Has been playing Pump It Up for 7 years, has other experience, you know, playing DDR, SMX. But currently now lives in the Dallas area. Enjoys Tritium. And a very, very, very commendable achievement getting a triple S on Avalanche S19. But, you know, main goal is clearing S21s. Which is a very ambitious or good goal to have if your strong skill is drill foot speed. But if your weak skill is turns and cheating turns, it makes sense if you're more akin to bias towards DDR, SMX. But that it's a very good goal to shoot for, both S21s and S22s. So that's a little introduction of DDR Chad.
I would probably add timing as also a very strong skill. If you know them from any other 4-panel games, you know how crazy their scores can get.
Every time I see a DDR main coming for pump, what's your weakest skill? Twist.
Honestly, for me, yeah, when I first started playing, I did come from DDR and just twist and then probably brackets because it's not too much
Twist
bracketing.
and brackets, yeah. Now the players are getting their warm up in now. It looks like the card draw is complete, right? So we're going to see Bedlam S22, Allegro Confuoco S22, and Boca D21. That's a fascinating card draw. Lots of variety in the tech required in these two. Bedlam being very brackety, mash heavy. We saw it earlier today. Allegro Confuoco S22 has those iconic 24-bit bursts that will drain a lot of stamina, and Boca D21 being the foot speed oriented version of the chart versus the D23, which is very something to behold.
Yeah, I personally will say Bedlam on its own has too much variety as a chart.
It has a lot going on. A lot of the volatility makes a lot of dice rolling, which makes it more interesting for us as commentators, though.
Yeah,
And for those of you watching at
it's
home.
interesting to watch, but then
Playing-wise, it's in a tournament setting, it's quite volatile, and you really don't know what's happening.
yeah, it's just like the person that chart this want us to try and turn and do what the arrows are like showing.
Yeah,
Is it physically possible?
the jacks are really demanding, and the jumps are really demanding, and the bracket drill is really demanding. It's all over the place. When we saw it earlier today, the breakdown was very much on like the lower 900 side of things, and you're looking at it like, yeah, that's understandable. That's one of those charts that more often than not, you go for the pass and you're like, I'm satisfied with that.
But I mean, we do have some 4-panel players that have been playing some techie stuff. Maybe it's something around their skill set, something they can easily adapt to.
Hopefully we can give a quick reminder to Awoken to make sure HD is turned off. Fine for the warm-up, but as we get into Bedlam S22, definitely want to make sure, I believe it's their first time hopping on the pad for the day. Just have to make sure the mods are all spick and span. HJ. HJ.
Level 21, level 22.
Give a quick shout out.
Okay, there we go.
Level 22.
Crisis averted.
They're also playing with like a drawing note skin,
Amazing.
like not like a regular arrow note skin.
I mean, we saw Grains with soccer balls earlier. Always a sight to behold.
Personally, yeah, when I saw the pools and I saw these players in the same pool, I was very excited to watch it. So
It's going to be a timing fest, right?
Yeah, I'm even more excited that I get to commentate over it.
Yeah, here we are. Timing fest on Bedlam. I don't know how to call this one. I don't know whose favor I give it to. Nice.
They timed it perfectly.
Pump players timing well. Sight to behold always. Look at the difference in AB on the screen.
Oh my goodness, yeah. It's working in their favor at the moment. And here comes just the everything.
Yeah. It looks like DDR Chad had a comfortable time in the intro, but Narwhal Prime also picking up a slight combo lead. But it's quite literally a dice roll toss-up, and it's only going to get more and more complicated and confusing as we go through. DDR Chad falling a little bit behind, but the hard section is yet to come. We're going to have the jacks.
Yeah, this is the moment for them to try and rest
This
up
is
a
your
bit.
rest, yep.
Yeah. Yeah. This that you're seeing right here is supposed to be your rest.
First highlight of the chart. Awoken had a massive 220 combo with very little great counts. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on that going into the ending run.
Ranker currently holding on. Here we go in the end first.
Ah,
Okay.
Prime getting some hold drops after the life bar drain. But 4 miss combo is not too bad. But overall, we see Awoken taking it. Looking very comfortable in that jack section for a passing mentality. But the 953, I believe, is the highest score we've seen on it today.
Definitely a strong start for him.
Oh, that's an excellent start.
Give everyone a moment.
Next is going to be Allegro con Fuoco S22. Players of these caliber, this is going to be a very close one. Very dicey in the sense that it may come down to grade count and accuracy more than, like, say, stamina or ability to twist. It does have its share of twists, but it's primarily in the 24-bit ending, 24 burst ending that really trips people off. But these players seem very comfortable with the foot speed required for this card. They're in Diamond after all.
Yeah, but I also believe this is the first time they're playing this whole carry. So it'll be between the songs. You see the players still trying to get their stretches in. Trying to get into tip-top shape before the next song. Get those stretches in. Okay. And here we go.
Best of luck to all the players. I think it's going to come down to a timing fest on who can hit more of the majority of the chart prior to the highlights. In terms of least amount of grades, maybe combo comes into picture, but assuming all players can keep up with the 24-bit burst, it'll really be a matter of grade count. Stamina-wise, foot speed-wise, though, I think the players are confident in that regard.
Yeah, at the moment we have most of the players keeping very strong combo or full combo so far. You have some just consistent streams.
Yeah, these are twisty, but the BPM leans itself towards twisting it over pattern manipulating. And you can see Awoken and DDR Chat both very eager to twist them instead of doing any sort of pattern manipulation. Keep the judgments in good hands and not use too much stamina.
Awoken is just, he won't let go of that combo.
Cruising through this
Commentator's curse.
every time. But it doesn't matter. The most important bit is coming up here.
Foot speed skill check.
Yeah, it has some twisty bits too in it.
We have all players. No one has lost their life.
Yeah, all players alive. Awoken and DDR Chad maintaining that full life bar throughout the duration. Last little corkscrew spins. A little bit of double steps. There it is. Slight miss by DDR Chad. But I think Awoken looked very, very solid throughout the majority.
That was a very clean run.
All players commendable getting this S22 clear, but look at the breakdown. Ranker's looking like, what?
Yeah, Norwal's
Or
like, what is going, what's going on? Where are these people in my pool?
Yeah. Narwhal, my mistake, yes. Wow. It's crazy because Narwhal won his pool with a very dominating first place performance in all three. And now he's coming in and he's seeing these scores being put down. He's like, how did I get here? What is going on? But it is winner's pool, so worst case, we will see Narwhal again, right? And all of these players, we'll see them again. But we still have one more chart yet left to finish things off, and it is another double. We have Boca D21. Doubles being incorporated in the diamond pool. Pools of charts that are being drawn, so very exciting. It's really awesome that we get to accommodate doubles at this level of play because there's so many sort of like fascinating charts at like kind of all levels of play, but from our tourney perspective, you know, really being able to accommodate that for like 21 through 23 and onwards is a win in my book.
I feel like with, at least in this pool, the doubles could be a bit of a toss-up. I'm not 100% sure, especially for Chad and Ranker, how much experience they might have with doubles.
From what I recall, Awoken is comfortable in doubles. We'll find out.
Let's see.
Hopefully he remembers HJ again. Yep.
So I personally don't believe I played this chart, so I don't know it intimately, but it is a Dreamcatcher chart, so I'm assuming it's very foot speed.
Yeah, so the funny part is the 21, as I recall, foot speed. The 23 is bracket health. Like, instead of like the kind of burst that you would see in like snapping, let's say, it goes with the guitar as like kind of like all these weird bracket patterns as jumps. So it's certainly a chart to be aware of in tournament setting, but thankfully it showed up as the D21, not the D23. Yeah.
But they're just jumping right into it.
Not your typical Dreamcatcher by any means. I know some people were a little bit kind of taken aback or surprised by the charting choices, but it's nice to have the variety at the end of the day. At least for the D21, it does have a lot of freebie points that you can kind of pick up, so you can see the perfect stacking up.
Very chill start so far.
Yeah, it's
no
really,
issues for either player.
It's really the choruses that'll be the difference maker. Small break, but
not much to sweat over. Definitely coming up to the chorus.
Yep. It could fool you as a 16 until you get to these foot speed bursts.
Both players having no issues with these bursts.
Okay, but the accuracy across the board is impeccable. We saw the combo break by Awoken, but more greats on the right side. It's definitely going to be close.
Might just come down to this end.
Combo break by Narwhal.
Picking up a few more greats as well.
It's timing-wise, Awoken is solid, picking up some misses where the foot is not quite connecting with the panel, but otherwise keeping the time and rhythm exactly precise. So we're gonna see if the greats versus the misses will take priority here.
Yeah.
Phoenix scoring 86 greats. 4. Everybody's.
That's a really good breakdown. 4
Yeah.
greats.
For a 200 BPM like burst run heavy chart like that on doubles, like it's
The crowd is just like, oh my god.
oh, everybody's speechless right now. I don't understand. It's one of those things too. Like for Narwhal's play, it's one of the you're seeing those runs and you see a couple greats here, a couple greats there, and then you get to the results screen and you see like 80 something. You're like, whoa.
Yeah, they definitely add up.
They do. But I think Awoken proved very capable of making these dominating performances. It's looking like Awoken has taken first in the first 2 sets and is very well on track with that score to take winner 15 pool all the way for this set. But we still have DDR Chat and Ranker who are going to hop on the pads and give their attempt. And we can get a little bit of insight of how their doubles play is. This is a good one because I think the foot speed bursts, they're not too twisty or in your face like surprise. It's more just kind of like you're going slow and then suddenly you have to do a little bit of heel toe, a little bit of like finding your way around the pads. So I think for players who are comfortable playing foot speed doubles at maybe like D22, T23 level, and if they're good at singles, I don't think they'll have issue.
Yeah, it doesn't make you run around the pads back and forth much.
Yeah. It's not tricky, which is stark contrast to the D23, but you do have to be very precise. The most nerve-wracking part about this intro is that you're not allowed to miss at this level of play. You cannot afford to miss any of these easy notes.
Pretty chill start. Just make sure no misses, no jobs.
Yeah, players doing a good job getting the 3D points.
And here we go. Both players getting a few misses on the burst. Nothing too major. Life bar is still holding on strong. But this is the part to regain that combo.
I'm looking at the players trying to diagnose what may be causing some of the misses, but overall, like stance-wise, stamina-wise, posture-wise, foot positioning-wise, it seems like they have the right ideas. Maybe just a panel here or there just aren't quite connecting.
Yeah, just the adjustment of doubles and then playing on pads you might not be too comfortable playing on or haven't played on.
A little bit of life bar drop by DDR Chad, but still makes it through to the end alive and in one piece. Applause by the crowd. We're going to see the breakdown. We see 9 greats by Riker. Despite the 5 missed 4 bads combo breaks.
Very strong run.
Double S, it shows. Great count really is the difference maker here. But Awoken's score of 987 stays intact, and it looks like it's very well on track for a first place sweep by Awoken. Congratulations. Making it through the winners 15 pool with a solid first place lead across the board.
So we will be seeing these faces again.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm excited to see them shuffle around. It's so interesting. The players that we have left in L15, L16 all have such different skill sets in my eyes. Right? Like, I mean, we've at the very least for DDR Chad and Ranker and Narwhal, we have a little bit of gauge of how their doubles foot speed goes, and they show it's very, very capable for them. It's just when the level of play is so intense, you can't afford a dozen of greats. You can't afford a miss here or there. They really do stack up. If they had to play Chimera D22, who knows? Maybe it could have been a very different story, but that's how the card draw ended up. But we'll see new sets, and we'll get more insight and information on how the players feel, how the players tackle these other charts that'll be coming up very, very soon. It looks like for L15, we're going to have Ranker, Diggy, Narwhal, and Minfoam. That's going to be interesting. Because I know Diggy was struggling trying to no-bar Chimera D22. Minfoam only plays doubles such as Rock the House D22. So that would be an interesting one to keep track of.
Hey, maybe it comes up in the draw.
Who knows? Yeah.
We do have doubles.
I'm gonna hear screaming if it does. I'm sure from the card draw table. But Ranker and Narwhal were looking really, really solid in their double, Boca D21. So curious to see how that pool goes in the doubles sense. Singles sense, I don't know who to favor in that. Diggy and Minfoam, being singles dominant, have amazing accuracy and or clears on singles. Ranker and Narwhal Prime, I just don't have the information to gauge where their singles play is relative. But we'll find out very soon.
Let's see. Narwhal mentioned that he's also a longtime DDR player.
So accuracy.
It's definitely the time to, especially with singles, to get that accuracy up.
Accuracy, foot speed. But you know, there could be some very dicey, twisty 22s out there, especially when it gets to the 200 BPM twisty bits. It's quite a big ask. Who knows? It could be a straightforward chart. On L16 side, though, we'll have Lightweight, DDR Chat, Jelly Slosh, and Psych. That one will also be very interesting. Lightweight was looking incredible on Chimera D22, showing that twisting doubles and doing foot speed burst is no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, they mentioned that definitely committing to patterns is their strong suit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So depending on the charting, if we have you know, a twisty or one of the older school style of charts, it might be strong for them.
Yeah, stamina-wise and pattern-wise, DDR Chad, I mean, had great scores as well. Had second place on Allegro con Fuoco S22 in the set we just watched, right? So, competitive edge in that regard, I would say. Jelly Slosh being a singles prefer as well, but pretty well balanced and really good at timing from all the experience on SMX as of recent.
And they've also been playing for a while, so they definitely have that chart knowledge and experience.
Yeah, very veteran member of the community.
Here we go. Songs have been picked.
And lastly, just to have all the players' names out there, Psych is in L16 as well, and Psych, we saw, had a 981 on Witch Doctor S21. So take that for what you will and use that information to see how you might want to call this match, because that is the way it's looking. It's hard to say without any information on the card draw.
You can give us 1 second. Let's see if we can
We're
get those song picks.
Yeah, we're waiting for the information to trickle through as the players hop onto the pads.
Ooh, final audition. S22.
2-1 S22. We saw the S21 earlier today, and now we're seeing the S22.
I do want to see if they'll try to turn or if they'll just...
Interesting. Yeah, yeah, because when it's 170 BPM, you will be taking penalty in terms of judgment if you're double stepping, unless you can roll your foot or kind of like lean into those double steps very confidently. But then you end up backwards on the pattern. And when it's 170 BPM, I would say doing sort of like these bracket manipulations or double stepping can be a little bit trickier to time well. But twisting, alternatively, is so much more exhausting.
Yeah, this is definitely a chart where you need to have an idea of what is coming up, because if you're just blindly following whatever you see,
you're going to run out of gas way too early. And that's not what you want to do in this tournament setting against these competitors. It's such a stacked lineup.
Especially if you turn and it might put you in like an awkward position. And you're like, why are my legs like this? Why are they twisted up? Where are they
I want to go
pretzeled?
home. Let me stop. Yeah. I'm just really curious to see what the card draw is overall. Still awaiting, but it looks like we're going to get right into this first one here.
3, 2, 1, go!
They timed it well. Excellent. Very different techniques we're seeing on Pump It Up Machine 1, opting more for pattern manipulations on those twists, but Machine 2, we see Minfum and Riker doing a bit more twisting. A lot of hopping by Diggy and Narwhal on the left. Diggy survives the really 24-bit drills.
He has a strong combo at the moment.
Yep. Very strategically cheating. Seems familiar with the chart. Has the game plan that we were mentioning you need to have going into this. Riker Narwhal's life bar is drifting a little bit low. Understandable for a chart that has you kind of being yanked around so much.
Yeah, they sort of went for trying to bracket through the patterns.
Minfum doing a great job on the 4-panel stair repeats. Really thrusting into those.
Strong plays all around.
Yeah, absolutely. The score difference really showing, trying to determine where that's attributable to. Minfum has 47 goods versus, similar grade count, but 47 goods versus Diggy's 9. And Diggy overall having the lowest miss count certainly plays a huge role. Lowest bad count as well. So overall, step above the rest by Diggy, 99.
But now they are going into...
They have two doubles in their sets. Bluish Rose D21 and Leptin Strike D21. That's gonna be tough. Bluish Rose is one of those charts that's relatively tame, a bit twisty, but relatively tame until you get to maybe like the last 20% of it or so, maybe even 15%. It's maybe similar to, no, I don't want to say it's similar to Boca. Boca's patterns, I would say, have you facing straight ahead for longer.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Does it also have? It has like non-standard charting. Like I think it has like swing notes.
I do remember some swing in like the rest sections, if we want to call it rest. But I think a big difference maker will be how the players handle this, the ending 15% of the chart or so. Because if you're aware of it, I recall it being a bit twisty.
Yeah. And since it is a newer song, it's possible that some of the players might not know it well.
Right.
Or have played it before.
So given that Bluish Rose is 130 BPM, the ending bursts will actually tick at 195 if they're 24 bits. So all of the bursts that you see on screen are equivalent to 195 BPM 16th notes, which players at this caliber have showed, right, that 200 BPM running at 16th notes rhythm is no problem, but when you have to play it in doubles, maybe that's different. And when you have to play it twisting in doubles, very, very, very different feeling. So players probably being a little bit out of their comfort zones as they navigate this chart. But they'll have a lot of kind of like filling and padding to kind of feel around the pad and make sure it's good for them.
Yeah, and we do have Minfoam that did not have a score for this song, so I wonder if this is their
Minfoam
first
plays
time.
singles.
Yeah.
Singles primarily, so.
Hey, maybe they play the singles chart, so they have an idea of the notes.
Yeah, hopefully they have an idea how the chart goes because it is quite backloaded.
But Norwal holding on to the combo so far. Minfoam struggling a little bit.
Just warming up. Just warming up. One thing about playing in Skinners too, it's kind of a bit hard to maintain your stability if you have to be twisting around.
Yeah, and the pads are probably not as flush as someone that plays with Skinners would probably prefer. So that does add a little bit of extra difficulty.
Flossing it up.
Okay, they definitely know the chart.
Let's go.
If they know when they can pause.
Hey, he feeds off the energy.
The flossing makes him stronger.
Yes, every single time. He gains +1 power for every floss he does during the chart. But you can see the sort of the 24 bits are starting to pick up a bit. We're going to be throwing more at you soon.
Narwhal holding on through most of the bursts.
Going into this interlude right before the outro. Outro is very brief right here. But wow, it looks really tricky to read, right? That's the combo breaker for a lot of people going for a full combo on this. But wow, look at the score difference in 980 on Bluish Rose versus a 914. Narwhal did a superb job keeping the grade count low.
Only 5 missed too.
Yeah, the 5 miss. 5 miss, 1 bad. That's an excellent score. That's really good, I think, for Narwhal also. Because Narwhal was 2nd place in Final Edition S22. So coming on with a very strong, and Diggy was 1st, and Diggy struggled with Chimera D22. We have to question and ask ourselves, how is it going to go on Bluish Rose for Diggy? But Narwhal might be able to take a commanding lead here.
I think it sort of depends if Diggy decides to play this no bar. So I don't know how much modern Comp Ranker has played.
At the very least, they got to see a little preview of the chart before they have to play it themselves.
Yeah.
There is a little bit, I would say a slight, well, the pro and con, right, is that you get to see the chart if you're first time sight reading it, if you're playing 2nd. However, you're seeing someone like Narwhal play with a double S and you're saying, I have to beat that now. So it's kind of a little bit of mental gymnastics, but going 2nd certainly has its merits and can pay its dividends if you're not aware of the chart prior to seeing it in tourney.
Definitely.
Just seeing Diggy and Ranker play their doubles respectively in their pool.
Oh, time is off.
He walked off though, so it looks like we're going to wait out unless they can reset the machine.
Yeah, we will have to get a staff member to reset. I mean, at least he gets the extra viewing of the chart.
Yeah, this is their chance for you guys at home to really study the chart. Look at that ending pattern again, because I know that some of you weren't reading that properly. We saw Minfoam during his attempt kind of opting to just treat it as center 4 mashing, treating it like a skateboard drill and just kind of getting through it as mash. It's kind of a tough logistical trade-off. So one of the merits of using event mode over free play is that you can afford more than 51 misses without seeing a break. Given the patterns, sometimes there are these holds and doubles that are tick very fast. That 50 miss combo can come so suddenly and make it a bit difficult to score track. But then you run into cases like this in event mode where if you're trying to time it well, then suddenly we get a little preview of the chart again. Diggy's getting a little bit of practice in, realizing that those bursts are quite intense.
Yeah, it's definitely not very no bar friendly.
Yeah.
I do see they opted to play without the BGA Dark again.
Ah, that's a very interesting observation.
It may be a personal preference.
Look at that vibrant blue. That's what I want to see when I'm trying to hit really obscure patterns.
Just blue on blue.
All right, that'll be a 137 for...
Currently puts them at third place.
Yeah, but Tio's hopping on to make sure they can sync it well and get it started.
Okay, here we go. Picking their settings.
Okay, one other thing I get very paranoid about with event mode, it's so easy to accidentally trigger the other panel when you're trying doubles, the other center panel. Like if either of them accidentally step on P1, it will be a disaster. So, crossing our fingers, hoping that things go smoothly.
We'll get to see the chart a third time if so.
Third time. a little sneak preview, round 3. But third time's the charm. We're going to see this and we're going to finish this song off.
There we go.
All right. Pump timing. Slightly delayed, but there it is.
I just realized there's just a towel on one bar on Ranker's side.
Fascinating.
Maybe one hand gets sweatier than the other.
I will say there are charts where I feel like you're kind of, or maybe your play style kind of leans itself more towards putting more of your weight on one arm versus the other. Maybe it's just stronger by nature.
Yeah, I feel there are some people that definitely, as they're moving around the pad, they'll put all their weight on just one side versus trying to stay in the middle. But
picking up a great combo on the easy bits. Diggy's using the bar, by the way.
Impossible. Ranker currently holding on to
amazing
a combo.
combo, yep. Picking up all the easy points. Need to get it to, if he's trying to take over that 980 that we saw by Narwhal.
Oh, I so very wish the camera showed the up arrows so you can see how Ranker's foot was to hit the up.
Yeah, he did like the outward facing for the reds. We see our first combo break by Ranker. But the grade count is basically non-existent. Showing that 195 BPM 16th note kind of density is no problem. Let's see how they go into the outro, but it's looking very, very, very solid for Ranker.
Beautiful.
It's very, 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 very similar to what we saw for Narwhal. So let's see the breakdown. 988, 5 grades. 5 grades putting in so much work. Really,
that timing
really
truly coming through.
Yes, absolutely. When a chart has that much quote-unquote filler, you need to be on your game for it.
Yeah.
And I'm probably a hypocrite for saying that, but it's easier said than done.
I immediately looked at the miss count and I was like, oh, 3 versus 4 misses. And then I'm like, oh, 5 grades versus 23.
Look at how much Phoenix penalizes, yep. Yeah, but I was looking at the grade count and I was thinking, like, or just the overall play, I was watching and I was like, that is very, very similar to Narwhal's. But overall, that first half, basically picking up 0 grades. Pays its dividends. And it looks like it means we've kind of shuffled things around quite a lot. Well, Reinker has 7 points, Diggy has 7 points, Narwhal has 6 points, Minfoam has 2 points. It seems like between Reinker, Diggy, and Narwhal, it's very much a toss-up of anyone's game. Like, quite literally, whoever gets first place in this will be the one moving on.
Let's see how Narwhal does.
I would say as a D21, this one's a bit more relatively stable. A lot of the left and strike charts are kind of on the like stable, steady side of the folders.
Yeah, it doesn't throw too much at you.
Yeah, they have like some iconic moments, but not unreasonable like maybe Chimera and other charts. There we go, we got the send-off. Nice and beautiful. Excellent middle half 6 pattern run by Narwhal there. Accuracy-wise, fantastic. Just picking up 1 combo break, I believe.
They definitely get to use this time to just try and get a combo.
But with the slight slowdown, you have to kind of be a little bit on your toes.
Yes.
Figuratively.
I definitely feel like I have to step a little bit
Very,
later
very
than I
easy
feel
to
like
step
I would.
early, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're not thinking about it.
Laurel being very consistent.
It's really going to come down to the grades, unless there's anything kind of like shocking in this last section. But I think players of this caliber will be cruising along pretty comfortably. Yeah, we can see like a couple, Narwhal getting a couple goods or combo breaks here and there, but looking very clean through it. Perfect stacking up very nicely. Yeah, that is insane. Excellent effort by Minfoam, by the way. Shout out to singles main playing doubles.
Good push.
Yeah, making it through to the end of the chart on a doubles at your sight reading is 100%. Have to give my props.
And they have been playing a lot today. I wouldn't be surprised if, fatigue started setting in at this point as well.
There are some of like the center, like 3-panel twist where you're kind of twisting on, let's say player 1 side, but like the inner 6 part of the player 1 side. And opted to mash instead of like try to decipher those patterns. So I think there's some of the reading patterns issue for doubles that was getting a little bit tricky. But the 979 on that is a great benchmark to set, but have to wonder, given Diggy's performance on these, on Foolish Rose D21, right, got a 973 behind Narwhal and Reinker. And Reinker showing that foot speed doubles is not a problem. And timing is not a problem.
Yeah,
I think might have a slight edge in trying to beat that 979 benchmark that Narwhal put down.
Yeah, and then this chart's a little bit slower as well.
Yeah, so maybe there's the risk of rushing, especially during that slowdown section, which players seem fine with. But I think maybe if you're not used to twisting significantly in doubles, that ending bit could be a huge deciding factor, right? Because we saw Narwhal stumble a tiny bit, but overall keep the high-level idea of the pattern intact. And you know, a couple misses and a couple greats versus just totally blanking out on the pattern will matter so much. So we'll see if Diggy and Reinker are able to decipher the pattern and find their way through it as well.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
A lot of times you see those like hour patterns, you just
Yeah, you just kind of mash.
Yeah.
Like, is it over yet? Yeah, so let's see what happens. At the same time, at the back of their heads, they have to be looking at this chart and saying, oh, I need to be hitting this with great accuracy on all the easy bits. There's not too much room for error, but we can see Diggy is going for the no bar. Should be fine for the start, given it has a lot of inner six.
Doing pretty well, no bar.
Yeah, very, very ambitious, but I'm curious how it pays off in the latter part of the run.
Reinker having no problem getting perfects on these, not rushing at all.
Might have been accidentally tapping the center panel a little bit early, but that's okay.
Now here they have you moving around a little bit between the paths.
Diggy's jumping for those. It's a lot of swinging back and forth if you're not using the bar. You can literally see Diggy becoming a blur on the screen, swapping from player 1 to player 2 to player 1 to player 2. Very important run here.
I wonder how they're going to do the outer portion, no bar.
At the same time, we can't discount Riker's tracking, cruising right along, trying to make his way towards Narwhal's score. That's going to be close. That's going to be close. I want to say Narwhal had a slightly cleaner run overall, but the gray counts by still crazy low. It's a double S. Double S plus.
GG.
The 985 is higher. The gray counts was better, even with the 7 bats. Once again, the low grades paying dividends. And being a very, very deciding factor.
With that, Reinker takes it.
Yeah, congratulations, Reinker. Like, it was literally down to the last chart. And especially, I think Reinker and Narwhal, 6,000 points apart for that last one. For Bluish Rose D21 also, it was like 8,000 points apart. Reinker showing like doubles, precision, accuracy, no problem. Very much trying to earn that spot in the promotion pool. And I think actually has, yeah, because 15 and 16 are the ones who will be advancing to promo pool.
So we're going to see him again.
Yeah. And so we know Awoken, combo scoring, Reinker are going to be meeting Bird and Goddish. And we're going to see who the lucky contestant is who gets to be also in that pool of 6 doing a round robin competition. In 2 parallel pools, 3 versus 3. Or I guess 2 pools of 1v1v1.
But now we have Lightweight getting ready to hop on and DDR Chad.
Yeah, it's the last match of Diamond. And then it's going to be the promotion set where we'll happily explain the rules in a bit more detail. But first things first, we have to finish match L16. Lightweight, DDR Chad, Jelly Slosh, and Psych. Very different skill sets across the board. But it looks looks like, right, they'll get their warm-up set in and hopefully be able to time it. It looks like their chart draw is out, right? So we're going to see another round of BS Power Explosion S21. That one, we've given an introduction of it before, but it's quite a stamina-heavy ask. And other than stamina, lots of running. So there are maybe 3 runs in the chart. In addition to it, a crossover bracket drill at the same BPM. So very, very draining. And the thing is, after that drains them, they have to play Final Edition 2-2. And I'm questioning which difficulty it's referring to. But then ending with Red Snow D21.
Doing just some warm-ups.
I'm trying to craft in my head how this set will go, and having a little bit of difficulty just knowing the difference in skill set. I'm looking at lightweight as a favorite for Red Snow D21, just given their performance on Chimera D22. If you can play Chimera D22, you're going to be cruising along for Red Snow D21. Stamina accuracy-wise, for relatively straightforward charts or charts that are easily pattern manipulatable, Jelly Slash has the accuracy to perform it. Sometimes the stamina can be a bit hefty, but for a chart of that caliber and having the familiarity of the chart will certainly go a long way. Psych and DDR Chat, of course, have been playing on their game as well. DDR Chat, I'm still blown away by this 972 on Allegro con Fuoco S22 that we saw in W15, match W15. So, and Psych as well with 978 on Dreams and Nightmare S21 and the 981 on Witch Doctor S21. So singles showing no problem, but I think it has yet to be seen how the doubles will be for Psych. That's what I'm curious to find out. And it seems like the Final Edition 2-2 is in S21. So we saw Final Edition 2-1 S21 and Final Edition 2-1 S22. Now we're going to see Final Edition 2-2 S21, which is a mouthful. But a lot of love for the Final Edition charts and the card draws, apparently.
I hope everyone loves drills.
Yeah, it's the faster. 2-2 is faster.
Everybody, 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting us off nice and strong going into BS Power S21. If I'm seeing this set, I don't know if this is the one that I want to play first. But 2-2 S21 is probably not a contender either.
But we have everyone deciding to just bracket instead of turning.
It's such, probably, if you're a singles player entering S21s for the first time, this is probably the first chart you see and you're like, wow, I should really just try to jump into these instead of twisting it. Because even as a twist player, you realize you're draining so much energy with how often that shows up. Oh, wow, but look at the combo stacking up on both sides. We're coming into the very tricky bracket.
Lightweight doing very well.
It's tricky. No, I was going to comment after it's done. Jelly Slosh Lightweight both started the crossover part of that bracket drill very solidly, and of course it'll fall apart a little bit as you get towards the end of it, and you have to untwist yourself and then suddenly yank into another position. But the bracket drill timing across the board was great by all players.
And here we have Jelly and Lightweight. No issues making it through that run.
Yeah, but this is your rest into a very long run, so you need to be catching your breath here.
And here we go.
Yeah, we see Lightweight opting for a lot of the twisting. Very forceful push on those twists, but it's paying off. Jelly Slosh having a little bit of trouble on that crossover bracket. And for some of the run itself, where it really became twisty or sort of like an anchor and then you go into a forward crossover, Jelly Slosh was having a little bit of trouble deciding whether to double step or really
Well, we
take
have
it.
Lightweight
Yeah, Lightweight
978.
taking it with a 978. Psyching up very solidly, but you can see the grade count kind of taking its toll. I think also the bracket drill was a bit of a deciding factor, as well as the twist being quite demanding. But DDR Chad had an edge over Jelly Slosh. I would also attribute that towards the twisty run and latter half of the chart. Even though the combo was looking quite handsome for Jelly Slosh.
But
Lightweight really putting on a strong showing.
But with that, we have Final Audition.
Yeah, Final Edition 2-2 S21.
Another chart that might be in a bit more favorable for Lightweight. He did it right in his survey response that really committing to patterns is a strong suit.
Yeah. It's a
Good.
tricky one.
Good to see some turn.
It's a tricky one.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
Currently, Psych is the only one that has a recorded score, but this song has been around for a while, so they might have just played on
Yeah,
other mixes.
I think they're certainly aware of the chart, but it's not the kind of chart you just hop on a Phoenix. You're like, I want to play Final Edition 2-2 S21.
Doing our countdown.
3, 2, 1, talk.
Nice. Excellent work. Best of luck to all the players into this one. It's so jarring not seeing those holds tick. Wow, dropped by all of the players.
Do you think that was just like a tap hold that might have been misread?
Yeah, or maybe I'm trying to decipher if it was a tap hold that was missed or lifting the prior hold a little bit early.
That might have been what happened as well, especially if it happened to all four of them.
Yeah. Oh, we see some hopping. Yeah, these patterns, you really have to decide if you're going to be hopping through it or if you're going to be twisting. Lightweight going for as many twists as possible. It's paying off in the sense that the combo's stacking up, the perfects are stacking up as well. You can afford a couple up, yep. Saving the energy in a little bit, but realizing the end of the chart is near. Great anchors. There's one more bit before they can finally take a little bit of rest. Lightweight showing very familiar with the chart. Already had the one-hand bar position before the pattern showed up on screen. Has the pad familiarity, has the chart knowledge. Left that chart in for a reason.
Let's see if the turning made it work. Oh.
That's gonna tire you out though. But I think given the last the bullets was Red Snow D21, I think comfortable today. Comfortable enough. So putting all the effort for those twists paid off on the singles, taking first place, I believe, in both singles starts, VS Power and final audition 2-2. Lightweight just has to basically hang in there for Red Snow D21, but has a lot of room for error. Kind of like just play around and save energy perhaps even for round robin.
But with that, singles is over for this pool. All players will now be playing Red Snow D21. But as mentioned before, at the moment, Lightweight is in the lead. So we have to have Jelly Slosh and Psych playing first.
The trickiest part about this is that only one player advances. And when Lightweight has 10 points going into the third, while DDR Chat has 3, Jelly Slosh has 2, and Psych has 4. Makes you wonder. Oh wait, sorry, apologies. I said 3 and 2, but no, the scores weren't entered yet. But they are now. The standings as stand is Lightweight has 10, DDR Chat has 5, Jelly Slosh also tied for 5, and Psych has 2. With how the points are awarded, I don't quite see a scenario where Lightweight does not make it through. But regardless, we have to let these players show how good they are at these double charts. I'm excited to see them.
We want everyone to finish strong.
And of course, pride is on the line. Even if you're not going for first place, you have to not be last in your pool. You have to show your stuff. Came here to play.
Combo break
Jelly
on
Slosh
Psych
doing amazing on hitting these bracket patterns, reading them properly, and also executing them flawlessly.
Fortunately, we have a break on Jelly Slosh's side.
Like Slide Bar is hanging in there quite solidly. Noticing like, you know, a bit of combo breaks here and there during the run patterns, but maintaining the life bar quite well.
He's definitely more comfortable these extended runs.
Yeah, where it kind of like stretches you out. I noticed some of the center sixes were a little bit kind of like ambiguous to find the exact footing without risking like mistapping or anything. But both players made it through the outro.
Still holding on.
Hanging in there. Great. Excellent way to end the set.
Good push, good push.
Absolutely. 44 grades versus 19 grades. And the stage break hold certainly adding a lot to the penalties there.
Fist bumps all around.
Yeah, fist bumps by the players. Excellent sportsmanship, always appreciated. So, tallying the points now. Curious to see between Jelly Slosh and Psych. I mean, Jelly Slosh had the lead over Psych in both singles.
See if he'll carry over to doubles.
Yeah. Well, Jelly Slosh is... I think Jelly Slosh takes it over Psych overall. Have to wait and see how the points shuffle around after Lightweight and PR Champion their point mark is in. Victory lap, if you will, for Lightweight. But I'm excited to see PR Champion.
With this final set, we will be entering the end of the pool.
Yeah,
and then from there,
going into the promotion round. Round robin style tourney.
Yeah. And then before the promotion starts, we will be taking a break within around 20 minutes just so we can, do a group photo.
Group photo for the event.
So we will be offline for a little bit, but stick around because there will be more gaming later today.
Yeah. We can give hopefully a very brief overview while the players are kind of settling in, getting ready to play. The promotion pool that we're going to have and how it works. Essentially, we're predicting, right, that Lightweight makes it through, Reinker will make it through, Awoken will make it through, Combo Scoring makes it through. They're going to meet Bird and Kaddish in the promotion pool, so that's 6 players. Now, cut that into 2 groups, so 3 players each, and they're going to do a round-robin style thing where they're essentially doing one-on-ones against each other. And after that round-robin concludes, there's going to be one victor that advances from each of those 2 parallel pools. In terms of seeding, right, let's imagine that that's Goddish and Bird. And then those 2 finalists, to earn their spot in promotion, have to play a best of 5. And that best of 5 is going to be White.
Oh no. It happened. Somebody stepped on the center panel.
Yeah. The best of 5 is going to be quite a big ask. If I recall, the difficulty range for the best of 5 is going to be 22s to 24s or 23s. I'll confirm that information and get back, but best of 5 is always good to see in a head-to-head format. And having to do a best of 5, though, going into a top 12 bracket where the level of competition is only getting steeper.
You said it goes up to 24?
As I recall, it was 24, but I need to double-check that information, so don't quote me on it yet. I know that the pro bracket is slated to start with 22s to 23s. Take notes if you're watching this chart. We might see it again in pros.
Yeah, just memorize this whole this whole run.
If you're sight reading this at the pro level, I don't know if you're going to make it too far.
Beautiful 1200 combo miss on both sides.
Yeah, we have a tiebreaker.
Okay.
Alrighty. Matter of fun, we're going to finish this up and take a slight intermission, but we need to get our red snow D21 play in. Get the scores logged, see how the players stack up against each other on this card. The score to beat, by the way, is a 942 by sight. I think for a chart of red snow's caliber, both players can certainly pick that up. Put a higher score on the board. But yeah, as we saw, you know, it can be very easy to just drop a hold and suddenly you feel like you're behind. So,
yeah, definitely the end of the runs.
it can be tricky to read.
Yeah.
Tricky to read, tricky to execute, and you're tired. So all of those come into play. A lot of level 20 plus charts and doubles come up with that.
3, 2, 1, pump!
But let's see how Chad and Lightweight handle it.
I'm excited to see. We see DDR Chad going to kind of like shuffle onto the panels by kind of double stepping to smear one foot as the other kind of reaches over. They do a little tag team as they go across. These red brackets can be a little bit tricky to read and execute.
It's so jarring to seeing doubles at this low of a velocity.
I wasn't gonna comment, but if you look on your left and right, it's like night and day. One looks like you're running, like the girl in the background. The other looks like a stroll in the park. But I you know, that level of clutter can make it a little bit ambiguous when you're trying to read it. It depends on your familiarity and like kind of pattern grouping. Like if you're very comfortable seeing these patterns, you can recognize it very quickly. But otherwise, it can just look like a mess of clutter that can make it very ambiguous where you're supposed to step next. We see a hold drop on player 2 top right by DDR Chad.
But
It is quite a
putting,
reach.
he's putting all his effort into that run, though.
Lots of perfect stacking up, but those big stairs are very, very, very easy to fall behind on or get a little bit tripped up and fall behind. But there we go. They both make it to the end. The hold drop, once again, unfortunate on Pump It Up Machine 1. 973, strong performance as predicted by Lightweight. Across the board, Lightweight scores were hovering in the S territory, 978, 972, 973. Takes a dominating, once again, well, sorry, not once again, but he takes all of them first place sweep in his pool, L16. Congratulations.
Very clean.
Yeah. Want to give a quick shout out to DDR Chad, Jelly Slosh Psych. Excellent run. L16 being a very, very big pool. But yeah, with that, we've made it through Diamond. we have our competitors, Awoken, combo scoring, Ranker, and Lightweight. They'll be meeting Bird and Goddish. Format will change slightly. A lot of great charts coming up very, very, very soon.
Plenty of more gaming coming up.
Yes, let's give the stream a break. Let's give the hotspot a break. It's been working so hard for this tournament, and we are so grateful.
Time for everyone to,
Please get some food, get some water, stretch, do what you need to, but please, please come back. You do not want to miss the plays that are going to be coming up very, very soon. Very, very high level competitors, and it's only going to get closer from here.
So as stated before, around 5:30 is when we'll be getting our group photo taken. Not sure how long that will take, but I believe the current schedule will have us live again around 6-ish. So we'll probably be live a little bit before 6.
Yeah, we'll
depending on how long it takes to do the group photo. It is a very large group.
The quality of play just in these timing matches was truly a sight to behold. I think around this 21-22 difficulty range, you can really see the playstyle differences. Players who are comfortable in doubles, players who are comfortable in foot speed, players who are comfortable with twisting. So many different things. So it's really fun to watch and keep up with. But we're going to take an intermission. Yep, so we're going to sign off. Taking my leave for a brief bit. It's been a pleasure. Tusa.
This is Dami Game signing off.
Tusa signing off as well. See you guys soon.
Of a monstrous crime, or merely an illusion, the product of a tortured brain.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
sound. O-N-E-N-A-T-R-O-N, you and me, one nation, hold that flag all white or yellow, we are one nation mix sound. One nation on the groove, 전 세계 반도는 move and move. 단위 민족 존재감 올릴 move. 세계화란 단어는 worldwide put yo. Represent, represent, worldwide represent. 제3세계 인종 차별을 이젠 바꿔 네 변화는 곱게 뻗어나간 chance 같은 믹스를 만들어내 유남을. This place is not US 남을 벌어진 유러시안들의 힘을 변하기 시작했어 넌 이미. 하늘을 가린 높다란 빌딩 숲 고쟁이 검댕이 척비리스 누가 쭉알 수 없게 온 거리 그 거리 그 멋진 한민족 간판을 걸친 코리아 같지 않은 자부심의 벽을 쌓아 앞뒤 맞지 않는 높이는 다 걷어차 가타부터 훌라블라 Watch your flavor think about it I don't give a break about it O-N-E-N-A-T-R-O-N you and me one nation no that flag or white or yellow we are one nation mix
Let's go.
drop that.
Work it, do it, honey. Put your hands up on this joint. Hit it! Catwalk, make me that money.
Yo, drop that.
거리 위에 MC 부다던 시스 잠시 이 거리의 흐름은 정지 레슨 기포 스타일의 스텝은 언제나 slow down break down 오치 없는 사운드 자신과의 사운드 세상이 널 뜨기엔 이 씬이 너무나 벅차 거침없이 수없이 불어난 엔터테인먼트조차 수없이 돌진하는 가짜 페이크 가요들의 장차 권장자들의 어이없는 컨셉 뮤직 백일루와 리릭 old trick this is real trick 진실은 어디까지 장자를 가져라 정상 어리스들의 거지 커피고 시들의 한계점은 어디까지 They are crazy Hey yo Yes yes Message to fake artists Word up Do you know that this is a real trick Do you know that this is a real trick Do you know that Hey brother 이 올더 그 프로레스너 레스너들의 귀에 꺼진 무지개 스너 우리 스모 fake 폰이라 선사이 Whenever why or this one Remember that never ever 이건 뭐라 안 되는 무엇하기 forever Why won't check 나 위험이 관심 바닥 준비가 됐어 I don't care Do you know that this is a real trick Do you know that this is a real trick Do you know that Do you know that this is a real trick Do you know that
I guess since nobody's here right now, I'm gonna do commentary and everything else for the stream by myself. A person of 1,000 talents, that's me. So what's going on right now? We're in a promotion stage. We just finished the waterfall pools and 4 people advanced into the promotion stage where Everson, Bird and Goddess were waiting for them. Now we have 2 separate pools. In each pool has 3 people, and in each pool every person plays every other person. That's the stage we're at. On one machine we're having Everson, Bird. I believe he's in the match with combo scoring, and their songs are Distractimate D23, Faith Garden D24, and What Happened D23. On machine number 2, we're having a match between Gadish and Avoken. Let me put Avoken in his place, right here. And their songs are PS Power D23, Danger and Danger D23, and Vector D24. It's a bit hard to follow when we're playing doubles and it's 2 different pools on different machines. I would honestly prefer if they still played 1 pool at the same time. I think it looks much better that way. But we have what we have. And on machine number 1, combo scoring is taken over Faith Garden D24. I believe. Oh no, it's What Happened D23 now. What Happened D23 is a very tricky one. It's pretty much the first bracket heavy high level double that was made. They still haven't figured out how the brackets worked back then. So it might feel a bit clunky in places. The sound balance is also a bit weird because the heaviest part is at the very beginning, and once you're out of it, you're pretty much free until the end of song. Looks like combo scoring had a bit of problems at the beginning, but now we're out and it's just free run. At the same time, Goddess is playing Vector D24. Vector is a new Phoenix song. Look at him going on those runs. Let's see how well is Paul prepared for the brackets and what happened in 23.
New tunes. Level 17.
But he's just pushing. And he's almost there, just the very end of song. Looks like he ran out of energy, sadly. I think we're actually in the next match, where Everson Dorf is playing against Ranker. All the stream team had to go grab some food because we're hungry. We've been here for a long time. And look at the Vulcan pushing this vector double. Going right in with a full life bar.
Way to go! Wow! New record!
Very nice score from Bird. Oh!
Game over!
Wow, that's a really good improvement from a walking on Vector D24. 95.
Pump it up! Hello, everyone! New tunes! Difficulty zone level 6, level 15, level 18, level 20, level 23.
Tusa signing back on for the end of this round robin, I guess, Bird and Ranker on player Puppet on Machine 1. Starting their set, rather. This is round robin 1, part 2. Right, they're going to be doing Club Night Annihilator, sorry, Club Night D23, Adrenaline Blaster D23, Final Edition Episode 1 D23. And Bird putting a pretty solid score, starting things off. 967 is great. Very, very high bar to pass. And it's quite as we saw, it's a chart that throws you around quite a bit. So you have to have really good comfortability with like kind of bracketing on the edges of the pad and kind of sliding on over to the other side, sliding back on over to the other. And somehow maintaining that accuracy on the end of it is what we'll be interested in seeing. We're already seeing a pretty significant bad change on the start of this by Riker. Big 28 miss combo there. That's gonna hurt. Trying to find a way to build back the life bar. It's gonna be hard to get it in this upcoming section where you really need to be swinging back and forth. But still powering through, hitting as much as possible is the best you can hope for in this card. Doing a good job on this. Deceptively hard after such a tiring run to find your way through that pattern. It makes it through. We saw Woken just finish up BT24 also, which is a monster of a chart. We're starting to see a lot of stage breaks come up as we come into this very demanding 23-24 territory of charts. A lot of card draws were happening while I was taking a moment to reassess and come back. I can tell Bird is feeling pretty confident about his lineups and his sets going against combo scoring and Riker, right? Like combo score, or sorry, Bird took it against combo scoring already, and against Riker, I think he feels like his double D23 territory is his that's his game. I already have the feeling, right, when the big spins were happening, Bird was very much looking to keep as many doubles in the pool as possible. So for, I think both of his round robin pools to be all doubles is certainly very much in his favor. 23 plus is his territory that he is comfortable. 23 to 26 is where he wants to be in doubles. Well, maybe 23 to 25. Has a couple 26s under his belt. But he's picking the ones that made it through are ones that are definitely a little bit tricky. And he knows that leaving Final Edition Episode 1 D23 as tiebreaker makes it such that if you don't know the chart, you're kind of screwed. And Bird definitely knows the chart and is kind of banking on, if it comes to tiebreaker, that Riker won't quite have that ability and knowledge that should transfer over to the chart. But so far, looking like it, based off the Club Night performance, it might be a 2-0 from Bird, but Adrenaline Blaster is still anyone's game. Meanwhile, Lightweight is getting the attempt on BD24. Very, very sideways running staircase chart for BT24. Broken staircases on BT24. We see the score to beat on BT24. Awoken put down a 914K, and it's going to be a break off, but making it all the way through in one piece. 864 is not quite enough. But we can see Bird is cruising along through these, making it through the jacks with a massive 200 combo, which is certainly something that you want to hope for going into the remaining of this card. Some of those backside swings can really eat you up if you're trying to full twist them. And he picks up some misses, but he's maintaining his form and staying stable and kind of hanging in there. He certainly has the stamina to push through the start. I don't see Bird getting tired midway through the start and stopping. I think that's the only kryptonite that can happen in the start if you're going for it in a tournament setting. Just noting his caliber and the opponents that he's up against, he's got to be happy with this. Even seeing the misses, the combo breaks stack up. Very solid score overall. Very, very, very good clear. .973 on Adrenaline Blaster D23. Getting an S on a D23 is certainly worth the applause it's getting. Riker's looking at that saying, I have to beat that somehow. Kind of hitting the thighs, maybe a little bit of stiffness because that chart definitely will have you kind of swinging around the same way Club Knight did. I think if you're more used to like single style play, one of the muscles that you don't quite utilize as much is like your thigh muscle because there are a lot of charts in doubles towards the 22 plus, I want to say. There's kind of an emphasis on these charts that really jump you around from, let's say you're on player 1 and then suddenly you have to quote unquote teleport to P2. And those big movements really just like have you launching yourselves and your thighs are putting in work to push off and push you to the other side of the pad. So Club Knight D23 might have given Riker a run for their money. Just kind of like loosening up the muscle, realizing the big task ahead that is Adrenaline Blaster D23 with an S, mind you. However, we're going into Barber's Madness D23 on the other side. For those of you who aren't aware of the chart, the main thing to look out for will be the end run, in the sense that it has a lot of shuffle patterns. So the patterns themselves are straightforward, but it's a fast BPM. I recall somewhere in the range of 190 to 200. And you're going to be shuffling, a lot of shuffling. So if you have too much grip on your choice of footwear, or if there's humidity on the pads, sweat on the pads, whatever, if you try to shuffle into some of these doubles patterns, you might end up skidding and really just losing track of it. And not only are there shuffle-heavy patterns, it's that they kind of have holds attached to them. So the combo that they count for is worth even more. So pay attention to the end of the chart when we see Awoken get to the end of Barber's Madness. Excellent twist by Awoken, by the way. Timing as well is really impeccable by Awoken. Going into the runs. Shuffles. The bracket drill also very easy to pick up bat chains. He's still in it. He's still alive. Hanging on by a thread, but overall, talking about the quality of the run for Phoenix scoring, that is the best you can hope for. We're not just looking for the clear, we're looking for a really low grade count like that. 24 grades, 19 misses is an incredible run on Barber's Madness, D23. Awoken's gonna have to put in the work for that. That's a very foot speed heavy chart. Riker hanging on by a thread going into the outro after the very long twisty section. We'll see the final score. The score to beat, by the way, was a 973 from Bird. A 937 stage pass. Meanwhile, lightweight starting off right away on Barber's Madness. The score to beat there was 963. Already picking up some greats and goods. Some of these gimme points are kind of necessary. But we have to acknowledge that Lightweight has been playing a lot today. And also, the audio for this, it can be a little bit quiet. Even though the bass is pumping, it can be a little bit difficult to hear on the cap itself. These brackets can be quite tricky, but gets through them with just one miss on the red-red bracket and another on the blue-blue. This is your last breath of fresh air before you go into the depths of the shuffles. Both players did an excellent job, by the way, on that very yank-heavy pattern. Accuracy is looking very solid going into this ending as well. Great stream means a bad stream. Great streams on the bracket drill. The most tricky part of that is that as soon as you're off timing, whether you started early or one of your feet don't connect for the first of them, it can be very, very hard to reassess. And you just kind of have to take the penalty of all the great streaming in a row. Gets a 9.51, which is an incredible score, by the way, on Barber's Madness D23. But unfortunately, it's lower than Awoken's 9.63, which means Awoken will take this entire set 2-0 over Lightweight, winning on both Beat D24 and Barber's Madness D23. So Awoken has won 2 of these. And since Awoken beat both Goddish and Lightweight, it looks like Awoken might be the one advancing. Yet to be seen. We're still waiting on results to see if Goddish will be hopping on the pads. But meanwhile, Combo Scoring and Reinker will be finishing up their set. Interesting to see how this goes as well. They're doing Kagutsu S23, which is not something you want to play so late into the day. Maybe if you're warm or you enjoy the song in the chart, but it's a big ask. The drill is so quick at the end. But it's a heavy ask. If you want to compare it, think about how Sorceress Elise was such an exclamation point of a chart in the S21 folder that we saw earlier today. But yeah, at least we're seeing the S23 version of this chart and not the S25. But overall, I would say the stamina drain of it is quite excessive. The combo scoring, picking up a massive combo. Reinker just having a little bit of trouble locking into some of these jumps, but understandably. The hardest thing I think to balance with this S23 is that for tournament play, right, is that there are these bits where you feel like you should be committing maybe 40% of your effort for the goal of saving stamina for this end run that's about to show up, but you can't afford kind of like these greats and misses. Combo scoring barely dips to 0. Reinker getting some hold misses there, but combo scoring showing that those drills is probably a reason why it was protected. 62 greats and just barely does not get the stage pass. It is event mode, so it would not be saving on the card, but love to see the stage passes at tourney play, of course. But a 9.40. Incredible score on Kagutsu S23, all things considered. Yeah. 602 combo on combo scoring. 19 miss, by the way. we have to acknowledge that the 68 miss is inflated by Ranker. It's certainly less in the duration of the chart. However, the hold drops towards the end will take a bit. But certainly, even in the first 2/3 of the chart prior to the big drill run, just a lot of combo breaks across the board. It's such a tricky chart, and you have to be very kind of like solidified flat feet and on track of it, very in tune with the pad, I want to say. They're going to be hopping into 1950 S23 next, which is more bracket drilling. I want to say the first 2/3 of this one is very pattern manipulatable. Such that players can certainly save a lot of energy going into the end run, but then you're going to be hit with this bracket drill, kind of lengthy ending. So if you're comfortable with like the idea of pattern manipulating and a little bit of bracket drilling and a little bit of mashing perhaps, then going for a pass or getting comfortably through the chart is maybe middle S23 type of ask, but very much player preference. An interesting choice though. And Tricklash 220 D23 as the tiebreaker. It's just should be premium, I believe. Yeah, Tricklash is premium, so that is something interesting to know. Ah, right. It's premium, so we will have to find it. Good catch by Tanya. So we're going to kill it on a shortcut since it's in event mode. We have to track down a tech to get access. Excellent catch. But yeah, looks like we're doing Tricklash D23 second. I was under the impression that they had 1950 S23, but it seems like the order is flipped. We're confirming right now, kind of sitting tight, waiting to see. Quick shout out to everybody sticking around in chat for these promo matches. Quick refresher of where we are and kind of how things are going. I'm under the impression that since Bird has won 2 of the round robins, Bird will be proceeding, and Awoken also has won 2 of the round robins and will be proceeding. So I'm predicting that Bird and Awoken will be going into a best 3 out of 5 set. That'll also be 23s and 24s, singles and doubles mixed together. And I honestly, looking at their scores on Barber's Madness, Club Night, D23, I think they're both more comfortable in doubles territory, but after that, it's a toss-up in terms of who will have better accuracy, better technique on different things. But yeah, it looks like they're going to be doing Tricklash D23 as their second. This is one of those charts, it's backloaded, like a lot of these upper level 20 plus charts tend to be, right? Backloaded in the sense that I think if you're comfortable with foot speed patterns, you can get a very strong score on this, a strong total score, but you really have to push very, very hard at the end. But if you're comfortable playing, let's say 24 foot speed, then the ending will kind of feel like a walk in the park in comparison. It's certainly not easy. It certainly requires a lot of effort. Excellent job by Reinker, by the way, locking into those anchor patterns, or sorry, the bracket patterns on blue-blue, and also in general, just having great perfects across the board. This is the big run. Yeah, the beginning was a little bit shaky in terms of like really finding that consistency, but we were all watching that 656 max combo with lots of perfects. The grade count, I would say, is commendable for T23. 30 grades is what you want to see, which is why we see a 971 on Trick Lash 220. Excellent, excellent, excellent job by Reinker. We're just sitting tight right now, waiting to see combo scoring hop up on and give their attempt on Trick Lash 220. Seems like Goddish is opting not to finish their round robin set, which is fine. Awoken did have the win against Goddish, and seems like, given that Awoken went 2-0 against Lightweight, Awoken will be the one advancing. Finishing up combo scoring versus Reinker as formalities as we go through this round robin. Trick Lash 220. Combo scoring had the first on this, so if he gets a 970, he can just have this under his belt as a win. Yeah, 30 grade is. I really love this idea of doing promo pools, but wow, it's a lot of the round robin into best 3 out of 5 on 23s and 24s just to seed into as the bottom seed of the pro bracket where the competition is incredibly fierce is quite a tall order. You certainly feel the prestige and like you earned that spot, given that it's only one coveted spot that requires so many matches, literally yesterday and today to get to that point, but certainly is a big task, tall order, just to start in another 12-person bracket. We see a little bit of hold drop by combo scoring. But this end run will be all the more important as a result. Makes it through, but doesn't quite look like it'll hit that 970 mark. However, the grade count of 40, we have to be keeping an eye on. 20 missed though, 11 bats. Excellent stage pass, but honestly, Reinker showing up out of nowhere and showing, hey, I'm pretty good at this chart actually, so let's play it. You can see the very stark contrast in what they chose to protect. Combo scoring very clearly choosing Kagutsu as 23. Reinker choosing Trick Lash 22D23. Perhaps has played it in recent, but because overall the play looks really phenomenal. But it looks like they're going to go to 1950 S23 as tiebreaker. Combo scoring, given the performance on Kagutsu, probably slightly a favorite to win the tiebreaker, but given Bird has a win on both of them, it looks like Bird will be the one on the best of 5.
Hi, it's
Hi.
me.
Hi, thanks for joining.
Yes.
I just gave a quick status update of how things are going. Yeah, it looks like Bird and Awoken will be proceeding, but we're finishing up round robin 1, part 3 as formality of combo scoring versus Ranker.
Yeah, Rinker I've known for a long time, and he's primarily a 4-panel player, but he dabbles in pump, and for somebody who dabbles as little as he is, he's quite good at it.
Yeah. It's kind of like a mixed bag. I see some plays and I'm like understandable, and I see other and I'm just like eyes open, like wow. Wow, just one word, wow. Yeah, as mentioned in the chat, I will be popping over to warm up, and I have some plays and very scary opponents ahead of me, but I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it very much. We're gonna see 1950 S23 tiebreaker though. Thank you for the well wish in the chat.
Well, if it makes you feel better, all of us in chat will enjoy your suffering.
Yes, and I too will enjoy it.
That's
I'm
how it
here
is
to
with
play.
pump. Yeah,
I'm here to
we're-
play. But I'll leave it to you. I'll leave you to it.
Yes, sir. Y'all wish Tusa good luck, and I will be your
Wish me good
commentator
luck.
for a
I'm
bit.
definitely going to need it, but I'm excited to see what the card draws are. Do me justice. I'll see you guys soon.
All right, so it looks like we're coming back to 1950 S23. So this song was pretty notorious when it was released in Prime 1, being the boss song until Paradox came along. This chart being the easier of the two that was released at the time. It's still not easy at all. There's a lot of tech involved, considering this is WindForce's chart, and it's just a lot of 200 BPM tech. There's not a lot of really big extended runs. It's all brackets and technique. And considering the change to from combo-based scoring more to accuracy scoring, a lot of old strats don't really work as well as they used to for scoring. So both these players are going to really have to focus here. Now, striking the balance between the stamina needed to get through by cheesing and still getting scored by accuracy, that's a fine line to walk with this chart. It looks like both of them choosing to cheese quite a bit of it. This run is also really tough to actually do, and I don't blame him for cheesing that. Combo scoring looking a little bit cleaner here and there, but I know Ricker has the stamina. And after this last refrain, we get right to the final parts of it. Very, very tricky holds to hold right here. It's very easy to get tripped up just due to the weird placement of them. And then we have some bracket drills to close this difficulty off right here. They start innocently off on ups, and then they're going to start switching. Combo scoring really keeping it down. Rinker doing a little bit better at the end though, but doing the turning one at the end, both of them trouble. Oh, Rinker dropping that hold. That's I saw like a 15 miss combo. That's quite costly. So that's going to put combo scoring at a 9-4-2 and Rinker at a 9-3-6. Oh, and judging by the previous winners, it looks like combo scoring is going to take this set, having won Kugutsu S23 early over Rinker. So yeah, it looks like we have one more promo match to do here, and we'll find out who our final entrant into the pros is going to be here. And it looks like Awoken won their sets, Lightweight won his set, Bird won his set. Ah, yeah, Slam D24. So, not only was this re-rated to 24, they actually gave a huge hold boost to give a bunch of health in places. So the chart's definitely easier to survive. But for a tournament, as long as you're not dropping the hold, it won't matter much. It was actually quite a surprise to see a new chart super slammed in Prime 2. We weren't really expecting that, but Woken powering through this beginning here, just barely on Sliver of Life, managed to get through this very twisty bracket section, and then there's going to be a bit of a break coming up. The accuracy hasn't been too bad so far, but this one really comes down to, do you miss a lot? Because if you're good enough to play this chart, you're probably not going to worry too much about accuracy. It's going to really just be, are you not getting misses in most cases. But these holds are added. They are worth way more than they need to be. Such a great song still. So this chart has a very nasty ending with a bracket that basically makes you stretch to both ups on opposite corners and back to the middle and back again. Watch for it right here at the end. Yeah, that ending is absolutely ridiculous to actually hit. They're getting a 9.56 right there. So that's the score to beat for who's coming up.
Game over.
For Bird to beat. Looks like that was just warm up. I don't see it on the pools here. They're playing their last level now. Sorry, getting back in when you've been away for a couple hours, it's always a little tricky.
Level 17.
Now Bird's quite experienced. He's definitely put in quite a lot of work since the last big deal. But 9.56 is the score to beat here. And he's got a 9.71 personal best, so it's definitely very possible, but he has to focus down. Like I said, it's just crucial not to miss the holds. They are easy holds, but you got to make sure you are leaving your weight down, because missing any of these holds worth 50 plus sticks is going to be critical and probably end up being what kills your score. So Bird has to make sure not to let that happen. Bird really struggling with this opening though. Like, it is definitely the most difficult part outside of the very end. I don't think we'll ever get tired of listening to this land, to be honest. Like, for something that's been in the game almost 25 years, it has held up exceptionally well, the songs. Alright, Bird approaching this ending right here. So he had a bit of a shaky opening, so he really needs to hit this ending if he wants to get above that 9.56. Managed to hit it a little bit cleaner. Oh, that's going to do it with the 9.71. Interestingly enough, even with the stage fail right there. But hey, we don't care about passing this tournament. We only care about that final score. And Bird definitely delivered on that. So he's going to take the first song. So we've got the other songs in the pool listed. We've got Final Edition Episode 2-X D24. So if you like your brackets that you just saw, you're going to get a lot more of that. Then also we have Bedlam D24, Orbit Stabilizer D23, and Cross Soul D24. This is a brutal set. That's a lot of 23-24 material, and not trivial ones either. Like, they're not like simple run charts. These are all almost all very technical, aside from Orbit Stabilizer and Cross Soul. And Orbit Stabilizer and Cross Soul have their own unique characteristics for being their types of run charts. So if we get far in the pool, we're going to really see the players work. Now this chart is notorious for being the very first of its kind of style, where we do a bunch of bracketing in the middle 6. This was the first chart that really emphasized that. So Wilkins going first right here. And really all, with them being rolling brackets in those sections, every miss you take is almost double up, and you still have to watch your accuracy too, because even if you're hitting the notes, that doesn't guarantee you're getting perfects or greats if you are just barely grazing one of the 2 notes in the rolling bracket. Woken actually looking down for just a second to make sure his feet are in place. I like that strat. As long as you know where you're going there, then being able to look down for just a second to make sure your feet are hitting your target can be a good strat to do. Here comes the second one of them. Still struggling a little bit right there. The third and fourth ones are tricky because they're not only longer, they're going to start changing directions which they face. And that's the hard part about hitting arrows in this chart, is doing the direction facing. So here comes the third one right here. Oh, very good. Very good looking down to make sure he's hitting stuff. He knows where the changes are. But was a little late setting up right there, so starting to get a lot of misses stacked on top of each other. Yeah, if you're going to try and do a memorization track, you have to hard commit to it. And we have some bounce gimmicks on these 24s right here. These 24s are a little tricky. Good finish right there. But the 24s are a little tricky because the holds are so long. You don't want to get off them too quick. So unfortunately taking a lot of misses in those third and fourth bracket sections, bringing them down to a 9.36, which can still be, it's still respectable. And Bird is definitely going to be able to take this with a good run. Like, I can tell you personally, that chart has been around for 15 years, and even I still struggle with it. Like, it is just deceptively hard until you start actually playing it. So we got a stream producer swap real quick, and my other commentator will be back in just a bit.
Level 22.
Oh, am I on comms or am I doing production? Oh, okay. So I apologize.
Yeah, so we got Jessica running production. Haro will be back from the bathroom in just a bit. She will do some comms with us. Right now, Bird is about to step up for 2x. I do really appreciate like how forward-thinking this chart is, just because the different ideas done during the Annex era really did become a lot of the basis of modern charts, even if things have changed a lot. Now, Bird unfortunately ended up dropping a hold right there, so that's a rough start. Awoken did get about 40 misses, so definitely possible to recover off that mistake. We'll see how he does on these first couple of rolling bracket runs. Fairly clean first one. Second one coming up right here. Not too bad. All right, now it really comes down to 3 and 4. So we'll see if Bird has both the mental power and the energy to be able to have that technique to hit the third and fourth one sufficiently. Because remember, you do have to twist back and forth. And that's what makes it difficult to actually hit these properly. Bird's actually not going to turn. You can do that and take some of the greats and goods it can be safer for some people. Yeah, he was really struggling there, so it's going to be really down to the wire, especially with that early hold drop. Just got to get through these little staircase runs and to the 24th bursts. There we go. Let's see how he did right here. He has to beat the 936. 938, very close. Just barely edged Awoken out. So that puts Bird up 2-0. And we will go to Song 3, and if Bird wins that, he will win the promotion round and move into pros.
I don't have to capture scores, right? Where am I updating it at?
So player 1, player 2. So yeah, Bird up 2-0. He's really looking to get into pros. Like, the pros are going to be really hype, and whoever manages to make it from the promotion stage to pros, they've definitely earned it, and they will also be fighting for their life. Alright, like I said, we're on Song 3. It's Bedlam D24. Another fast technical. We did see Bedlam S22 earlier in the tournament. And this is going to be more of the same, but in a doubles form. And the difficulty is quite amplified in this because there's a lot of left and right movement in this chart. Like, this is probably one of the most difficult 24s to score on. Like, there's not just a simple, like, long run or long twist. It is all tech the entire time, and not easy tech either. It is lots of weird tech. You've got brackets in the middle of your runs. You've got jacks. Okay, we're going to see what Awoken can do right here. See if we can get a baseline score here. Yeah, right off the bat, these sideways whipping runs, they are very easy to overshoot on your movement, and you can end up getting misses. And Awoken doing an okay job managing to clean these up. And you got a little bit of middle six right here with these brackets and these jacks mixed in. And also, being a very movement-heavy 24, stamina is an issue with this chart. It is very easy to get tired, and your technique gets sloppy. And you do have some minor running at the very end that you have to have gas in the tank for. So there's our one break in the chart right here. And it's not much. Awoken needs to take some deep breaths here. And just like we saw in singles, we're going to have another mix of brackets and jacks mixed in with a long run coming up. All in the middle six here. Manages to handle that okay. But the 12's coming up. We're going to have mixed 12th notes with these jumps mixed in. He's definitely looking a little tired. And then we have these really tough sweeps involving brackets. Like the left-right movement here is very tough to handle. Got to make sure to hold this quad hold right here. And then one last giant sweep flying run. And he manages to get the last hold at least, so he's not dropping there. So that is a good chunk of points because it's very easy to miss on the last hold. He manages to get the stage pass. A 927 is going to be the base right there. So 927 is going to be the base to hit here. Let's go over these cards while Bird's setting up. So Awoken's been playing 5-6 years. Has experience with Sama de Amigo, Guitar Hero. And his greatest achievement was getting advanced 8 to 10 in a session. That is a lot of 23s in one set during XX. So his goal this year is to get to Expert 6, which involves playing 25. So it's quite a lot. He says he's strong with gimmicks, but is a little bit weak with foot speed. And Bird, he has experience playing ITG, Juvie, and Tunadum, being one of our in-state players. He's done quite a bit. He's managed to get 3 D26s. Kokugan, Cairo, Labyrinth, Leather, and he says he forgot the last one. But his goal this year is to just play more. And, well, he's definitely playing right now as he heads right into Bedlam. Also, we have our Haru back. Hi, Haru.
Hello, I'm back.
So this is a very deciding point because Bird is already up 2-0. So if Bird wins any of the next 3 songs, he's going to move into the pros. So Woken needs a reverse sweep right here in order to stay in the event.
It's interesting how this song is called Bedlam and the chart is pretty much also Bedlam.
Yeah, I said that too when we were looking at singles. It's definitely meant to be very weird, and it's appropriately so.
Such a cute background for this song.
The girl just wants to get her equipment and she never can. It's so saddening.
But looks like the weirdness does not stop Bird from pushing on this one.
Yeah, his accuracy has still been pretty good overall. That might be the edge he needs to get over a Woken score.
That's what you get being an ITG player. You learn to press those arrows on time.
Oh, he's handling this bracket and jack section really well. I think he's just trying to minimize misses. That might be key in some of the harder spots that's difficult to maintain accuracy in.
It's hard to tell with Phoenix scoring. Sometimes 10 goods may be worse than 1 miss.
Oh, the Bedlam sweep's really getting to Bird now. Like, he's definitely tiring out. He's got to hit these rolling brackets clean. He's got to get that last sweep. Remember, if he misses this last hold, that's 50 plus misses, and that's going to tank the score. He's got to get this last one right here. There we go. He manages to hit it. It looked like it was almost going to fly away. And that is a 9-3-2. We had to beat.
It's better. Awoken hit 9-7.
So that's it. Bird manages to win over Awoken, and he qualifies out of promotion into pros. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Definitely a very well-earned 3-0 sweep right there. So while we set up for pros right here, it looks like the other machine they were working on a bit. These pads have definitely taken a good beating over the years, so it's kind of inevitable that we'd have some pad issues here and there, but it looks like we're getting there. Really been loving the level of play today. Like, everybody's really brought their A game. Like, despite tough pad conditions, you might not be playing your best score-wise, but all you need to do is just play better than your opponent, and everybody just wants to outplay everybody else, and they're pushing. They're making everything work.
So we started professional, trying to figure out which match are we going to see, or is it going to be 2 matches at the same time?
Well, we do have several pools already set up to go. So we do see the card draws being set up for Gem and Tomato.
interesting. Are they going to warm up or did they get a single song?
Yeah, I think they're gonna just warm up together if it looks like they're gonna play. Because the first song on their list right now is Le Grand Rouge D22.
And we don't see two other songs. So we're in the dark for now.
So the boys are gonna get set up right here using Numono as their warm-up song. And that's an interesting choice to use for a warm-up. I wouldn't really think of using this as a warm-up because if you're doing warm-up, you probably want some good movement to make sure your legs are fresh. Maybe they think the extra leg swing will help warm them up a bit. Like generally what I recommend myself is using like either very fast things or with long streams. The draws at this point are 22 plus. Like the draws are going to be 22 plus at this point, and they're going to be very difficult to hit.
Looks like we're just getting warm-ups for Pro Division for now. They didn't have a chance to warm up because they were working on the path of the second machine.
Let's talk a little bit about our players while we're waiting here. So we've got both Gem and Tomato. So Gem, he's one of the founders of Big Deal long ago, since 2017. So he's been playing since Premier 2 in 2003. That is over 20 years of experience in this game. So he's been around a long time. But he's also been in many other music game communities. Some of his favorite things are Mad Science S20, Indestructible D25, pretty much anything with bracket tech and foot speed. And his greatest achievement so far, he got 4th at Storm CEO. He's gotten 6th at Mistake on the Lake 5. And he did qualify in Big One a couple of years ago in top 96. So his goal this year is to be in top 50 for Big One coming up this year.
Our own Grant from Texas.
Yep. And right on the other side, we've got Tomato. Tomato coming in from out of state. So he's been playing for about 5 years. His favorite stuff, he says, is a very particular UCS by our own pump son, Vincent Kim. He was able to pass your Ultimatum D25 while he was visiting Canada. That's his greatest achievement, he says. His goal this year is to S+, Etude Opus 10-4 D25, which I'll say on my end, that ain't no 25. That thing is way too hard. So an S+ on that would be a great goal to hit.
We're still waiting to see who's going to play on the other machine.
Looks like they're going to get a full set of warm-ups in.
I don't know, this might actually be the real song.
Yeah, they're going to definitely use this chart to get a good warm-up in. So we did see a little bit of Telling Fortune Flower at some of the earlier pools, but this chart caps at a single 23 and a double 26. And this one has not just a lot of run at 200, it's a lot of very twisty run.
Definitely not an easy 23. Takes a lot of stamina.
Yeah, if you want easy 23, you look at the double 23 for this, not the single. I'm actually kind of amazed they're rated the same still. I would have expected them to re-rate when Phoenix came out. The boys are getting their warm-up in. Jem looks like he's about ready to go. He looks pretty locked in. I think Tomato's not really used to playing on pads like these, so he's trying to take some time to adjust.
Well, Tomato is also a Sox player to my understanding, so he's forced to wear some kind of shoes here, maybe to his disadvantage.
Yep, we run by house rules here, so gotta make sure you have at least something on your feet. Yeah, this card is just absolutely brutal with how many anchor runs and turns it wants you to do, and just throws in a rolling bracket run in the middle of that. So just a reminder that this is just still warm-up. The whole set looks to be double all around. So we're gonna get both players on here. So we got Paraboy and Susa on the right, getting their warm-up in, playing some Chase Me. Like, we love our Dreamcatcher in this household. And Tusa doing really good considering he spent a lot of the day commentating, and he was definitely told me he was feeling a little bit tired.
Okay, this was an actual song for them.
Oh, was it now?
Yeah, we finally got songs for the match on Machine 2. They're going to play Video CD23, Ultimatum S23, and Dichroma CD23.
Oh, that's an interesting set to get.
And now I think we're gonna get the songs for the match on Machine 1. Looks like Paraboy and Tusa mentally preparing for the match. Okay, here are the songs for the match on Machine 1. Le Grand Rouge, D22, Ten Fortune Flower, S23 that we've just seen, and Sinus, D23.
So we might have actually seen that going.
Difficulty zone to level 17. Level 22.
So I guess Telling Fortune Flower wasn't actually a warm-up, and they're probably entering their scores in. So we'll see how they do on Le Grand Rouge and Cygnus. So it looks like Gem's going to go first on Le Grand Rouge.
So, on the Machine 1, they're moving to doubles. And Gem is the first one to play the Grand Rouge D22.
On the right side over here, it looks like Paraboy is going to start with video. Let's see, so we'll see that. But let's focus on Gem right here. So Le Grand Rouge D22, this is known for having some of its ending gimmicks changed to be a lot easier. They used to warp, so without the warps, the ending's easier to read, but to execute is still very tricky. There's still a lot of run in this chart.
But Jim really likes his runs, so it's probably good for him.
The thing is, Tomato's also good with runs in this like BPM range. So this is a kind of a toss-up for who's going to get where, especially depending on the accuracy on these rolling brackets and if these holds get dropped.
Yeah, I think so. These two players are pretty closely matched up. Keeping up the combo so far.
Okay, we get one last break right here. Very clean rolling bracket. And then we've just got 16 measures of run, and it's going to be a lot of twisting and a lot of movement. So I'm getting an early miss right there. Handles it with getting a clean stare at least.
Getting into the big run. Something is happening in DDR. It's so loud here. I don't know if you can hear this.
Oh, Gem needs to hit. Gem needs to push this right here. Ooh. Yeah, definitely very tired getting into the ending right there. It's easy to lock up.
Yeah, looks like here and out of stamina by the end of the song.
That's the way to go.
And In the meantime, Paranoia Boy is playing Video LCD23 and very clean run so far.
And commentator's curse. So it looked like a 9-6-3 for Gem on that. So that's going to be the score for Tomato to have to beat.
Is it just me or Paranoia Boy's speed mode is pretty low?
That's probably about 580 or so. He doesn't read super fast usually.
It's a bit unusual to see somebody playing such a high level at very low speed.
Well, we definitely have our high level. Like we have another one definitely in mind here. And even over in Korea, some of the higher level players are slow readers. Anyways, Tomato running into Le Grand Rouge right here. Like I said, this is probably evenly about match. Tomato does like runs at this BPM.
I guess it comes up to which player is less tired at this point. We've been here the whole day, and Gem is also helping to run this event, since he's the main organizer for Pump It Up tournament.
Yeah.
I would imagine he's mentally exhausted by now.
Fatigue from organizing is always a thing. Like I've just been sitting here at this event doing casting, and even I'm already tired. I like having to play after all this is not something that's easy to do. Tomato looking very clean so far. No big issues. Still keeping that full combo going. So he'll probably get a little bit more combo bonus than Gem did. And that might be the difference depending on how this ending goes if he locks up.
Yeah, look, he looks very composed. I think he may keep up.
Another very good, clean rolling bracket. Those are not easy to get all perfect on. The timing is a little bit weird depending on what kind of rolling bracket pattern it is. And gets a very clean staircase. Yeah, he's looking really good right here.
Look at this accuracy.
Yeah, he is very locked in. Let's see how the back six goes. Clean back six run. It's getting twister and twister. He's still staying pretty much in control right here. It's going to come down to these double steps, it looks like, but he's looking real good.
Very clean engine.
Yeah, overall, very good. Yeah, definitely very clean up to the runs, and then even then was still pretty solidly in control. Yeah, with a 9-6-8, very, very clear, easy win for him.
9-8-6. Pretty impressive score, I would say.
Tusa going up on the other machine right now for Video Out C. It looks like the score to beat over there was a 9-7-3 from Paraboy.
That is also a pretty clean score.
The tricky thing about Video Out C is that you are fighting the sync a lot because it's very late sync. And not only is it the ending just really hard, now you're having to actually get in between timing windows. But as we continue on this match right here between Gem and Tomato, the last song of the set's going to be Cygnus D23. Now this was a 24 in XX and it was downrated in a Phoenix. But I think there's very mixed opinions because it really depends on how good your flying skill is. This is a chart that relies a lot on flying. And if you don't know what flying is just very quick pad-to-pad movements. So think stuff like blazing and such, where you just have to kind of suddenly fly across the pad. So the difficulty is really mixed for people on Cygnus. I personally think it's a solid 23, especially since the ending does still exist. But I don't think it's that difficult to pass. It's really just the score on that's hard.
Yeah, when you look at this chart, it doesn't look that hard, but after you start trying, it's twisting you everywhere.
Yeah, it's less about the density and more about the movement. So Gem's gonna go up first here. So flying is a big deal in this chart, but there's also some really tough bracketing involved in places that if you're not prepared for, you can easily miss bracket holds. Some of them set you up in weird ways, and you need to know they're coming. So we're going to see if Gem really has worked on this chart a lot, since this is a relatively new song, only been out for a couple years. And so he might not have played it that much.
Paraboy takes the first song in their match. 9-6-3 against 9-5-6. Sorry, 9-7-3 against.
Oh no, Gem ain't looking good. It looks like he's given up on this one.
Looks like he's not feeling well.
We'll get someone to check up on him. So we'll let that play out. But Jim might have to forfeit on that, just if he's not feeling well. And considering he's been here all day, I wouldn't blame him for feeling out of it.
I think Paraboy and Tusa are gonna play Ultimatum S23 right now. It looks like they're going into singles.
I'm gonna go check on Jen just to make sure he's all right. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. So yeah, Jem's okay. He's feeling a little out of it, so he will play during the next losers pool. But we're gonna let Tomato have that one. So Tomato will advance into the next winners round. So we're going to focus on this Tusa and Paraboy set right here. So they're going to be playing singles. We're going to be playing Ultimatum S23. So being one of the newer songs added to the game, this one's very, very run focused. It's just a very, very long set of runs.
It looks like Grant forfeited it.
Yeah, he forfeited that set, but he'll play in losers if he feels better. He's okay right now. Huh?
So we're moving to the next match.
All right, like I said, this is going to be very, very, very stream focused here. Like this might come into Paraboy's territory here. He's not gonna have to really worry about accuracy, but stamina is always going to be a factor. Tusa going really in, getting the early combo and still maintaining good accuracy here. But this might come at the cost of stamina. We've got this really tricky little mini slowdown going in. Both players handling it very cleanly.
Going very confident there so far.
Yeah, I think he wants revenge after video out C here. So we've got little mini bursts coming up out of this little bracket drill. Yeah, Paraboy struggling to get those. Tusa still racking that combo up and still maintaining the accuracy.
Maybe Tusa just needed one more song to warm up.
And then coming past these brackets, we've got 16 measures of run right here, unbroken at 203 BPM, I believe. Tusa finally breaking. Lot of stairs right here. And now we start mixing in the brackets. Tusa's starting to struggle a little bit more as Paraboy manages to get through that. This might cost him because Paraboy looking a lot more clean. And then one last little slowdown into speed up and then slowed back down. Very tricky to time here. Both players getting through that just fine. Just got to hold that last hold.
That's a very interesting way Tusa holds the last hold. He's holding bottom and center with one foot and red with the other
wow,
foot.
yeah, Tusa ended up, like, it was such a strong start, but he just couldn't maintain it. It's hard, like, you got to make sure you have enough tank in the gas, and Paraboy was able to, like, keep it consistent.
Well, he's listed that his weak skill is brackets, and
Yeah, there's not a lot of brackets in this chart.
yeah, but you also have to somewhat bracket the M runs if you don't twist them. That may have been a problem.
So with that, Paraboy is going to win that set. So Para's going to move on into the next winner's round, and Tusa's going to have to drop down to the loser's round and climb back out.
Meanwhile, the other machine players warm up for their set.
Yeah, we got KNF2 and Bird. So Bird climbing out of the promotion stage. He's already a little bit warm there. So it really just comes down to if KNF2 has enough of a warm up here.
Yeah, KNF2 hadn't played yet, so hope one song was enough. And their set is gonna be Vacuum S23, Vanish D22, and Chase Me D23.
It's a good set. Those will cover some weirder skills and a few of the other things. Like Vacuum's gonna have a little bit of foot switching involved at the very end, which may or may not break everything. And for Vanish, we're gonna see them put their slow reading to the test because it does have the Vanish gimmick in that chart. Gonna get audio real quick for this left cab here. So yeah, Vacuum S23, so this wasn't unlocked in Fiesta 1, being hidden away for a while. And it definitely has Windforce's signature style without the 16th run pattern. It's very brutal, has an extremely difficult ending that basically nobody ever turns. So the players are gonna have to really put their double step skills to the test. Alright, going into the ending of Vacuum right here, we've got some pretty big combos, but now we have an unbroken run coming out of the stair right here. Bird actually electing to do the stair. We're going to get some slight twist turned in, and then there's going to be kind of a rough twist coming in into another stair. And then we have long set of bracket drills for 4 measures. Bird handled that a little bit better than KNF2. And then we have the long, hard run that nobody ever turns. And then one last mean trick. We have center foot switches. Bird doing much better on those last foot switches, getting perfects and keeping combo.
I would imagine Bird is used to full switches from ITG.
Yeah, much cleaner on Bird's side with the 971 versus the 947 on KNF2's side.
Very clean run on Bird's side indeed.
So ironically, while we have Chase Me D23 in Bird's set, we have on this side, we have Chase Me S20 being used as a warm-up.
It's a good warm-up if you want some foot speed.
It really is, because it's just here's 2 runs, go warm up.
And it gives you a small lead-in at the beginning to warm up your legs first.
So just a reminder that the winners of these sets will be matched up with J-Boy and Matt Miller in those schools. We already got the previous results. In the next winner's round, it's going to be HDS against Tomato and Kaze and Paraboy together.
Kaze and Paraboy, it's gonna be very interesting to see.
New twos. Level 17. Level 22.
Okay, so Vanish D22 right here. Bird has the advantage. So if Bird wins Vanish, then he wins the set. And like I alluded to earlier, this does have the Vanish gimmick involved, where arrows are going to slow down a bit, and there's going to be notes vanishing halfway, so you have to be able to read ahead. But this also has some very difficult patterns for its BPM despite the lack of density. And it also ends with a very fast 24th burst.
In the meantime, we got songs for Drake's and Rain Vipers match. And they have all doubles. It's Dream to Nightmare D22, Star Command D23, and Cross Ray D23.
I can attest to Star Command D23 being very difficult to play in a tournament because I had to play against J-Boy at USBF 2016 on that song. It's very difficult to have good foot speed in a setting like this. The beginning for Vanish is so deceptive because it starts so easy. And then we get some 16th runs here and there. Now here's the beginning of the Vanish gimmick. Now you have to note that these are not straight 8th notes. These are gallops. These are 16th gallops that start on the downbeat. And a lot of people playing this chart for the first time don't end up realizing that.
But you can do them as jumps because the second step is hold.
Bird having a very clean first section. He's looking very good right now. Getting a little caught up on the left side, but still holding it down. Still plenty of song left to go. There's one more Vanish section coming up. This one's a little bit trickier than the others because it's no longer a gallop section. And it looks like Bird's getting a little bit more confused. One more hard run right here. Small break, and then we're going to have little drills into brackets and ending with the final 24th burst. We have to make sure that Bird has enough energy in the tank to be able to hit this cleanly. Yeah, dropping a little bit of that last burst, but it looks like it was okay. All right, a 9.74, still pretty respectable. So Can F2 has to beat this 9.74, or otherwise he's going to drop down to losers. And we're switching back to one pad right here. It looks like they're doing a little bit more maintenance on the other machine right now. It looks like we're having one panel with corner issues. So Can F2 is going to have to make it up right here. We got the 9.74 to beat. We can definitely capitalize on a few of the mistakes that Bird did, like getting tripped up in the second Vanish section.
And if Bird wins this song, he proceeds further in winners.
Oh, he's already dropping holds. Got to get your A-face on here.
May have gotten slightly confused by the hold step patterns.
Well, players at this level definitely need to know their song list, because I know the song list it can be a little bit daunting, but at this level, you definitely need to know what's in the range, especially anything that's particularly gimmicky like this. Handles the first section beautifully, no problem there. We'll see if we can make it up on the second Vanish section. Very clean run.
I did not see any grades in that run.
Second Vanish section incoming.
Nice.
There we go, made up for it right there. Very clean.
Picked up from here. Keeping up the combo.
Yeah, the combo's looking good too, so a little bit of combo bonus might be the edge he needs. Another good run right there. It's gonna come down to this last bit. Can he get through the 24th burst in the brackets? Getting several misses at the time on that last 24th burst. That may be the costly.
That still should be a very solid score on this.
982. Okay, so yeah, he managed to make it up. Definitely taking advantage of that second Vanish section that Bird had tripped up on.
So they're going into third song. It's gonna be the decisive song for the match.
What's a pump tournament without some Dreamcatcher runs, right?
We're having a lot of Dreamcatcher today.
Let's see, I can think of, we've had you and I, we have Chase Me. What other stuff have we seen? I don't
We
think,
had Boca.
did we have Boca earlier?
Yeah,
Wow.
we had Boca D21.
Oh, wow. But it's all runs. I wish it was D23, just to make everybody jump around.
Well, we might still see Boca D23 though. I would imagine players at this level will just veto it really fast. I know many players are not quite happy with Boca's charts.
Alright, so we'll get both of them set back up. It looks like Drake and Red Viper will be doing their set in just a bit. So we're getting started with Chase Me right here. You know, this was actually an amazing thing to get in the game when it was released during Prime 2, because this is very not planned according to the developers. It just kind of happened due to the timing. And they got Dreamcatcher in the game early before they got really, really popular, and now we have a ton of Dreamcatcher songs in the game because they ended up being so popular.
This song is very much up Bird's alley because he likes full speed.
Yeah, long run, long movement heavy run too. Like, it doesn't seem that bad, but it's actually quite heavy on movement. It's very much a technique tester as well, because it's very easy to overshoot on your movement and end up triggering other panels. We're getting that hold drop right there.
There's a question in chat if the Red Viper is that Red Viper from WPF, and yes, he is.
Yes, this is the same Red Viper that competed in World Pump Fest 2005 in Seed and in 2006 as Freestyle. Like I said, we've got a good mix of new school and old school players here.
We're gonna see two more WPF players in this bracket.
Bird finishing up on Chase Me right there. Looked like he was struggling a little bit. He got a 9.73. KNF2 is going to have to beat a 9.73 to move on in the winners. And it looks like Drake and Red Viper are using Curiosity Overdrive at the warm-up. Kanesu getting set up right here. Like I said, got to beat 9-7-3 in order to beat Bird in this set.
They're not using aim pass. I'm not quite sure they are an active Phoenix player. Maybe it's not available in their area.
This is an interesting problem, though. This does mean that, well, it's event mode, so it's fine. So I was about to say we'd have to pass, but no, it's event mode, so
No, it's event mode. We only have to worry about it if they get a premium song.
Yep.
Which I'm trying to keep an eye on, but so far we're good.
Yeah, so far no premium songs have been drawn where we need one.
There were premium songs in promotion, but we called it.
I feel like this song really cemented like the Dreamcatcher like charting style.
It really did.
Like, it has definitely been the hardest K-pop song in a while. I think ever since Crash Day.
I'm just fascinated by these clean runs.
Yeah, very clean right here.
Just couple of goods, but I don't think there were any greats.
Yeah, KNF2 looking really solid here. And he looks like he's got some gas in the tank, especially after Vanish. Like, he may have just needed a warm-up. And now that he's warm, he's looking good.
He also had a chance to look at this chart if they've never seen it before, so...
I would be very surprised if any players in here had not seen this chart of all things. Yeah, getting the bad, breaking the combo, but still having a fairly clean last run right here. Just a few bads, but overall looked a lot cleaner than Bird's side. And that's a 9-8-5. The KNF2 is going to advance in winners. Bird will still get a chance. He'll still be in the loser side, but he's going to have some work to do. Over on this side on the right, we've got Red Viper. They're playing Dream to Nightmare. He's going to play through Dream to Nightmare D22. This having two similarly rated doubles charts, but in quite different styles.
Yeah, this used to be... Yeah, this was always 22. The other one was 23. It was 24 before. So initially they were rated slightly farther away.
Yeah, Reverend looks like he's had a pretty clean run so far based on that combo, and I haven't seen any major mistakes. The tricky part is getting out of these jumps. They're in kind of weird spots, and especially these syncopated jumps right here, especially with the stutter gimmick. One last run right here, and then this end of this chart has a really nasty surprise. Coming out of these jumps, we're going to have a bunch of jacks. And hitting these jacks is going to be tough. But Red Viper actually managed to hit that extremely clean. And he's ready for that last note as well.
Now this player came prepared, you can tell.
Yeah, overall, very solid, almost triple S-ing it.
Very solid.
9-8-9 is going to be the score to beat as Drake gets set up. We'll focus on this match for a bit. It looks like Kaze and Paraboy are going to get set up on the other machine.
Yeah, they probably still need... Well, Paraboy already played, but Kaze may still need some warm-up.
I dig Drake rocking the Jonathan avatar right now.
If you subscribe to Zilo, show us some birds. Different birds, but birds. Chai ducks in chat, please.
All right, Drake getting set up for Dream to Nightmare right here. He's got to beat a pretty tough score of a 9-8-9. That's a lot of pressure. Good technique getting that quad hold down. Still plenty of room to make up right here. So aside from that early miss, Drake looking pretty solid right now.
Yeah, he came back together.
Oh, but getting that hold drop right there. Remember, Red Viper did not have a lot of misses. In fact, I think it was only like 1 or 2. So
It was one miss and one bad. And
so Drake really has to really push on the accuracy now.
yeah. Which he seems to understand quite well.
Yeah, he knows what's at stake here. It's really going to come down to hitting the jacks and the syncopated jumps right here.
Well, worst case, one of these players still will have another chance in loser's bracket.
Drake setting up for the jacks. He looks flustered. Yeah, those were good jacks as well. Yeah, both players hitting the jacks in this kind of setting was very impressive. Very close accuracy too, 9-8-8.
This is so close.
Yeah, just barely going to just be under right there.
9-8-8 again against 9-8-9.
Yeah, I think if one of those extra misses was gone, I think Drake would have had that, but it just barely cost him.
They still have 2 more songs to go.
Hey, remember when I said use long run charts to warm up? That's exactly what Kaze and Paraboy are doing with Gargoyle. So let them do that. But next up, we've got Star Command D23 between Red Viper and Drake. And like I alluded to earlier, the foot speed aspect, it's really tough to maintain high level foot speed past 200 BPM in a setting like this where you don't get a lot of warm up and you're playing on very unfamiliar pads. Like this chart has some absolutely brutal 24th runs at 153 I think, BPMs?
Need to do some math. The song is 155, so.
To the 155, okay. So this would be the equivalent of 16th at 232.5 BPM, which is quite fast, even faster than something like She Likes Pizza.
Deal is better at math than me.
Well, as we move into Star Command, I wish we would have more Zircon songs. We haven't really had a new Zircon song in a while, and ironically, the last Zircon song that was added to the game was already removed. Zircon's a good artist. If you don't know Zircon, you should definitely check out their works on other games and places like OC Remix. Just thought I'd give that a heads up. So Red Viper going to be going first in Star Command. He knows this chart is going to be quite brutal for him because it's really hard to move fast, and he himself has said to me that as he gets older, it's very hard to move fast. Now the opening slowdown was taken out of this chart, so this will at least be pretty much all execution. No tricky reading involved.
I would imagine slowdown is not a problem for Red Viper, considering how long they've been playing.
You say that, but at USPF 2016, both of us botched the slowdown. You never know. Like, the mental games are very tough.
That's true.
And with that gone, this is just going to focus purely on the speed and execution. So both players are just going to try and have to just focus on building their combos and just not make mistakes early on. And then they have to really push during the runs because they're going to be feeling a bit cold and tight. The one really tricky thing to watch for in this chart is there are going to be some triple holds on the right side. And if you're not careful with your foot placement, you're going to miss those. We're going to see if Red Viper can maintain combo through them. No problem there. Now we're getting to the first run. Oh, gets through the first run beautifully. Now the second run, which is even longer. Struggling a little bit more, but still pretty clean, and also kept that combo going for a while. Let's see how he handles these triples coming in, these quads coming up. Very clean. So the only thing that can really trip him up, oh, he's missing some brackets, but he needs to also make sure he gets this crab walk coming up right here and manages to hit this stretch hold, which is going to be worth quite a bit. So faltered a little bit at the end, but had a very solid first 2/3. So a 9.79 is going to be the target to beat for Drake. And Drake needs to win this in order to stay in the winners. Overall, a very solid showing from Red Viper so far. I think he definitely looked a lot more confident once they addressed the pad issue that they had noticed. So Drake about to take his turn on Star Command. He knows what's at stake. And he's just going to go right into it. He looks ready. In the meantime, Kaze and Paranoia Boy are getting set up on their side. Their set is going to be... Where is it? It's going to be Escapist 24, Galaxy Collapse D24, and Repentance D23. Those first two songs are brutal. That's going to be interesting to watch for.
Yeah, and they started with Escape.
Drake having a very clean opening as well. Very locked in mentally. Oh, but getting that miss. Commentator's curse. I'll take the blame for that one. So he's going to be having a little bit less of a max combo bonus. So he's going to have to really make it up with less misses and better accuracy in the hard parts. And that's a tall order to ask in a chart of this range and style. We'll see how he handles the triple holds coming up on the right. No problem right there. Let's see how he gets this first run. Almost still very clean. Let's see how the second run goes. Oh yeah, he hit that one definitely a lot cleaner. So it's probably about matched up right there. It's really going to come down to not making more mistakes.
Looks like Drake's coming very committed to those runs.
Yeah, very good.
Also notice something about his form. he's going way down to hit those runs.
Yeah, you want to keep your center of gravity very low so you can move faster. He gets the crab walk, he gets the stretch. That might be enough right there. It looked very clean in the back half. That's a 9.84 right there.
Yes, and it's 9.84 against 9.79, so Drake takes this one.
Very solid. It's a nice improvement too, like almost a 15K improvement on his card. So that's going to bring us to our third song in the set. It's going to be Crossray D23. Now this is going to be tricky because Crossray is relatively new, only having been in the game for a couple of years now. And it's a very deceptive 23, being one of the most intense endings of any of the 23s right now.
But it looks like both Drake and Red Viper have been preparing for this tournament. So
Yeah.
I would expect them to know what's coming.
You see them going on and escape S24 on the left. Even Red Viper wants to watch this one. I don't blame him. This is tense. Kaze having a really clean ending here. Carbono by getting a little bit tired. Kaze looking to have passed that, assuming these holds stay down.
Red Viper still may have to play at least one of these players.
We'll see. Remember, the winner of this set is going to be playing Matt Miller in the next pool.
And Kaze takes the win on the single.
That is a lot of goods. Like compared to the great count, they're almost identical. So Kaze will be up at 1-0 on that side, but it looks like Red Viper's mentally preparing itself for Crossray. Like I said, this is one of the most brutal endings in any of the current D23s. Like, this is slower than the other cross songs. But it's definitely, I think overall it's a more difficult D23 than Crossover is, despite being slower. This chart still has the gimmicks as well, so Red Viper maintaining their mental energy, remembering all the important things. It's interesting they kept the stops, but they took out this slowdown.
Slowdowns are hard.
They are hard. So this is a bit of a break.
Oh yeah, Red Viper definitely is prepared. I can see them placing the feet in advance on those holes.
Getting a little tangled up right here though. We've got a little bit of a drill run, pretty easy.
I imagine this kind of technique may be a bit hard if one hasn't been playing in a while and then comes back to all the new style charting.
Yeah. All right, now we're gonna have a very brutal set of runs right here. It's gonna start very easy and then it's gonna ramp up as it goes for 16 measures. Now we're starting to get more twist thrown in. Red Viper definitely struggling a little bit, trying to cheese a little bit of those turns to save that energy. And then one last mean trick. We've got another 4-measure run with the most difficult patterns in the entire chart. Very brutal patterns for 170-something BPM. And finish capping it off with triples on the stops. No problem hitting those.
Very strong run for the whole duration of the song.
Yeah, he really wanted it. He really pushed that. So 964 is going to be the score to beat right there.
Let's see how much Drake is committed to this one.
Now over on the left side, I'm not sure how much either player has played Galaxy Collapse. This is a relatively new addition to Phoenix. You need a very specific speed mod in order to be able to read this comfortably because it is all brackets. It is. I am like still shocked that this was rated 24. Like this chart is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, looks like Fireball is not quite ready for this one.
So Drake getting ready for cross ray. He knows he needs to win this in order to stay into the winners. Now he's a little bit more nimble than Red Viper is. And it looks like Paraboy is gonna just let that one go. And I don't blame him. This chart, in my opinion, should not be a 24. All right, Drake getting started on cross ray right here. Drake looks prepared as well for those stops. We'll see if he does still remember them at the very end when he might be tired. It's easy to forget.
Looks slightly more confident with the hold patterns.
Yeah, not struggling with these holds at all. So he's going to be able to get a little bit more combo over Red Viper here. So that'll increase his MAC, give him a few extra points.
Keeping up the perfects on the drills. This may help quite a bit.
Yeah, no problem with that run at all. Oh, but dropping that triple right there. So that's going to cut down the max combo. There's not going to be any more max combo bonus for him. And he's trying to conserve a little bit, but needs to still not get misses, because those are going to be just as costly as any grades he racks up. But now he's got to start moving. And he's going in. Did a little bit cleaner in that rolling bracket section. So it's going to come down to this last run right here, this 4-measure run.
And he's committed to those hard threes.
He's very committed. He was so committed he almost lifted the pad off the legs. I can see that. Very good ending right there on Drake's side.
Very solid run. It's really impressive on his last run.
Yeah, 980 right there, and Drake's gonna take that set. 2-1.
Drake is advancing in the winner's side of the bracket.
So Drake's gonna be hitting up Matt Miller next. So he can have his little bit of reprieve.
In the meantime, Kaze is playing Galaxy Collapse and looks like he's more ready for this one. Remember, brackets are the most favorite thing for Kaze.
They really are. He's a long-time player, and this chart is just all brackets. Like, this chart is notorious among the community right now. I actually think the chart is great for what it is, but it's just extremely difficult, and I'm bad at this skill set.
Looks like even for Kaze, it gives some struggle.
It looks like on the right side we got Tomato and HDS getting set up here. HDS was actually our #1 seed for the event, so did the best on the qualifiers. Absolutely amazing player, and definitely shows up and tears these events apart. So Tomato's got his work cut out for him. We'll see what they do after this warm-up. Kaze finishing up a Galaxy Collapse right there. Definitely looking tired, but I do not blame him. That chart is way more tiring than it looks.
Even the S18 for Galaxy Collapse is very tiring. You can just jump and jump the whole song non-stop. Paranoid Boy's score was 794 and Kaza's is 930, so Kaza takes this one as well and wins the whole match.
You know, it's funny we had Repentance D23 in that set, but we didn't get to see it because Kaze won 2-0. We might actually see Repentance in this set instead with HDS and Tomato, but it's also the third song, so we may not.
Yeah, and they get 2 songs for warm-up in this pool. So it's gonna be some time. But HDS have not played yet, so they do need this warm-up before jumping into doubles 24 and 23.
Now HDS actually being from Ecuador has very much the Latin American playstyle, very, very minimal, very, very specialized technique. He's very good at moving the speed around.
It's hypnotizing to look at their feet, to be honest.
And this is a dude that has like amazing consistency at events.
And on the machine one, we're starting another match. J-Boy against Ken F2.
Oh, that is a brutal set for runs. Yeah, J-Boy and Ken F2, they've got Beat of the War D24, Hellfire D23, and Yog Sothoth D24. And the outer 2 of those are some really tough run charts. And J-Boy's going to have to play those almost cold, so it's going to be a struggle for him.
J-Boy may be used to playing cold, though. Like, he's a long-time tournament player.
Yeah, let's go over his card real quick, actually. So, J-Boy started seriously playing on Zero back in 2006. And he's been playing dance games in general since DDR Third Mix in 2001. So he likes playing some great things for memes like Ugly D, D18 Random Step. I approve. I actually did watch him perfect game that in a previous mix on random. It was
That's
very
impressive.
funny. So J-Boy's a very accomplished player. He's come first place in USPF 4 times in official tournaments, which is an excellent record. And at WPF 2007, he was 3rd place. I believe he won $10,000 from that.
Yeah, so here's your other WPF representative. And we're still waiting on the last one to come. And being a long-time player, J-Boy surely has lots of chart knowledge, which he thinks is his strongest skill.
Yeah, really knowing charts really makes you comfortable on them. You try and sight read something blind or you don't remember something, you're going to waste a lot of energy or try and figure something out at the last second, and you're going to probably just flip.
Or if you don't know chart and it's super twisty, you may try to play it on a speed way too high and damage yourself.
Or just anything with speed changes in general. We have several charts in Phoenix, like new songs, with very varying speed ranges. So if you were to play something like Chaos Again, or as we saw Galaxy Collapse, if you don't know the speed mods and you try and set that up at the event, you are really doing yourself a disservice. And those are the kinds of things you need to know. And J-Boy's very good about knowing that. HGS taking, looks to be Anguished Unmaking D22 to keep warming up. It's a great song, but I had I kind of give the chart maker a little bit of punching verbally when I see him in his streams. He's very nice, he's very friendly, but I just kind of rib anytime I have to deal with this chart. It does make for a good warm-up though, just because there is a lot of like drill running. has also one of the coolest backgrounds from Prime 2, being a continuation of the Passacaglia background.
I almost thought it would be full perfect combo.
It was very close. It was very clean, aside from this.
Nah, it looks like they just like, whatever.
And it's still a triple S even with walking off on the last hold. That's really, yeah, it was 0-1-0-7. That really shows HDS's consistency right there.
And I see J-Boy's partner rooting for him too. We have many people coming here with their partners, even if the partner doesn't actively play. This is the kind of support we love to see for our hobbies.
Looks like J-Bo is going to use Wicked Legend D21 to warm up. That's a good one. That's actually a very interesting example of a classical remix that I wouldn't expect to be a classical remix. All right, so it looks like we're ready to go for the actual match between HDS and Tomato here. Starting off with Halcyon D24, relatively new. Has some pretty brutal running. But thankfully the song is not too long.
Yeah, they shortened it. And it feels so weird when you're used to playing it in other games at its original length and then it's short in form.
The HDS looks extremely prepared for this chart. Like its movements are very, very fluid right now. Yeah, this chart has some really tricky quad holds that you need to be ready to hammer down, and then you immediately go into other runs. So you have to also not only nail them down, you need to make sure not to lift your foot too high. But I haven't seen any mistakes so far. It's been very clean.
I'm a bit sad we can't see their footwork on camera because it looks like they're just dancing on the pad.
Oh, very good getting that 24th burst.
Oh no, they got the lace untied.
Uh-oh.
I hope it doesn't get in the way.
Yeah, we're hoping not to see a trip of all things. It really is not stopping him. Well, we've got one last run coming up right here. Oh, getting a little bit confused there, losing the holds. Got one more burst coming up right here. Yeah, it was really solid until we had that accidental hold drop. That's still a very good score, 985.
And they only noticed just now their laces.
So Tomato's got to beat a 985, and that's not easy to do with this chart. Like, even with the mistakes HDS made, Tomato has to make sure he doesn't make the same mistakes himself. On the left side over here, you do see CanF2 starting their match, getting into Beat of the War D24. This was a new chart added at the end of Prime 2. It was a good modern style, but it has a very brutal set of runs. Like, it actually used to be rated 23, and then everyone was just like, I don't think so, man. It also has this very tough gimmick section to read. You have to know how to read ahead and not rush. And it's mixed in with jumps as well. And this is like J-Boy's specialty right here, is reading slow.
Yeah. For some reason, the new charts for Beat of the War feel pretty weird in the slowdown part if you're used to original charts. I don't know, something in the sequence of patterning feels off, even though it does follow the music.
Yeah, Tomato getting started with Halcyon right now.
Let's see what Tomato got for us.
I'm not sure how familiar Tomato is with this, and it looks like he's struggling getting a few grades early on. He might not have played this a whole lot. It is a pretty quiet intro, so it is very difficult to start on.
And it's really loud here, so definitely not easy to hear quiet stuff.
Good burst right there. So we're going to see how he handles these little mini runs coming up. Definitely looking a little flustered getting these grades though. Like HGS did not lose a lot on accuracy right here, so this is going to be really tight for Tomato to catch up. Yeah, Tomato really struggling to keep that accuracy going. I think he still wants to get that pass done. It would definitely benefit him to just keep going and stay warmed up. Yeah, getting the 9-0. He did pass. He will stay warm, but yeah, Tomato really struggling with that one. So it's going to give HGS the first point in the match.
Meanwhile, J-Boy having no problems at all reading the slowdown.
Yeah, like I said, this is his bread and butter. He's been around a long time, especially since DDR third mix. And third mix did not have speed mod, so he learned to read slow.
Side reading Twist of Fate S19 with just 2 misses.
Yes, I think it was actually 1. It was a very low count. But he gets into the run section right here.
And you will notice his speed mod is also really, really slow.
Yeah, he's one of the few that plays at a really, really high level, but reads really slow. Like, Windforce is like the other person I can think of right off the top of my head.
Also, signature Dignity skin. Diggy Sheep.
Alright, over on the right side right here, we've got a Adrenaline Blaster, D23. This is going to be kind of a complete chart flip. This one's going to focus mostly on twist runs at 150 BPM instead of the 200 BPM like turns and streams. And this one's also kind of notorious for having a very tough, kind of sideways facing run with some really weird inner six turning. HGS making sure his laces are good to go this time and that they won't come loose.
That's why you always do dual lacing on your shoes.
If only that happened on dual racing with dual lacing. Very clean rolling brackets right there. Very tough to get all perfect on those. So there's a bit of tech involved in this chart. There's not a whole lot of, there's not like any fast bursts or anything. All the hard twists are really in the beginning. But this section right here with the jumps every 2 beats, this gets a little awkward to do and it's very easy to over trigger and get bad. HGS keeping its technique very clean until the last jump right there. Some surprisingly difficult anchor runs right there. And missing one of the jacks too. Really got to make sure you bring your feet up enough to hit those jacks. So this has a long reach around run coming right now where we're going to kind of slide around the outside of the pad. Going to do it with 8th notes first, and then it's going to do the exact same thing with 16th notes right here. Managed to get that just fine. So this is a slight bit of break before the final runs. And now we get the big twisty runs right here.
Look at those head shakes.
Oh, he's gonna actually just elect to cheese some of those.
Yeah, looks like HGS is not happy with their play on this song.
Finishing it out strong though. So still a triple S. Still it's gonna be a tough score to beat. But
that's a very tight score.
Stuff in this BPM range is Jev's Tomato's bread and butter right here. Like, he definitely prefers the slower things over the faster things. So I think Tomato's gonna definitely be able to give HDS a run for his money.
Let's see if Tomato is capable to keep the accuracy up to on par with HDS's play. In the meantime, Ken F2 gets a broken AAA on Hellfire D23. And the score for comparison is 967.
Yeah, J-Boy wiping down while Tomato gets ready for Adrenaline Blaster. Remember, Tomato definitely has to still work. He's still got to beat a triple S. Not easy to do with this chart. And with accuracy is going to be a factor here, especially into these opening rolling brackets coming up. He can't afford to get a lot of grades. Oh, getting that miss though. So he's not going to have a lot of room for error now. We'll see if he keeps his technique clean in these jump sections. Like, remember that HDS ended up getting some bads and misses at the very end of this part. Only picked up like a couple of grades, a couple of goods, but he's really stretching what he's going to be able to work with here. Very clean anchor run, and hits the jacks fine. We'll see how he does on the reach around run coming up. Oh, but gets a miss right there. Several more grades. He's going to run for it. He's going to work for it here. And considering how fun this chart is, I'd want to run for it too.
This was still very, very clean running. Look at him doing all these wide turns.
He takes after me in that respect. It's like, just turn. Very much like my style of play. Very clean ending.
Very clean play, but let's see if it's enough.
It's going to be a 9-8. Still a double S, but that's going to mean HDS takes that set 2-0. So Tomato's still in it, but he'll be in losers for next one.
Let's see if J-Boy can solidify his win in his match.
J-Boy having a very clean Hellfire. Looks like it's still a full combo.
Yeah, Ken F2's score was 967.
Wow. Oh! Almost getting the full combo on that.
Just one miss at the end.
It looks like
Oh.
there was another miss at the beginning when we didn't see, but
And
9-9-2.
it's solid victory against 967.
I know, that's the best beginner score I've ever seen. Yeah, J-Boy has not played much Phoenix. He did not buy it for his own cabinet, so I think any Phoenix knowledge he has or plays has just been at other locations. So he hasn't had time to like grind for titles or such. So he's the best beginner at this event.
Easy, just veto all the Phoenix songs.
That is a strat you can do. All right, so we got two matches setting up at the same time right now. It looks like it's going to be Matt Miller and Drake on the left side for
Yeah,
the winners.
It's last match in the winners.
And on the loser side on the right, we've got Bird and Paraboy. So both sides going to go ahead and get their warm-ups in. It looked like they were almost going to warm up with My Lover S12. That would have been the most interesting warm-up at the stage of the tournament. We do have the set for Matt and Drake. It's going to be Murdoch D24, Brainpower D24, and Ken Orpheus D23. It's kind of odd that we're actually going to start with the hardest song in that set. Murdoch D24 being a very new addition to the game, only like a few patches old, and it has some really neat and very difficult middle six runs. They're not twist heavy, but they're very movement heavy. Bird and Paraboy are going to take Top City to warm up.
I'm not sure you really want two warm-up songs, even you've already played. Wouldn't that be too much Tarin?
No, at this point, you want to make sure you're warm. Like, it's very much worth it. Now, the counterpoint to that is that your opponent also gets that warm-up. So if you manage to play better cold over your opponent, then you might opt to try not play that extra warm-up song if they can't get it either. But that's up to them to decide. So we'll see if Matt takes another warm-up right here, if they're going to run straight into their match.
Looks like they're going to have one more warm-up song. Yeah, because they're looking in together and all the songs in their match are doubles. They got Murdoch D24, Brainpower D24, and Can Orpheus Mix D23. I think Paraboy is actually ready to jump straight into the match.
Yeah, I think he wants to go while he's warm.
Yeah,
So we've got their set right now. It's going to be Your Mind D23, Allegro con Fuoco S22, and Are You End of a Dream D22. Your Mind is really interesting. It's a different style of bracket chart. Very fresh and very difficult to score on.
already pretty chart though.
Yep, it is very much a win force chart.
One of the best D23s in the game. Though in my heart, Allegro D23 will always be the best.
Yeah, that's still my opinion too. You kind of get that with playing Allegro singles next, but it's not quite the same.
It does not translate as well onto singles.
Yeah, it looks like Matt Miller and Drake are taking Aurelia as their warm-up.
Well, Matt Miller have not played yet, so he needs some warm-up.
What better way to do it than do a long stream chart? All right, into Your Mind on Fireboy's side. This is all 180 BPM 12th notes the whole way through, aside from one little 16th burst. This is going to be all technique right here. Yeah, those jumps are pretty deceptively brutal. Getting the second one just fine. Now, I believe coming up in this next section, there are still some invisible taps in front of these holds still. I don't think those were changed. So we're going to see if he pays attention and makes sure to actually hit all these. Missing that one hold, though. Got 5 misses right there. Being very careful at this point to not drop these holds. They're worth 8 apiece. And now we get into the real meat of the bracket section that mixes in jumps as well. And now we get stuff that really mixes in the jump, and you really need to have very polished technique. And Fairboy is good about that, being a 4-panel player. Get through that section just fine. But dropping a little bit of that quad hold. Like, holds in this are very costly due to the high tick counts. Get that last quad hold, and manages to get the quad into stretch for a very solid ending. Okay, we've got a 9.72 for Paranoia Boy there. See Drake going in on Murdoch. This ends up being the hardest song in their set, probably. Depends on if you could really consider Brain Power harder, but I think Murdoch's probably harder. Getting really tripped up by these misses, though. Gotta make sure you're holding those holds out. And then we've got these middle 6 runs where you face one way for a long time. And it's very deceptive to not over-trigger or just cut things short. Like, it's one of the most neat 24s in this range in quite a while, but it is deceptively difficult to play well.
Yeah, those patterns are pretty tricky.
Bird stepping up for your mind now.
Oh no, Drake missed the last hold, and it cost him 12 misses.
Funny you say that because at the moment you said that, Bird dropped a hold on his side.
I don't call this a commentator curse. Not my fault.
Like I said, this is mostly a technique test. Mental energy is going to really play a big part in this, especially in this middle 6 bracket section right here.
I still remember the times when Bird used to struggle with brackets.
Yeah, Bird's had kind of a rough first half. He's going to have to really pull through if he wants to pull ahead of Paraboy in the second half here.
Yeah, Paraboy's score was pretty good. It's 972.
All right, into the jump section we go. Yeah, Bird really struggled through that jump section. Looks pretty tired out and also dropping the quad hold. Like, he's still hitting notes, but he's also picking up a lot of greats at this point. See if he can get this last set of holds. Does manage to get the split quad at the end. Looking like a 9-5-2. So Paraboy's going to take that first song. We see Matt Miller crushing Murdoch on the left right over here. Really clean sideways run. But getting off a little bit on that that anchor. Very clean ending on Matt's side.
Does not lose it last hold.
Yeah, he definitely is looking tired though. Yeah, 985 is quite solid for an event score.
These Drake score by quite a bit.
So it's gonna put him 1-0 going into it. All right, so we're going to Allegro right here. And going into Allegro con poco, remember that Paraboy is up by 1. And this is going to be very accuracy focused here aside from the ending. So he's going to feel probably a little bit more comfortable than Bird will. So Bird's going to have to really push if he wants to stay in this.
I feel like Bird specializes more in doubles, while Paraboy is more of a single player.
Yeah, I'd say that's accurate.
On the other machine, at this time, Drake is jumping into brain power. If you would like to spam in the chat, you're welcome to do so. But only for brain power.
Yeah, just a reminder that we are in losers right now. We're in losers round 1. on this side over here. So whoever loses this match between Bird and Fairboy is eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, that's sudden some pressure. And here we get some copy pasting
Yeah,
in chat.
so this chart for Allegro being based on the D23, as this came later, but it still has many of the same concepts, with a few removals since we're only having singles patterns instead of doubles. So you're still going to see a lot of 30-second bursts at the end, and you're going to see a lot of twisting involving 180s. Well, no 180s in this chart, but as close as you can get without being actual 180s. Both players looking pretty comfy so far. Only off by like one combo right now. So the stretch run is replaced with this long twisty run instead. That's quite movement heavy. Bird struggling a little bit, breaking combo there. But they're still pretty even together.
And Paraboy is doing all the turns.
Another piano run, scales. No problem for either of them. And here we get to the most difficult part of the chart right here with a 30-second burst added in. Turbo's very locked in on the accuracy right here. Definitely something he shines in. Oh, just barely getting a miss at the very end of that. I don't think he picked his foot up on one of the center taps. But very, very clean otherwise. But choosing not to turn there and getting a whole bunch of misses, that could be costly.
Maybe ran out of energy slightly. This is the whole thing is very tiring.
Oh, that accuracy difference definitely made it everything. So even with the 4 misses, Turbo is going to just take it right there.
Such a clean run. And I believe Paraboy is actually advancing while we say goodbye to Bird.
Let's lock in on the left side for a bit. We got Matt Miller going in on Brainpower D24. This chart was edited in Phoenix. Some of the opening holds were changed around. Some of the ending patterns were changed around. And I kind of find these changes a little unnecessary because now they're in kind of weirder spots to do some of my usual strats in. Matt Miller having a very clean opening, it looks like. Yeah, no struggles yet so far, very clean. But now we're gonna get into some of the wider patterns. Oh, getting a little tripped up on those middle 4. Electing to actually do the runs here instead of trying to cheese them. He wants the accuracy, but he is getting several misses in the process. And it looks like the score he had to beat was a 9.63 from Drake. See how he handles this last set of runs. Looks like he was getting a little tired at the end and stumbled onto that last hold. Hey, we got no title card.
But still beats Drake's score.
Yeah, still definitely beats Drake's score 9.86.
And takes this match. So we have 4 people in the winner bracket now. HDS, J-Boy, Kaze, and Matt Miller. They all move to tomorrow. We won't see them anymore today, but we still have 8 more players in the losers bracket. Or more like 7, since Paraboy just defeated Bird.
Yeah, it looks like Tusa and CanF2 are going to get started on their set.
Yeah, only 2 players from the loser bracket will advance to tomorrow, when we will witness all the finals for the top 6.
Looks like Red Viper possibly getting set up with Tomato on the next match.
Yes, this looks like could be the case. Do we know if Gem is ready to play, or did
I do not know. That is a good question. Yeah, Gem was, for those that didn't catch it earlier, Gem was feeling pretty down during his match. Like he was pretty tired out.
I see him with Drake. I think he's ready now. They're right at the setup table.
I think two of them are just going. It looks like, so this set is going to be Rolling Christmas D22, Goodnight D22, and Cleaner S23 if we get that far.
That also may be a strat to conserve your energy for the actual match if you feel you're pretty warm.
This is such a strange addition to the game. I would not have expected this to get a D22 when it was added in. It's such an unusual song to do it with. Tuso electing to do the 180s right here. Like, this is all very weird twists. Avilux, being one of the former chart makers, he had a very unique charting style, and when he went in on hard charts, he would usually use very different patterns from other chart makers.
But it makes the game interesting when some charts are different from what we expect them to be. I'm all up for the different charting style as long as they actually flow.
This chart's really fun to play, admittedly, but it's definitely tough to be consistent on in some places.
So
Red Viper and Tomato on the other side going to get their warm-up in before they start their match.
Yeah.
Tusa's struggling a little bit with this ending. They get very weird turns. Even electing to do the final 180 right there on the Reds. Very tricky to remember to do and actually turn for.
That looks almost painful to be turned into a pretzel like this.
Hey, we had bagels earlier. We can get pretzels next. So Canada 2 going to take his chance at getting a score on Rolling Christmas here. I'm going to take a quick sip of water before we jump into that. Alright, much better. Make sure you all hydrate, everyone. Alright, so back here we are. So the score we're going to beat is 960. Now Tusa's accuracy was falling off a little bit towards the end here, so Kenneth definitely has a lot of room to catch up and get the first point in the set. Choosing not to do some of these harder turns. I can understand not wanting to do some of the 180s if you're not used to them. Because Ganefei looks like he's not really familiar with this chart.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting lost.
But the way this chart is laid out, that still is a strat to do. Like, you can definitely sit on like the middle six or whichever side of the pad things are on. But definitely picking up a lot of greats right here and getting a little tossed up. Gonna have to really focus in on this last set of runs. Yeah, unfortunately, just really struggling to maintain accuracy. Like managing to combo, but really getting lots of greats and goods. And that might be what does it. Yeah, 9-4-5. It really was the great count. And this is definitely the kind of stuff where you need to commit to a strat. Like you learn a chart, you really commit to whatever you learn.
Let's see how they will do it with 1922.
Yeah. Like I'll say this both as a music game player and as a speedrunner. If you are in any kind of live setting event, go with what you're most consistent at. Like pick a strat and commit to it. Red Viper Tomato getting started on their side of the match. Theirs is quite a banging start with Robot Battle S22, and then Club Night D23 right after. And if we still have a tie going into the next song, then they're going to cap off with Arirong S22.
Arirong is surely a chart.
Yeah. It unfortunately became slightly less of a chart with the stops there, but I like the stops there just to mess with everyone.
I remember when it was just released, we were so shocked. What is this even?
Now it looks normal compared to everything else.
Now I actually like it.
Yeah, now I actually like it too. I would never want another thing like it, but I like it. Tusa taking a short break before he jumps into the next song. It's going to be Goodnight D22. We're going to have even more Dreamcatcher here.
Some stretches. Looks like Tusa needs those.
Yeah, definitely make sure you all stretch if you're playing at a high level, like just like exerting yourself. Like these are very physical games, so make sure you take care of yourself.
Interesting. Tusa is changing his shoes. I'm not sure if he switched between matches to regular shoes or if he just has different shoes for different types of songs. Which I do. And I know some other people do.
Yeah, for Goodnight, he might want something with a little less grip. I know people were saying they were having a lot of grip. And he probably wants something with less so that he can slide more easily for a foot speed-oriented chart like Goodnight.
I'm not sure about less grip. I hear the squeaking even through the headphones from here.
Well, it looks like he's going to get started. Oh, very close on this side, on the left side between Red Viper and Tomato. 971 to 975 on Robot Battle. Tomato looked like he was really pushing. He was really huffing and puffing. He got a few more misses, but he managed to make up for it with far less goods and a few less grades. Yeah, look, it's interesting, like comparing the max combos between the two. Like even with only a 262 max combo and not getting many max combo bonus points, he managed to still out-edge Red Viper there.
That was a close match.
All right, Tusa getting started with Goodnight right here. Yet another Dreamcatcher song. This one's a little bit different from the others in the sense that we're going to have some hold runs, if I remember right, in this chart. I know there's definitely some nastier things for a D22 in this chart. Just kind of sprinkled about.
I think there's more hold runs in D24 than D22. D22 is pretty tame compared to D24.
I have a quick question. If I'm playing, no, I am not playing in this event. I am strictly stream producing. I would much rather see these players go at it. They've been preparing very hard for this. And I think it's very appropriate we have a new big deal champion. Tusa getting a very solid start right here going into Good Night's little first run. Struggling a little bit in some of these other runs though. He's definitely falling a little bit behind on grades. He definitely looks a little bit tired and a little flustered. But he looks a little bit more focused now. We'll see if he can lock in on this ending here.
Yeah, that's the hard part about playing in the tournament. You make one mistake and then it throws you off and you stop paying attention.
He had a very clean hold run right there, no problem. Very deceptive because it's easy to go early and then end up missing the tail ends of the hold. We got another run right here with the stairs. Very clean. There we go.
Nice. Recovered from a small mistake.
9.75. Yeah, very strong finish. Definitely was struggling a little bit early on, but definitely made up for it in the second half. So 9.75 is going to be the target to beat for Can F2 to win it.
And if Can F2 can't beat the score, they will have to finish their participation in the tournament. Since we're in the loser side of the bracket right now. Operator, can you please type !tournament in the chat?
Yeah, I'll do it on my phone.
Okay. We're a bit tired at this point. We've been here since 11 a.m.
I got it. At least I thought I did. But,
Thank you, Zilo.
I get to be a ghost from here using my phone.
I also can type from my phone. Let's do it, Shot Wars.
Can F2 getting prepared right here. Red Viper getting through Good Night. D23 doesn't look super prepared for this one. Looks
Club
a little.
night.
Oh, sorry, Club Night.
But
We've got night. It's nighttime.
We all need some good night's sleep soon.
Yeah, you can't sleep at a Club Night.
Consider it a premonition.
Yep. But Can F2 getting started on Good Night over here.
Confusion. Everyone's playing some nights.
We'll see how comfy Can F2 is getting through these runs here. And Sousa was falling a little bit off on accuracy during the early half of this. So definitely points to pick up there. Looking very clean on these bursts so far. No major mistakes going into these sections. So he's going to have a little bit of room to work with getting into the second half. A little bit of great attack right there. Now it's really going to come down to make sure he doesn't miss anything on the holds. Like I said, we got that hold run that Tusa was able to nail. And these holds are worth at least 2 apiece on every note that isn't a center panel when it happens. So definitely watch for that. Here comes that hold run. Clean as well. But starting to bleed a lot more grades here. and manages to finish it out. And we'll see, because it was trading between the first and second half. And it's going to be a 9-7-4.
It's just below Tusa. Tusa has 9-7-5, and this is 9-7-4.
9-7-4, 4-6-6. Less, like, about a 700-point difference. So close.
Such a close match, but
But that,
Tusa wins.
Tusa's going to take that set and move on.
And we have to say goodbye to KNF too.
Definitely a great showing, though, especially just starting in pros. That's an amazing achievement already, because the qualifiers for this event were not easy.
Tusa still stays in the tournament, and he has at least one more match to play today.
In the meantime, we got Club Night going on over on Tomato's side. Now, Red Viper was really struggling at the end of Club Night, getting only a 927. So we had we've got a lot of ground to make up that Tomato can capitalize on. Yeah, he's definitely looking a lot more comfortable in these sections with the brackets on the corners. Interestingly enough, like this chart has very broken rhythms instead of a straight run, but it ends up being quite a bit more tiring for some reason. It's just the way the patterns are laid out, and it even has some of those bedlam sweeps here too. Yeah, Tomato definitely looking a lot more comfy going into this ending. Very good.
Looks like Gem is feeling better because I see him and Drake are preparing for the match on the second machine.
9-7-3 on Tomato side. And with that, that's going to take Tomato to the next round. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Red Viper, but still an amazing showing from Red Viper. Long-time PIU player and always a fierce competitor.
And now Tusa has to meet Tomato in their next match.
So it's gonna be the battle of the T's. It's actually kind of funny to see this. We have like two of like the relatively newer players going up against each other at this point in the bracket in pros. It really goes to show you how far they've come.
Yeah, we only have 3 matches left to play today, which is good.
Yeah, we're pretty tired out. It is very late. Like, remember that we started this stream at roughly like right before 11 o'clock. We've been running this thing 10 hours, and we are happy to see all these great matches, but everybody needs some rest before we start tomorrow.
I would imagine players also need some rest, especially those who advanced from lower brackets.
So, we got this match between Gem and Drake right here. They're going to get their warm-up in, but the winner of this match will move on to play Paraboy in the next round, and the loser is eliminated. Get some good bounce to get our feet moving here. I like good bounce. I like the whole good series that Ebimayo put out. Like, those not familiar, Ebimayo does have like a new song every new BMS tournament that's like good something. And we have good tech and good bounce in the game. I'm actually fond of good rage as well.
One of the backgrounds for good songs says good pump,
Yeah.
and the other background says stomp your feet, so they're very fitting for the pump it up game.
Yeah. Definitely a good choice of licenses. Yeah, I will say Phoenix definitely pulled a lot more from BMS, B Music Source, this game than previous games. Like, we had BMS licenses in previous games, but definitely did a lot more in this capacity, mostly because a lot of these also were used in Animero's other music game, Chrono Circle.
Yeah, Tusa and Tomato are currently preparing for their match, so we'll see them in just a bit. And I hope both of them get at least a small chance to take a break. I would imagine they're dark.
You know, it's kind of funny seeing how tame this chart is in Pump compared to all other games it's in, like Chrono Circle. I'm kind of glad we don't have a billion jacks in this chart.
But we have a ton of gallops, at least at lower difficulties.
Yeah, but those are fun. Those are cool. So we've got quite the matchup coming up between Gem and Drake. Like, we're gonna be kicking this off with Chimera S23, one of the OG bosses. And then after that, we've got Wedding Crashers D23 and My Dreams D22. So this is a chart that's been around over 15 years. And this is one of the ones that you try and learn as early as possible when you like decide, I want to get like really good. How do I get good? Well, you learn this chart. Once you are good at this chart, then you know how to learn other charts. Very brutal runs at 220 BPM with unusual patterns that are definitely not used in modern charts today. Now the hard part about playing this chart now is that now that it's more accuracy focused, now you have to strike a balance between the kind of strats that you want to use between accuracy and keeping combo and saving energy.
What an interesting match they got, wow.
This chart was slightly edited, like they did remove the brackets that involved 3 corners. And I'm glad for that change because those were miserable for me to do. Now they're just across the center. Yeah, it looks like Jim's really tiring out right here, especially since he didn't have as much warm-up. And this is not a chart you want to play cold, ever. We're going into this last set of triple holds right here. Drake dropping a little bit. Drake really dropping right there.
This might cost Drake.
Both of them just barely getting down for the 5 hit at the end. Still a nice, mean little surprise. So we're going to see if those misses on Drake's side at the very last set of triple holds will cost him because it was looking rough, but both players definitely having a rocky time. Oh no, it looks like Drake's going to stay. Gem did pass with a 9-2, and to pass this cold is pretty good, but Drake's going to take that with a 150,000 lead.
Yeah, over all the counts
Or
were slightly
15,000.
better on Drake's side. And looks like 2-cent tomato already.
It's funny, we're going to go from a chart with weird 210 BPM runs to a chart with weird 170 BPM runs.
More like 165-ish.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, Wedding Crashers, it was rated D22 at first, and it definitely needed the re-rate up because the ending just never feels like it stops.
If Kennedy is at 23, Wedding Crashers should be at 23. Because I feel like Wedding Crash was just harder than Canon D.
I think it really depends a lot if you're good on old school patterns or not. Like Kennedy, Kennedy's kind of its own little thing at this point.
Old patterns good.
Tell that to get the party started. That is a chart of the time.
Well, we've just witnessed old patterns in an example of Chimera.
Yep. What if we had like a shock and we had a third entrant in this pool just suddenly come in? It really would be Wedding Crashers. I guess that's what co-op's for though. Alright, so Drake's gonna lead off for doubles here. Drake is ahead by 1. But this is gonna give Gem a chance to both rest and take a look at the chart. Aside from an early miss on a hole, Drake's looking pretty clean right now. But the real fun's gonna start right after this. So we got these nasty little triples coming up right here. Gets those clean. This is just a wear down, just wear the player down, just a little bit by bit with these little bursts. And now we're gonna start running here. And now we've got 16 measures of run. And the difficulty of everything's just going to increase at this point.
Yeah, looks like Tulsa is starting.
Drake getting most of that stair, but looking a little tired. He's starting to pick up more grades. Manages to hit that last stair pretty clean though. A pretty good run overall, and Gem's got his work cut out for him to stay in this tournament.
Kept it up until the very end.
Yeah, 981's pretty solid.
I think Tulsa wants the one song of warm-up. And they got very, very difficult servers Tomato. Broken Karma D23, Murdoch D24, which is interesting. We've already seen this chart just about an hour ago. And the last song is Thunderman D24. Wow. That's gonna be a very tiring set.
Yes, it is.
Gem is getting ready.
Tusa getting a little bit of warm-up and using Accident D20. Alright, Gem getting ready for Wedding Crashes here. Remember, he's still a little bit cold. Might be a little bit warmer now. And this is going to be at least a lower BPM than Chimera, so he's going to feel a bit more comfortable. Doesn't have to do any super hard bursting, but this does have some tough movement. So remember, Gem has to win this to stay in the event. Let's see if he can capitalize on Drake's mistakes early on. Because remember, Drake did miss a little mini hold. Getting little bad right there, but nothing too bad.
I almost can feel how much Gemma is nervous.
He's probably shaking it off like it's not a big deal because he is the big deal.
Sure he is. Mr. Big Deal himself.
Getting a couple bads right there. So I don't know if he's going to be able to increase the max combo anymore, so it's really just going to come down to his accuracy at this point, not missing too much. No problem with the triples right there.
His accuracy seems to be pretty good so far.
Yeah, he's been holding that up pretty good, but we'll see if he can maintain that when the runs come in.
Yeah, but
Picking up more bats, though, it's going to be costly if he keeps picking these up, and now he's really starting to great attack. Let's see how he handles these sweeps.
Yeah, looks like he's tired.
Yeah, it's not easy to play this chart cold. With how movement heavy everything is, it looks like he's tired out. Not an easy chart to come into. That's a 9-3 on his side. So Drake's going to take that. And with that, we have to say bye to Gem, but he's put on a great show today.
And Drake moves on to face Paraboy.
Yep, so those are going to be our last two matches here between with Tusa and Tomato going on right now.
Tomato is finishing his warm-up, so they can actually proceed into the match. And I see Drake and Paraboy are getting ready.
Yeah, Tomato electing to use Yosei Fairy D22 as a warm-up here. There's a lot of movement. So I think he's comfortable using that to get his legs warm. Sunny's patterns are very like that. Like Sunny's charts, very movement heavy when he wants to do twisty things. Oh, it was actually only the D18. I thought it was the 22.
Yeah, it did not look like 22 because it didn't have those weird twists.
Funny enough, like Sunny will actually put in some pretty hard twists in these middle-level charts.
I believe they're ready to... I believe they're ready to proceed, and I was just informed that Tusa changed shoes again. So I'm not sure if he's just going around in his street shoes or if he has two different pairs. Still interesting. I believe Tusa is the first one to go in that match.
So yeah, reminder that this set is Broken Karma D23, Murdoch D24, and Tuntaman D24. We've actually seen Murdoch earlier between, I believe, with Matt Miller and Drake. But the other two we have not seen these charts for. We saw the songs earlier. So Broken Karma is going to be a lot of running around. Murdoch is going to be a lot of running around, but in a different style. And Tuntaman is just, well, it's Tuntaman. Yeah, really, these two are actually pretty evenly paired in their skill sets. Like, they both prefer, like, more of the middle ground BPM stuff, and this is kind of like the max of where they want it.
Yeah, that I would not call this middle ground BPM stuff already.
Well,
180 is fast.
With 185, I think that's like the highest end we'll go there. 180 to 185.
And I see Paraboy and Drake are getting ready on the other machine. I don't know if they're gonna have a warm-up song or just straight out jump into the rematch.
The Broken Karma is a little interesting because it does have the runs as you'd expect, with a lot of turning on those runs at the very end, but there is a little bit of bracket tech involved in the middle in particular. This is having a very clean start. No gimmicks in the very beginning anymore, makes this a little bit easier to prepare for mentally.
Yeah, Tosa is also putting his body pretty low to move on those runs and committing.
Yeah, hitting those bursts nice and clean here. Now we're going to get into one long run. That's a lot in the middle six. In fact, it's really more the middle four for these. Very middle four focused.
Still keeping it up so far.
Yeah, he's actually still maintaining great accuracy and maintaining that combo.
I didn't want to say that to not curse him.
We get a little bit of bracket tech after that there. Nice job right there. Really pushing here. He's really locked in.
He really wants it.
It's going to come down to these last 8 measures right here of run.
That hold almost wanted to fly, but it didn't.
Oh, he wants it. He wants it. He's pushing. Just barely missing there, but he's pushing. Overall, very clean. He knew he wanted that. He wants to stay in this event. And he really kept that going. Not just the combo, but keeping the accuracy very good. Like, that's a very solid score with a 987.
Very solid, almost triple S.
Like, Tomatoes really got his work cut out for him there.
Let's see how much Tomato can commit to this run. Yeah, I believe Drake and Paraboy are having at least one song of warm-up.
Yeah, looks like they're going to warm up on Cerebon this 20. We don't know their songs yet, but we'll let y'all know when they're ready. But Tomato getting set up for Broken Karma on his end.
Tusa definitely sets the bar very high for Tomato to jump. Oh wow, but you can see his best score, and that's impressive.
It is a very good best score, but remember that best is not necessarily what you'll hit in a tournament setting.
Not necessarily, sometimes you can do even better.
Sometimes. But generally, it's really, really tough to come close to your best in a setting like this, especially when there's a lot of nerves involved. And it's very possible to improve on them. But it's definitely not the norm.
We've seen quite a few PPs in this tournament.
We have. And people have been really pushing those. Good luck to Tomato. He gets set up right here. Tomato's pretty locked in at the start right here. Now Tusa did get a few goods in this section, so Tomato can definitely capitalize on that, and looking very clean so far. Yes, very clean start.
So far, his accuracy feels slightly better than Tusa's.
We have to make sure that he still has some gas left in the tank for the very end here. This is a tiring chart. Because you don't get a lot of break.
Very clean.
Yeah, still no problem. It's really going to come down to focusing on this bracket tech and then hitting the last run clean. Yeah, he wants it too. Both of them are really going to be duking it out here. Dropping the combo right there, still maintaining the accuracy, still pushing it. And he's getting through the part that Tuso struggles with right there. This might be it. Very clean at the end.
Very clean run.
Oh, we have a 9.936.
Very close to
Impressive.
his PP.
Yes, very close to his PV. Very clean.
And Tomato takes 1 point in this match.
Yeah, so Tomato's up 1-0 here. Tuso's got his work cut out for him on Murdoch. Oh, we've actually got the songs now for the match between Drake and Fairboy. Jupin D23, Goodnight S23, and Paved Garden D24. Yeah, this match on this side, on the right side, is going to be probably more in Paraboy's favor, more because of the lack of wide movement in the first two charts, because Jupin D23 is all half double focused, and Goodnight, well, it's single.
It's single.
So
It doesn't have wide movement because it's a single.
yep, so Drake needs to at least win one of those so he can have more of an advantage on Paved Garden D24 when there's going to be wider runs. But Drake's doing a great job on his side so far.
I'm not sure how high is Drake's singles game.
Drake's a great all-arounder, but with the way Paraboy very specializes in those kinds of singles, it's going to be a tough fight on Goodnight. Tusa getting set up for the next song here. We got Murdoch D24. We did see Murdoch earlier, so we're going to see a lot more of those one-way facing runs. We'll see if he can maintain, because those are going to be very difficult just to hit, much less keep accuracy on.
Difficulty zone to level 17. Level 23.
In the meantime, Drake is keeping up with those brackets. Only got one bet so far, okay. Dropped just a bit. But this is a very solid run on Drake's end. Wow. Very solid run.
Yeah, aside from the little last miss, that was a very solid ending on Drake's side. Look at that. Still triple S-ing. That's a great up score. That's going to really be a tough one to beat. So Drake definitely has more of an advantage going in, because Paraboy's going to have to really push on Jupin, and he's going to have to win on Goodnight in order to not have to play Paved Garden. So Tusa starting Murdoch right here. Yeah, as mentioned in chat, it's not just going to be the one-way facing runs in this chart, it's also going to be anchors. If you manage to get off on an anchor and chain a bunch of goods or bads, you're going to tank your score hard. This song is also great. This is having an early triple miss, but nothing too bad so far. Let's see how he handles these holds. These holds are chained together in weird ways, so it's very easy to drop. Didn't have much trouble until the very last tap. Very twisty run coming up right here. Managed to hit that. Now we start the anchors. This is like the closest thing you'll get to a rest at this point. And then we've got more of those one-way facing runs. Very easy to chain bads right here, but he's hitting those very cleanly.
He is committed to this.
He knows he has to win to stay in this tournament. Oh, he's starting to struggle a little bit right here. Starting to tire out. Yeah, he was definitely getting a little bit more tired there.
Send pulls some energy chat.
Manages to finish it out strong though.
Yeah, looks like he pushed a bit too hard in the beginning and gassed out by the end.
Yeah, so 957 right there. Like, this is a tough chart. Like, you have to make sure you pace yourself and manage to get to the end.
The score is still better than his PB though. We don't know if he had stage failed scores like this before.
Yeah, Tuso's definitely had a harder time than most of the tournament because he's also spent a lot of the day commentating with us. So he's definitely been feeling the fatigue. So considering all this, he's been putting on a fantastic performance, even managing to clear out several other people in the in some of these pools.
Let's see how prepared Tomato is for this one.
New tunes. Difficulty zone double. Level 23.
Looking at the right side real quick on Para's side. Paraboy really going in on Jupin as well. It's really just going to come down to this bracket ending because this is definitely the most difficult part. Oh, chaining a whole bunch of bads. This might be what cost him.
Yeah, I think he got thrown off.
Yeah, his mental state was definitely getting thrown off too, and he's struggling a little bit with this ending, so it doesn't look like it's going to be for him. So he'll get another chance in a second. But let's go back over here to Tomato's side and get set up for Murdoch.
Something is happening with DDR. I wish we had some kind of dial to turn their sound slightly down.
Tomato off to a really good start here. Not having the same misses that Tusa did.
Yeah, Tusa is committing. Tomato is committing.
Oh, having a little bit of struggle right there on that last hold. Manages to hit the same twist run right there, no problem. So now we're into the anchors right here. Like I said, we don't want to see any bad or good chains. Tusa was very good about avoiding those. Tomato struggling a little bit with that first run.
Still clean.
Still clean right there. But now we have another one coming up right here. And this was the one that Tusa was struggling with. No, Tomato really getting a little bit more of a push right here. Managed to hold the life bar. And almost full comboing out of the bracket section right there. He's looking real good.
Definitely more perfect in that difficult part.
All he's got to do is just finish out on this little set of corners. And he's good.
And he got a clean ending.
Yeah, very clean with the 981. And Tomato's going to take that and move on to the next day.
Yeah, Tomato takes this match and stays in the tournament. Sadly, we have to say goodbye to Tusa.
Great performance overall, though.
Great performance, great work with the tournament organizing.
So that leaves just the rest of this match between Drake and Paraboy right here.
And it possibly could be the last song of the day.
Yeah, so right now we are 1-0 with Drake in the lead. So if Drake wins this, then he wins the set and moves on to tomorrow. If Paraboy wins this, then we're going to move on to Pave Garden D24. So the pressure's really on for Paraboy here to stay in the event and get to tomorrow.
Pressure is on for both of them.
Now this chart being quite brutal. Like we saw the D22 for this earlier, but this S23 is very, very brutal with not only longer runs, it has more going on with a very gimmicky hold tap section with forced attacks, and also has some very mean 16th runs involving holds that you would normally need to turn for. And I don't think either of these players are going to try and cheese it. One of them will probably commit to doing the actual turns, but we'll see in a bit. We'll see how they handle this slowdown coming up real quick. Very gimmicky, very difficult to know what to do. Yeah, Pairboy really struggling right there, or Drake really struggling right there. Pairboy getting out a little bit more clean.
Yeah, Paraboy managed to almost get this part. Very tight footwork.
Both of them really leaning into that stair right there. I thought they were going to fly off the pad together in unison. Yeah, Pairboy really committing to those. Manages to cheat some of those, but Drake actually managed to keep a combo through the hold run there.
Yeah, Drake turns a hold run.
So it's really hard to tell who's ahead just because we've traded so much back and forth already in different sections. All right, one more set of runs right here, and it's going to be capped off with another hold run at the end.
This match is deciding who's going to be representing Virginia here.
Yeah, Drake really going in on these turns. Can we get this last hold run? Both of them really struggling through that hold run right there. So it's going to be close going in. It's going to be close. Look at these results. But with the accuracy, Pairboy is going to take that one. And with that, we're going to move into Paved Garden D24.
Now it's the final song of the day.
Yeah, it was really the accuracy right here. Like, we did see several more misses on Drake's side, but it was really the accuracy that decided it for Pairboy.
Indeed.
Like we said, this is going to be the last song of the set and last song of the night, and we will pick up with our remaining semifinal matches up to grand finals tomorrow. What time are we starting tomorrow again?
That is actually a question, because I looked at the schedule and it says 11 a.m., but previously I believe we wanted to start slightly later. So expect it at 11 a.m. Central, and stay tuned for announcements on Twitter, Discord, and other resources.
Yeah, just peeking ahead at the pools for the winner semis. It's already going to be HDS versus J-Boy and Kaze versus Matt Miller as the first two matches tomorrow, winner semis. So definitely two very hype matches between four amazing competitors, like among the best in the entire country. Definitely all very accomplished. Alrighty, we're going to commit here to Paved Garden. Drake's going to be going first, it looks like. Probably wants to just try and set the bar against Pairboy instead of having to try and chase a score. Funny enough, I think this is actually one of the easier D24s, and a lot of other people actually do feel like it could be a 23. I can see it either way, but I don't feel a whole lot of 24 in this one compared to some of the other modern 24s. This might just be a personal preference, though, because this definitely has its share of difficulties, like with the last run. Drake getting himself set up here. Trying to have at least a little bit of laugh. Get some good breath in. right, Drake leading right here. So Pave Garden was one of the songs in one of our special events, the Crossing Delta event in XX during the 2.06 patch. So we had 3 songs initially. This was one of them, and then the 4th song, the actual Crossing Delta song, was the final unlock of that. So this one's at a pretty solid like 186 BPM, and it really comes down to a lot of movement-based things. There is some tech involved with some double stepping and bracketing involved, but a lot of this difficulty is going to become not tiring yourself out on the runs too much, and then being able to push the last flying run. And Drake already getting a couple misses right here. He's probably already a little bit tired. It is very easy to get confused in these sections.
But this song decides who will stay in the tournament, so even through the tiredness, they have to push.
Yeah, Drake looking a little bit flustered, trying to get these holds down. So down to the last run right here, 8 measures of run, 4 with just twist running, and then we're gonna have a couple measures of brackets right here, and 1 last flying run to cap it off, and he's looking good, but tired out a little bit at the end. Now he has to make sure not to miss these last brackets going into the hole. It's very easy to miss these. Oh, and ends up dropping the part of the last hold too. That's definitely the scariest part of the ending right there. So 963 is going to be the score to beat.
I think it may be safer to let couple brackets go, but catch the hold and not drop the hold.
It may be safer, and maybe what Paraboy might opt for, depending on how he feels about doing those bracket holds.
Because with strictly speaking misses, and you will get more misses from dropping the holds in couple brackets.
Depending on where you are mentally, though, you might not think you can take that chance, though, so it's hard to tell mid-run. So give us just a second because our producer is leaving for the day. I will fill in real quick, so we're going to take a second to swap seats. Okay, so Paraboy getting set up right here. Remember, he needs to win this. He needs to beat that 963 that Drake just set in order to stay in and play in tomorrow's pools. The Virginia boys going in hard. They've had a good match together. They're good sports about it. That's what we love to see. The Paraboy set and ready to go here. This is our last song of the night. Paraboy's struggling a little bit with that early quad hold setup right there. So it's a little deceptive because you have that hold, but then you need to do 2 arrows on opposite patterns for each of them. So it's a little weird. Paraboy looking a little bit locked in, but he looks like he's spending a lot of energy. We're going to hope he has enough energy to get through the ending here. Looking a little bit more comfy going into these bracket sections.
Definitely committing to some small runs here.
Yeah, very committed. Definitely getting combo as well, so having a little bit higher of a max combo bonus for later. And also handling these holds a little bit better, not dropping. So this is definitely going to give him an advantage and a little bit of a cushion going into this last run right here. Oh, he's looking tired. I can see it on his face. He is very tired, but he's pushing hard. He's making that jump. So is he going to make the same mistake that Drake did with the final hold? Let's see. He needs to hold this last quad hold. Oh, this is going to be very close now. The accuracy was great, but we'll see what saves him. So he needs to beat 9.63. It's a 9.51. I think that drop on the quad hold ended up costing him. And with that, Drake wins the set 2-1 and moves on to tomorrow. It was a great push, but sometimes some mistakes in this game are more punishing than others. And that's just how it is. But Carboy gave it a great several sets. Always exciting to see them play. They did a great job. And Drake will move on to play tomorrow. So like I said, beginning of tomorrow in winter semis will be HDS versus J-Boy and Kaze versus Matt Miller. Right now we've got Tomato in one pool and Drake in the other. And we'll see how those pools fill out when the winter semis are done. Anyways, I'm going to switch this over. I want to thank everybody for watching today. I know, I'm sorry we had stream tech issues. Everything is recorded locally, so we will upload all this footage later. Big shout outs to Dust for coming in with a new hotspot that we could use after Dance Rush to get everything more stable. And big shout outs to the DDR team, both Psychofizz and Danok for lending us the original hotspot, which got us through for most of the day until it just became too crowded. So here's our sponsors real quick. We're going to look at our sponsors real quick before we go. We got Mosaic Pop Print. If you want custom rhythm game merch, go follow Mosaic Pop Print on Instagram or Twitter and get some really cool merchandise. And there is a code, the Big Deal 4, that you can get 10% off. And if you're in Vegas, definitely check out Red Note Gaming. But I think that's gonna do it for today. I'm gonna find us a raid target. I do appreciate everyone sticking around. Let me see who we got that may be doing some pump stuff. If not, we'll sign somebody doing some music games. It looks like we're actually still doing DDR on that side. So I'm gonna send y'all over to Psychofizz's channel for some DDR action. Alrighty, y'all. This is Zelo and Harder signing off. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Go enjoy the DDR. Catch y'all tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Bye.